Chapter 1. Rias let out a sensual moan, encouraging Naruto, who was kissing her collar bone down to her toned stomach. His hands then moved up, groped, and fondled her bountiful breasts. "Mine," growled Naruto internally. His hand then went down, rubbed her plump ass, grabbing it and pulling her closer, but then didn't go any further. He held his lust back before he committed what would be one of the greatest mistakes of his life: hurting his beloved. "Rias, before I do this, I just want to ask. Am I worth it? Are you sure you want to lose that to me? Naruto, I love you, I'm obsessed with you. You are the only one I could think of. I want to give you everything I can because you gave everything you could to me," she cried, wrapping her arms around his neck. "You saw me for me and accepted even my weirdest tastes. You laughed, cried, and talked with me. You got mad at me, you showed me how beautiful the human world could be, and you gave me everything I have ever wanted, and it is so unfair." Her tiny pinprick tears became waterfalls, cascading from her eyes. "You gave me everything, so giving you this is the very least I can do. So I tell you, Uzumaki Naruto, my first love, you may do whatever you want with me, fulfill your most disgusting and twisted fantasies. Use me in any manner you wish. I won't resist. Use my body as if you'll never see it again." The last part alarmed Naruto to a great deal, such that he froze in shock at the implications. His hair covered his eyes, hiding them from the world, as he did something he has done since his childhood or the first time they met: cry. He stopped the flow of tears to keep the mood from falling apart and gathering his resolve before forcefully pulling her into his chest. He could feel it, an uncontrollable lust was emerging from the depths of his heart. The feeling he held back due to his shinobi duties were making themselves known to the world. Rias could practically feel his desire for her, and so she shivered in delight, excited for what was to come. She watched him wipe away the moisture in his eyes before feeling like a frightened animal. He was hungry and he would eat her. She could help it but shake more, wanting him, lusting for him. "Understood," he whispered hoarsely, knowing that he couldn't do anything that involved devil affairs. He may have had the power, but stepping in would cause Rias problems, and those problems could end up harming their friends. He was extremely capable in combat, but he couldn't be everywhere at the same time. Even if he sent clones, they could still be killed. For her, he was willing to release his seal and use the power he considered a curse after all. She was far more important than his pathetic little guilt trip and his secrets. Hiding that power wouldn't be an option if she was in danger, yet here he was. He felt the same sense of hopelessness he felt when watching Kakashi fight Zabuza, watching Sakura die, watching Sasuke receive the curse mark, watching Itachi overwhelm Sasuke, fighting Kimamaru, and the list goes on and on. Such was the life of a shinobi after all. This time he wouldn't fail. He would cherish the time he had at that moment and use it to the best of his abilities. He grabbed her from under her knees and hoisted her up before slapping her plump posterior, causing her to moan in discomfort and pleasure. He let go of her and glared, asserting dominance. "On your knees, bitch. I want to see that fine ass of yours," he commanded, causing her cheeks to redden in embarrassment, but she complied with, "Yes, my lord." She then shook her ass, causing it to jiggle and further arouse the boy behind her. Naruto reached out and grabbed her hips. 2 years ago. It had been a solid 3 months since he had arrived. He and Sasuke had found a way to defeat Madara without using their seals, and that resulted in the world being saved from the threat. Or so they thought. There was one key troubling detail about Madara's defeat. Zetsu, Obito along with the bottom half of Madara's body were nowhere to be seen, which set off a bunch of alarms. What could Zetsu be plotting? Was the question that ran through everyone's mind and that caused great unease. Because of this, the reanimation jutsu was not released as to not compromise the current security of the world, as it was very weak after going through this war. Sasuke had managed to revive about 12% of the deceased using the chakra Hashirama gave him before he engaged with Madara, which never actually got to be used because Madara quickly overwhelmed him. The chakra Hashirama granted was able to be used as a substitute for his life force, which meant he didn't suffer any recoil from using the outer path. After the deed was done, Naruto and Sasuke began training their new powers in preparation for what Zetsu could be planning, which had the potential to end the world as they knew it. Sasuke mastered his Rinnegan and its unique ability to the point that he could use its abilities while his Rinnegan was in recharge mode. Naruto, on the other hand, mastered the chakra he had gained from Hagoromo's pocket dimension, and as a result, he gained a godlike form where he would glow and stuff, which was pretty new and weird. 6 paths chakra mode. This Naruto never became a golden boy during war law. He had the 9 masked beasts. They trained for about a year till an inhumanly beautiful woman, with a Byakugan and a Rinne Sharingan, appeared with Zetsu in tow. Her reserves were so immense that when she appeared, the whole world, including the non-chakra sensitive civilians, felt it. It was like the end of times, the coming of the apocalypse. Panic arose all over the world as she proceeded to destroy one of the lesser countries that sided with Obito during the war with one attack. This told the world that whatever this entity was, it was at the very least tailed beast level, and naturally, Killer Bee was sent in. He did not return. Long story short, the world fell back into turmoil, and Naruto and Sasuke were sent to terminate the threat. The battle between the three was so grand that a large chunk of the Land of Lightning was erased from existence, which angered the woman. She then took to fighting the duo in another dimension. You know what happens in canon except for none of that Zetsu acting like a cheesy villain bullshit. This time Kagaya was the one who explained herself and tried to reason with the two. The two agreed but ended up disagreeing on her approach to dealing with her clanmates. They didn't want to turn everyone in Zetsus. The fight resumed and Naruto and Sasuke were completely outclassed, with their only saving grace being the fact that they were both highly experienced shinobi with various tactics. They managed to defeat Kagaya in a great battle that destroyed the planet in her core dimension. The marks they had been granted by Hagoromo were no longer present because, at the time of Madara's defeat, they were unneeded, so they quietly disappeared. Since Naruto was directly exposed to Hagoromo's chakra, he was able to manifest within him. In the end, they were forced to kill her by combining their powers and using yin-yang release to turn Zetsu into a weapon capable of killing the godlike entity, and it worked. Unfortunately, her sudden death caused her worlds to collapse on themselves, and the chakra released by her corpse definitely didn't help at all. Naruto and Sasuke were sent to the dimension gap afterwards, but their chakra was so low they weren't detected by the entity occupying that space. Or so they thought. They weren't noticed, but that is unimportant right now. Sasuke used his space-time ninjutsu to send him into the United States, leaving himself to perish in the dimension gap. That broke Naruto, making him depressed, but he decided not to let that pull him down. He proceeded to use lightning-based genjutsu to forge documents whilst in the States, allowing him to build a new life from scratch. There was one problem though. For some reason, he had become 11 years old once more. He didn't lose any of his powers, but his age was a problem for some time until he got used to it. He decided that he needed a new life and also punish himself for his failures by sealing his powers away, making him essentially normal human. Well, as normal as he could be. He was far more durable than the typical human, so he had to avoid situations where a normal human could get hurt to avoid suspicions. Well, saying punishment was a bit much, as he felt that he didn't deserve the power he had, and so he took it away from himself. His power was a curse that had a tendency to fail him when it was needed the most, and it had the tendency to take away what was precious to him, and that included his humanity. After all, he didn't wish to be involved with the creatures of this world. They were rather annoying, such as the creatures of myth that attacked him when he landed in Japan. They said something about his chakra, and so he tightened his seal to the point nothing leaked, so he could live in peace. Years passed and his peace continued to this day, where he was okay but plagued by emptiness and loneliness. Thud. He had walked into someone, and said person was on the pavement with their legs spread, revealing rather kinky underwear. His cheeks flushed slightly before looking at the person he had run into. She was gorgeous. No, far beyond that, she was in the league of the gods. Gorgeous red hair, even darker than his mother's, blue-green eyes, and unblemished skin. She looked to be of European descent with how she looked. She was dressed in a yellow sundress that had rolled up, revealing black, sensual undies. Oh, I am sorry. He moved to help her up in a fluster and lowered his head, expecting some harsh reprimands, but to his surprise, she gave him a warm smile. It's okay, she forgave him easily. You should really watch where you are going next time. Some people won't be as easy about it as Mike. Why yes, he stuttered, displaying his feelings of shame. The girl placed her hand on his cheek, soft. Seriously, don't worry about it, we all blunder sometimes. The warmth she displayed caused his lips to twitch upwards as she moved to dust off the dust on the back of her dress. I gotta run, bye now, she waved as she turned away from the blonde. Wait. Your hair, it's gorgeous. The girl's eyes widened in shock before she broke into a fit of giggles. Why thank you, she beamed as she moved to stroke her hair. I really appreciate it, she continued, giving a pleased and amused smile. Bye now, she bid him adieu once more and turned away and walked away. What a strange boy, she giggled as she placed her finger on her chin. I wonder why he has tattoos on his face though. Is he trying to cause distress in the locals? She wonders out loud. Naruto's eyes never left the angel's back until she was completely out of view. Wow. He then began walking once more, absent-mindedly taking a flying from a person he didn't bother to look at, and continued on his not-so-merry way. He had been comforted when in that girl's presence, but now that she was gone, the world was dark once more. Fuck me, he cursed under his breath as his steps quickened as drops splattered on the pavement. The sky wasn't getting any darker, nor had the weather forecast hinted towards this rainy day. It wasn't raining. It was his tears. He had to run, he had to get to his sanctuary, where he would be hidden from the world once more. He had only exited his apartment to rush to the convenience store to get groceries and nothing else. He felt like a wanted criminal after all. Everything felt like a trap to him, his tormentors lurking, and so he always took to get supplies in large amounts, mostly through online shopping and the others from the convenience store, so he could stay in his apartment for months at a time. One could ask how he made money. That was simple, he collected ad revenue from his 3 million subscriber YouTube channel with the occasional sponsorship deal. His channel was named Coffin and had a logo that depicted Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan. He posted simple solo versus squads gameplay for PUBG Mobile, which earned him a lot of viewers. People in this world were strange, willing to watch things that wouldn't add value to them. He doubted they actually enjoyed his content but watched just for the sake of it. He enjoyed playing the game, but he never enjoyed watching other people play the game. Oh well, he shrugged as he entered his apartment. His apartment was both a gamer and an otaku's dream come true. In his room was a high-end PC with LED lighting and a glowing mouse and keyboard, and in the living room kitchen he had a reasonably sized television. Under said television were several different consoles with a stack of various games beside them, which included anime games, FPS games, and more. Next to the TV stand was a mini fridge where he would store various beverages to drink during his gaming sessions. On the apartment's walls were murals of various anime girls which he had taken a liking to. In fact, he even had action figures which rested on the table his computer was on, and also possessed various body pillows, with Aqua's and Megaman's body pillows being his favorites. In the kitchen area, he stored various light novels, most of which were fantasy and isekai but included other genres. These books were stored in the upper cupboards where he could have stored kitchenware, but that was unnecessary as he lived alone. He only needed a couple of utensils, nothing more. He didn't feel the need to store them in the kitchen. He just placed them wherever. He always remembered where they were, so he wasn't worried about losing them or anything. His apartment was messy by all means. It could be better but wasn't in any bad state. He went to the kitchen area and stored his phone before plopping down onto the pillow he normally sat on when watching TV or gaming his console. He was doing either at the moment, rather he was fruitlessly trying to suppress the tears rushing from his eyes. He just wished wasn't alone anymore. Wasn't rejected by the world he used to be in. The world that caused all this trauma by actively taking his precious people away from him. No matter how powerful he got, they'd still disappear as if they had never existed. He couldn't cope with that world, and because of that, when he entered this world he thought things would get better even if he lost his best friend. How wrong he was. He could tell from the filth that saturated the nature energy this world had. It was disgusting, like a highly viscous, slimy pool of hatred. It terrified him. No, rather, he judged that if this world was in such a state, it would be worse than the shinobi world. All hope was lost for him. No point in living anymore. He couldn't even kill himself anymore. This world's weapons wouldn't harm him in any way, and not only that, he had sealed away his chakra and physical prowess so he couldn't harm himself either, so all that was left for him was to wait. 200 years. 300. How long were Uzumaki supposed to live for anyway? Well, that didn't matter at that moment. All that mattered was calming himself, which was a pointless endeavor. The void in his heart was far too large. He felt a pair of arms wrap around his neck and a soft sensation on the back of his head. There, a familiar voice comforted as Naruto felt fingers running through his messy hair gently. He hadn't noticed a large red circle filled with ancient runes appearing behind him. He had an idea of who was behind him but wasn't in the state of mind to connect the pieces. He just wailed as he was held in her arms. Sometime later. I am really sorry you had to sit through that, Naruto once again apologized to the girl in front of him. She shook her head, giving him a worried look. No, not at all. Are you sure you are okay? She placed her hand on his shoulder. He nodded and she gave a smile. She then coughed into her hand, moving to change the topic. You must be wondering how I got here. Not really. What? The girl questioned, expressed his surprise. Naruto pointed at the place the circle had appeared in. I saw some centaur-looking thing a few years back. I watched it rip apart some cops from afar. After seeing that, I don't think stuff related to the supernatural can surprise me. He tried to chuckle but failed. It must have been that Niklavi Onisama took care of, she sighed. Well then, that makes this easier for me. I am a devil and I am here to grant you a wish. She smiled innocently. Hey, you aren't gonna eat my soul, right? Also, how'd I summon you? He looked troubled as the girl he met earlier was supposedly an evil creature that appeared in the Bible. Was all that kindness she showed him during their first encounter fake? Was it just a way for her to snake into his life and take it? Well, that wouldn't be bad at all. Maybe he could finally find peace in the afterlife. Very few devils can eat souls. That practice is very old school, so we don't do it anymore. As for how you got me here, It was the flyer in your pocket. She dismissed his worries easily with a cheerful smile. Now then, human, tell me your desires, she said in an adorable evil voice, bringing out her wings. Kill me. Denied. Next wish. Huh, aren't you supposed to give me anything I want? I don't recall saying any wish. Besides, a devil's work is not for free, you know, so if you died I wouldn't receive compensation, she explained, turning her head away from him as he sweat dropped. Fair enough, he whispered. Naruto had a thought and froze. Nah, she ain't gonna accept that. No way, he tried to rein himself in. He failed. He began sweating as his muscles tensed up, making him look like a frightened animal. He grits his teeth and struggled to look up from his lap as his fists clutched his sweatpants and quads. He struggled to speak as he finally looked at the angel, no devil before him. His uncertainty was palpable to that point. It made him seem like a weary puppy whose injuries were inflicted by a human. She took his hands and clutched them gently. You don't have to be so nervous. Just ask and we'll talk about the price later. It won't be anything awful, I swear. She promised him, gently encouraging him to speak. He took a deep breath then. Watch the new anime One Punch Man with me, he exclaimed before shrinking, expecting her to shout at him for requesting something so useless. Rias paused and took a moment to identify her surroundings, and it took everything she had not to scream in excitement. She composed herself, of course. The manga is fantastic and I have been dying to see an anime adaptation. Hopefully, it isn't disappointing, but it's a studio madhouse, so I feel encouraged. Naruto froze, with wide eyes, and was on the brink of tears once more. The girl held his hand once more, gazing into his deep blue eyes. You, okay. Of course, he finally smiled, for the first time in who knows how many years. He finally felt happy that he had a companion, even if the arrangement was temporary, even said the arrangement could ruin him. And so he loaded up Crunchyroll and they sat through the 12-episode anime. Saitama is such a chilled and hilarious dude, and I really love that about him, and kinda relatable as well. Naruto laughed as he remembered Saitama being unable to kill a mosquito to the point that he chased it, carrying a can of insecticide. That part nearly killed both him and the devil as they both burst out in a fit of laughter. All that power and he couldn't do such a simple task. The devil looked at him as if asking him to explain how the MC was relatable. I don't know if you can understand, but you see, I'm a gamer and I tend to obsessively play one game at a time to the point I become a god at it. The cost of all that power is boredom. There was this one online game I played where I was so good that I played competitively and was forced to play every game and fulfill every role. He explained sadly as he looked at the ceiling and began thinking about his past life. The devil looked at him as if sizing him up but didn't interrupt. And you know, he is such a normal guy despite having all that power. He isn't bound by responsibilities and duties, and I envy him for that, he explained, looking down at his feet. The devil also gained a despondent look, thinking about her duties in arranged marriage, contrasting them with Saitama's life where he could do as he pleased. Naruto looked at her beautiful face curiously, seeing her depressed. Looks like I'm not the only one with troubles. They both chuckled and a comfortable silence descended upon the two, with the two taking time to self-introspect. A few moments passed in silence before Naruto turned to the girl in front of him. That was fantastic. Thanks Rias Grimori. Naruto Uzumaki, he introduced himself in the European fashion. So, about your compensation. Rias looked troubled at his statement. If I erase his memory of me, there is no telling what he might do to himself, she thought, placing her fingers on her chin. Wait a minute, how much time did I spend here? She thought to herself. Duties have been stressful lately. Yes, this is good, she nodded, pleased with her idea. Alright, Uzumaki-san, what I want is. She paused dramatically, hoping to stress him out a bit and tease him, but much to her disappointment he remained completely composed. I want to come here and relax from time to time for the next few weeks, she stated in an even tone. Wait, does that mean we can hang? Of course. Naruto hugged her immediately and squeezed her tight, surprising her. Thank you. Of course, come anytime you'd like. In fact, here is a key. And, he continued rumbling incomprehensible things, making her giggle, expressing her great amusement at this human. And so it wasn't a few weeks, this went on for over a year, with Naruto later confessing his feelings to her, and much to his confusion, surprise, and excitement she reciprocated. They sealed it with a really awkward tooth bash. Then a headbutt. Then they tripped. All manner of phenomena occurred before they could finally lock lips. Their relationship was rather difficult to balance at the time, as Rias felt that he should be kept a secret for his safety, not knowing that Naruto was an entity that was far beyond her. Because he was a secret, Rias rarely visited as to not arouse suspicion, which would inevitably lead to her followers or enemies tracking her down. Another problem was Naruto's secret. Rias had long since opened up about her marriage to someone she didn't like, which was a shock to the blonde, but he had yet to tell her about his origins. Perhaps she didn't ask him about them, feeling that talking about it would cause his depression to return, which was something she absolutely didn't want. In her words, that boy is never gonna feel hurt again. And that drove her to suppress her curiosity. Rias then begged Naruto to rejoin society once more, as only having a relationship with her was extremely unhealthy for his human mind. Naruto flat out refused, and they both had a long debate which ended in Rias' victory, and so Naruto finally left his house and went out into the world once more. Then he was caught by cops and forced to enroll into school. God damn it, Rias. The devil had the gall to stick her tongue at him as she waves off his complaints and whines. He was sure that girl would be the death of him. He would later enroll in Kuo as soon as it became co-ed, so he could finally be able to see Rias more than in just his apartment and boy. He felt rather aroused by her school uniform, but said uniform upset him, so he forced her to wear a longer skirt and tights, which irritated her greatly, but ended up complying with her boyfriend's wishes. Naruto didn't want any filthy boys anywhere near her, especially that pervert trio. Naruto 1-to-1 Rias. Akino and the rest of the school had given her rather questioning gazes but didn't ask about. They acted like nothing happened. He was by no means popular. In fact, he was feared by the school's general populace and was actively avoided by not only the students but the teachers as well. He didn't mind as Rias checked on him from time to time, and the students merely saw it as Oni-sama, taming that delinquent, which was really advantageous. Their relationship got exposed to her peerage when Kaneko caught Naruto fondling Rias' fine bust. The girl didn't expose herself, instead silently got away and reported to the rest of the group. Rias had a lot of explaining to do that day. On a side note, Naruto fondling Rias' breasts was a complete accident, and he had expected her to lash out at him, except she didn't. She just teased him. Come to think of it, she occasionally walked out of his shower in her birthday suit, not showing any qualms about him seeing her nude form. Rias' peerage understood her problem and decided that it would be best if their master continued this relationship with said human, because she never looked as happy as she had been currently before. They also understood what would happen if Rias' enemies found out about him, and so they sent Akino as a representative to give him the means to defend himself. She would teach him magic without Rias' knowledge, mind you. She flirted with him from time to time, only to end up in disappointment as she couldn't fluster him. She was sad. Naruto would them eventually meet the rest Rias' group and was able to befriend them and hung out with them once in a while when he wasn't having lunch alone somewhere on school premises. Naruto also learned of other factions and felt that he wanted to become a devil so he could always be with her, but she refused, stating that being involved with devil business was much too dangerous. He was much too weak. If only she knew. In fact, Naruto was such a well-kept secret that even Rias' rival Sona Citri did not know of him. Chapter 2. Uzumaki. Naruto had seen a plethora of unusual things throughout his life, but something about this just did him in. He was curled up on Rias' lap, with roaring laughter emanating from his mouth. He just couldn't hold it in. It was as ridiculous and adorable as Rias' former chuny tendencies. Why must people grow up? He wondered. He missed the days when he would poke fun at Rias for doing spirits guns. Well, that and irresponsibly using her magic for effect, especially during entrances. That was pretty hilarious, but what he was watching was just wow. Akino covered her mouth, giggling because Naruto's laughter infected her. Kaneko was smiling and Kiba was giving Issei a sympathetic look. All eyes were on the teenager at the center, making him a bit uncomfortable as he attempted to pull out his power by referencing Dragon Ball. Laughter, it roared like a bear but rolled around like hyena. How the hell wasn't he out of breath? Was one of the thoughts running through his mind. The brunette, the center of attention, just stared at the offending blonde whilst his left eye twitched. He had short spiky hair, with 2 short locks of hair behind his head, and light brown eyes. Shut your trap, little shit. Hyudo Issei was not the type to take rumors to heart, instead took them with a pinch of salt. He truly didn't believe the infamous delinquent, Uzumaki Naruto, was actually a bad guy, evidenced by when he saw the teenager gently tending to plants or feeding doves in the park or peacefully taking naps whilst basking in the sun. He just seemed like a normal guy who struggled with society's ethics and the like. Issei had observed him from afar and noted the qualities of struggling NEET who was trying to return to society, and thus Issei respected him for that. Issei wished to approach him truly, but his friends just wouldn't let him anywhere near the blood fox. Rumor had it that he took out a group of delinquents, who were provoked, on his own after he pissed on their bikes. To them, it seemed like he had fallen into their trap, but it was in fact that fell into his. None of the boys left without blue eyes and bloody noses apparently, and that served to increase his notoriety. Maybe him constantly antagonizing the student council didn't help at all. To be fair to him, Issei once saw how they always troubled him, like once when he exited a convenience store, with cups of what he thought was instant ramen. Everyone knew how much Uzumaki Naruto loved his ramen. It was to the point that his obsession with the noodly dish was compared to the perverted trio's obsession with the female body. Quite ridiculous indeed, which was pretty strange as he was seen having other foods from time to time. People just paid attention to his ramen and didn't notice other things he liked. Issei noticed that icy treats, particularly ice pops, seemed to have emotional significance to him. It was weird watching a boy characterized as a monster become mellow as he consumed the frosty treat. Were the students wrong? They disliked him so much that when people noticed he seemed to have affections for the great Onisama, Rias Grimori, the cops were called on him without any form of evidence. He felt bad for the guy. It was pretty funny when a rumor circulated the school that Rias Grimori had returned his affectionate and longing gazes with one of her own. It was treated like a nightmare and it died immediately. Everyone forgot about it, acting like it never happened. Issei pitied him. Issei actually wanted to try to be friends with him one day. Well, except this one apparently. He saw that piece of filth resting on the lap of the great Onisama, Rias Grimori, whilst being doted on by the school's mascot. Fucking bastard, average looking but getting the best girls. He swore he saw Akeno staring at him with lustful eyes. TCH. He did his best to pay attention as Rias went on to explain how everyone in the room was a devil except for Naruto. She then explained how most mythologies were real and specified their faction was under the Judeo-Christian mythos. He tried listening as she went on to explain something about a war with angels and falling angels. Issei-kun, pay attention, chastised Rias, moving her fingers through the blonde spiky hair. Sorry. Wait a minute, what's your relationship with that man? Clarity increased each second, showing that the rumors were true. Fucking lucky bastard. Oh, him. Ignore him. I'm just his obligee, I'll get to that a little later, she giggled innocently, listening to Issei grind his teeth. Is he really? Issei turned to look at Kiba, who merely turned to the wall, then to Akeno, who looked at the ceiling. How suspicious. Suori, Issei drawled while narrowing his eyes. Obligee or not, isn't that a bit much? What silly imagination you have there, Issei-kun. Anyway, I'm gonna continue. Pay attention this time, K. Issei nodded and listened to Rias explain more about the nature of their faction. Evil Pieces then moved on to explain about the sacred gear system. She then told him he had a sacred gear, almost making him shout in joy. His excitement was vivid, which was shown by how he immediately interrogated her on how he could activate such a power. Which then led to this situation. Biwu ha 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 ha. Oh my goodness, this kid thinks he can do an energy wave. Oh, $HJIHDSZ $wave. Naruto choked on his spit before resuming his laughter, clutching his stomach. Kid, I'm the same age as you, bastard. Issei frowned. Senpai, don't laugh so much, you are gonna choke, warned the white-haired petite girl with golden eyes. She had 2 long bangs going past her shoulders and several loose bangs going over her forehead, while the back had a short bob cut. She also wore black cat-shaped hair clips on both sides of her hair. She was dressed in the school's standard uniform. She gently rubbed his heaving chest, contrary to how she treated him when he first entered the room. How intimate. Don't tell me he is already ahead of me in my harem journey, Issei whined internally, watching the aloof girl worry over the boy on her master's lap. It seemed to me that it was more than a servant protecting their master's treasure. What makes you think you're worth competing with? Issei imagined him say with a smug look on his face. He wanted nothing more than to charge at the guy and pummel him. There was no way he would lose, right? He was just human, he was a devil. Something told Issei that he would be mercilessly beaten down. Ignore him, Issei-kun. Try again. He was met with a smile from the second Onisama. She was a beautiful young woman with a voluptuous figure, very long black hair, and violet eyes. Her hair was tied into a long ponytail with an orange ribbon that Issei suspected had to do with the bastard on Rias' lap. It is a well-known fact that Uzumaki Naruto loves orange and blue. It's even more known that Akeno-san likes violet, white and black. Why you? Issei seethed uncontrollably. Of course, Kami, he put his hands together and took a stance. Ha 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 ha. He roared even louder, curling up even more. Kaneko then moved her hand from his chest and went to rub his back. Shut your trap, you little shit. He screamed with a tick mark appearing on his temple. Naruto stopped laughing and adopted a stoic look that was eerily similar to that of a doll. Issei shook his head, thinking it was his imagination, and shifted his attention back to his hands. Ka. PFF'd. Issei glared at Naruto. Sorry. Carry on. Kamehameha. He roared with all his might, causing a green light to erupt from the back of his left hand. The green light was then surrounded by a red light that extended down to his forearm. The lights disappeared, revealing a red gauntlet with a green jewel and 2 golden spikes that manifested on his arm. Ha 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 ha. When I saw the lights I had high hopes, but it turned out to be a wimpy looking gauntlet. Oh goodness. I am fucking dying. Ha 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 ha. The roaring laughter could be heard once more. It's as disappointing as Peter Grill. Ah ha 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 ha. Naruto, you naughty boy, Rias chastised, smacking his forehead. If you continue this behavior, then I am going to have to let Issei touch my breasts and make you watch, she threatened, giving the blonde a teasing smile. Oh my, giggled Akino, getting excited for what was about to unfold in this drama. Kaneko looked like she had swallowed something bitter. She didn't like where this was going. What really? Loudly exclaimed Issei, clutching his fist tightly, bearing stars in his eyes. Of course, this boy is still laughing even after I gave him a warning. Come here, Issei, here a reward for activating your sacred gear. Ria stuck her chest whilst making sure Naruto didn't fall off her lap. I don't mind. I happen to like NTR after all. Go ahead, Issei, have your treat. Your virgin hands are about graduate today. Naruto cheered the boy on from his comfy seat. Kaneko had a shocked look on her face when Naruto said that. What's this? Is my kitty-chan not as innocent as she seems? Oh my, he teased the girl who covered her blushing face. Shut up, Baka-senpai, she tried to rebuke him but ended up covering her face. Issei didn't need any more encouragement and moved towards the redhead and her, not boyfriend, with a confident march. I'm about to do it. My first squeeze is gonna be Rias Onisama. He made creepy motions with his hands, approaching the, not couple, ignoring the withering glare filled with disgust coming from Kaneko. Yes, he could feel it. Soft, jiggly heaven. It was right there. Almost there, just a few more steps. Wait, something isn't right, Issei froze. He wasn't sick, that was for sure, but something was stopping him, no warning him. Naruto had a warm smile and his face wasn't off in any way, his smile reached his eyes just fine, but Issei's hands felt cold, and he felt shivers going down his spine. Despite feeling like he was cold, he was sweating and a strange fear welling up in him. He couldn't understand what in hell was wrong with him. He knew he was still the same height as he was earlier, but somehow he felt like an ant. He felt small, insignificant, whilst at the same time feeling like a child who was forced to walk into a tiger's den to poke it with a stick, fully aware of how dangerous tigers are, the consequences of disturbing. Except a tiger didn't pop into his mind. An Arctic fox bathed in crimson. Was that his head over there? It was. His entrails on its cute little head. What is going on? He wondered. As he tried to move closer, he saw its tiny, cute little paws inching towards his exposed but still beating heart as if holding it hostage. Issei felt afraid. He felt like vomiting, but his muscles were too afraid to even cause retroperistalsis. Blood fox. Blood fox. Blood fox. Boobies. Issei's will strengthened. He had to march. Move. He commanded his body to no avail. What's wrong, Issei-kun? Rias tilted her head to the side, pretending to not be aware of what was going on. Yeah, Issei. What wrong, my guy? 2 perfect melons are waiting for you right here. Naruto proceeded to poke said melons, moving his hands up and down causing them to jiggle. Issei would have normally had a nosebleed and rushed to action, but he was too distracted and disturbed. He just couldn't make heads or tails on what was happening with him. Oh, bro, hurry up, you missing out. They soft yet firm at the same time. Almost jelly-like, allowing my fingers to sink in with ease yet resisting them. This feeling is perfect, my guy. Naruto drooled as the rest of his fingers moved up to cup Rias' boobs, squeezing, kneading, and pulling. The rest of the peerage except Akino, who was also aware, looked confused and worried at Issei's behavior. You good, senpai? Asked Kaneko with worry in her voice, turning away from Naruto for the first time since she left her seat to dote on him. Issei twitched, uncontrollably feeling mocked despite seeing how genuine Naruto seemed to be. The fox was wiggling its eye ridges like how a human would wiggle its eyebrows. Behind it was a gate that seemed to lead to heaven. Must touch massive GG gazonkas. Issei fought back his intense, irrational fear and took a step forward. He regretted it immediately. The fox ran its claws through one of his arms, drawing more blood. Yeah, that's right, they massive. She's practically a cow. Naruto was sent to the floor for that statement. Kaneko immediately rushed to his side and pulled him into an embrace. Senpai, don't say that. It isn't nice. Kaneko stroked his hair affectionately. Ah, she dumped me. I love you, Kaneko. Flat as justice, cried Naruto. He was sent flying to the wall, slowly slid down, and landed on the ground with a dry thud. Kiba immediately went to check on the human and sighed in relief. No harm was done to him, fortunately. As tears dramatically streamed down Naruto's face, he looked up to Kiba. Why me? Kiba gave a wry smile as he helped his friend up. He was a handsome young man with short, blonde hair, blue eyes, and a mole underneath his left eye. He was dressed in the standard school uniform. I can't. It's impossible. If I do it, I'm gonna die, Issei wailed internally as he stopped trying. No thank you, he rejected with a dark cloud over his head. Oh my. I'm hurt, Rias feigned sadness before shrugging her shoulders. I never understood how Naruto does that. It's neither magic nor a sacred gear, Rias thought as she played with one of her bangs. She had found out about said ability when she, accidentally, reset his PS4, making him lose progress on most of his games, most notably Dark Souls 3. He was near the end. He just smiled warmly and said, mistakes happen, in a very convincing manner, yet for some reason she felt great fear. He wouldn't talk to her for 2 weeks and she had to beg him and cry to convince him to talk to her again. She then made a note to never touch any of his games or consoles with the intent of resetting again. He punished her by forcing her to play the game and reach the halfway point without dying. Once. It took almost a year for her to be relieved of that punishment. Rias expected it to be like the stereotypical anime relationship. She thought she was in control until that day. She found out, the pants were his and she was only warming them for him. He was the one really in control. She shivered. That sly fox. Akino found this out when she stole all his ramen ingredients and replaced them with vegetables. He went ballistic on the girl, tied her up, and mercilessly zapped her numerous times with the lightning spell he had been trying to learn for the past 6 weeks with no success. She then made an erotic mess all over the floor whilst screaming, "Yes, daddy." After she cleaned her little mess, she felt a strange fear growing within her. It prevented her from doing her usual sensual business, sealing away her flirtiness or even getting close to him. She had to grovel and cry to beg him to stop. She desperately wanted to be able to keep in proximity to him again. It was driving her crazy. Poor Issei, it's okay, Naruto went over and gently rubbed the crying boy's shoulder, comforting him. Shut up. That was you. This is your fault. I know you were the one that caused this. Makes sense cause you are her boyfriend, aren't you? Issei threw one accusation after another, then proceeded to hurl all sorts of profanities that would make a sailor proud. Wah. Me. Dunno what you talking about, man, she's just my obligee. Naruto pretended not to notice the withering glare. Oh well, looks like I'm not wanted here. Naruto sighed sadly. He moved to Kiba and gave him a fist bump, kissed Ria's cheek, ruffled Kaniko's hair, and hugged Akino before stumbling out the door in style, yelling, "Later losers." They all smiled warmly and waved at the former young seal bearer. I hate that guy so much, Issei muttered dryly. It's okay, Issei, once you get used to him, you'll find that he is a fantastic person, Kiba tried comforting. Shut it, pretty boy. With Naruto. Kids just like sensei, Naruto smiled as fond memories of Jiraiya rushed into his mind. Naruto broke in a light jog, going over to his house to grab a shovel. Why? To dig, of course. He entered the building, then exited with a shovel that had seen better days. He then moved to the more forested areas of the town. He moved to a specific spot and began digging around, hoping to find some bait. Naruto was craving for some roasted fish and he was gonna get it. So the first thing he needed was bait, which was what he came to the forest for. I should check on the stuff I buried around here a while. Naruto ceased collecting worms and moved to a weird-looking tree and dug down near its roots, revealing a small chest. Naruto opened the chest and checked its contents, which were crosses, rosaries, a Bible, and vials of holy water. You may ask why Naruto had these items, and the answer was simple. Defense. Ever since he had seen the Niklavi, which was supposed to be somewhere in Scotland or something, he prepared himself in case a demonic entity invaded his home. He wanted to die at the time but knew they wouldn't be able to kill him. But instead, leave a mess. Which he would have to clean up, which was pretty a huge turnoff. He got rid of everything for Rias, safety, as she once wanted to watch him play on PC. Her foot nearly grazed the Bible and mentioned that she felt unsettled for some reason, and to his horror saw a light bruise on the back of her foot. Naruto's heart nearly jumped out of his chest, and as soon as Rias left, he collected every single holy item in his possession and put it in a chest, and rushed to bury it somewhere, which was this more forested part Kuo. Now, why would he constantly check on items he got rid of? Well, there was one particular item that radiated a lot of holy power and it was redacted. Naruto sighed in relief and returned the items to the chest. He looked at the Bible and stopped. Something told him to bring it with him. Something told him he needed it. Hey, something, that's rude, Naruto whined internally. He took the book and placed it in a leather bag to stop it from accidentally harming his pals. Naruto then turned and walked away, with his destination being a pond. Naruto didn't understand what the hell was with fishing. It was so relaxing and a pretty pleasant experience even if there was no catch. The peace he felt when fishing was like alcohol for a lot of people, it drowned away sadness. It was just nice to do. He once brought Rias with him and expected her to be bored out of her mind, but she loved it and considered it a date. Naruto didn't know what the hell she was talking about but went along with it. She may have been his girlfriend, but he still wasn't used to dating. Questions like, is everything we do together a date? Should I bring a list of all my insecurities so there aren't any secrets between us? What about a headband with sunflower seeds to absorb all my nervous sweat? Wait, aren't I shinobi who can hide the nonsense above? Ran through his mind at the early stages of his relationship. He still didn't understand to this day. Maybe it was because we were far away from technology and stuff and actually chilled with each other. Maybe. He didn't and won't ask. He felt a tug on his line and he dramatized a struggle before pulling. It got away, he said dryly before shrugging. He reapplied the bait and cast his line once more. Any luck there, kid? Asked an unfamiliar, masculine voice. One got away, he sighed despondently as he focused on his line. Well, it happens sometimes, the owner chuckled as he cast his own line, sitting a few meters away from Naruto. Yeah, for some reason, I always feel like trying again even when the day's real bad, you know. Oh yeah, I know that very well, the man laughed softly. Name's Azazel, what yours, kid? Naruto responded cheerfully to his companion. Naruto Uzumaki, his companion sounded foreign so he introduced him in the manner common in the West. Nice to meet you, Naruto. The pleasure's all mine. Naruto turned to the man next to him. He looked pretty tall, in his 20s, had an average build, black hair, golden bangs, and black goatee. He was dressed in clothes that made him indistinguishable from the crowd. So Naruto. He pulled and got a fish which proceeded to euthanize it with ikejime and place it in a cooler box. When do you start living in Kuo? The man switched to English. About 2 to 3 years now, lived in the States in my childhood, then moved to Germany and a few other European countries, then China, moved Tokyo to live with my aunt after my parents died. She died to a gang unfortunately, so I came here, Naruto explained, watching his bobber float on the water. Oh, my condolences. Thanks, Naruto gave a smile. They had a conversation for a little while until. Looks this enough. Naruto stood up, looking at the fish in hand and placing it in the cooler box. I'm expecting a friend at home later. See you around, old man, the boy waved and Azazel waved back, giving a friendly smile. Sure, kid, have fun. Thanks, Naruto's distant voice echoed. What a strange human, the man chuckled softly before, focusing on his line. It was nighttime already. Naruto had already cooked rice and left it in his rice cooker. He would cook the fish later. Right now, he felt like getting fresh air. Of course, he brought the scripture, after all, he needed it. Naruto felt resistance to his being as he walked by a large abandoned building. He then saw a centaur-looking woman dragging a corpse into the building. He moved past the barrier quietly, likely meant to keep humans away to prevent them from finding its hideout. Naruto had already taken to covering himself with dirt to best hide his scent as he skillfully and quietly climbed to the room and looked through cracks, watching the somewhat attractive woman consume the cadaver. Better report this to Rias, looks like she'll handle it just fine, just like the others before it, he analyzed, scouting the creature. Stray devils tended to let their aura leak in waves to the point that normal humans like Naruto could feel it. Naruto is normal in the sense that he also sealed his sensory powers. Naruto took advantage of this to scout out these monsters to make sure that Rias is safe. And speaking of Rias, a familiar magic circle erupted from the floor and summoned Rias and her gang, Issei included. Naruto watched Rias explain the evil piece system in greater detail than she did before and the others battle the monster. The monster swallowed Kaneko. Hey, don't touch my cat, Naruto's eye twitched in annoyance, feeling like jumped down and beating down the monster. He then decided quietly to get down and join them from the door the monster left open because Rias' attention was away from the monster, endangering her to a certain degree. Naruto quietly walked up to them and stood next to Rias. He went unnoticed. Hey, watch out, Naruto said in a relaxed voice, pulling Rias into his chest. A glob of acid went past where she was standing, surprising Issei. The peerage and Rias were surprised at Naruto's appearance. Hey lizard breath, pay attention to the battle. Your master could have been harmed, Naruto criticized harshly. Why yes. Issei immediately turned to the battle. He learns fast. Naruto nodded in satisfaction. Naruto. It's dangerous, what are you doing here? She all but screamed at her boyfriend. She had an alarmed and horrified expression on her face as she made sure her eyes weren't deceiving her. Your hellish booty called me, he rubbed her ass causing Rias to rub her temples. It's him all right, she held in the urge to scream. The simple mission had become a complex situation, well at least in her eyes. Naruto was but a simple fragile human, and a simple attack could end his life. Kaneko and Akino's eyes shot at him briefly before widening but were forced to look back at the monster as it was pressuring them. Go home. She paused and thought of the monster going after him or it having some kind of mechanism that prevented prey from leaving. No, make sure you don't leave my side. Her focus and guard heightened to the extremes. ISS smell food. Oh, a cute little human. The creature hissed as it fended off Kiba and Kaneko. Akino was close by, watching it. I smell you too. Dude, you stink. When was the last time you took a bath? You little shit. I'll kill you, it hissed in anger as it struggled against Kaneko and Kiba. Naruto, please don't provoke the stray, Rias sighed but she went ignored. Don't say stuff like that. Threatening people. Like seriously, the hell's the matter with you? You should get a Bible. You really need it, Naruto emphasized the, really, as he talked to the struggling stray. The thing managed to escape causing Akino to widen her eyes. She prepared magic circles but it was too late, it was already on Naruto and Rias. Oh goodness, you need it that bad. Here, I got you. I'm a great guy aren't I? Naruto casually yeeted the scripture into its maw. It roared in pain, keeling over and scratching at its throat. The others were visibly surprised by the turn in events. Naruto. Rias looked at her boyfriend sternly. What? He pretended not to have a Bible in his possession. Bible. Oh that. Don't worry about it, it's a one-time thing I swear. She grabbed his ear and pulled. Hard. Not hard enough apparently. His head jerked but he didn't display any form of discomfort. Era, not only do you threaten to harm my master, but you actually went with it and attack him. Naughty, Akino's voice grew colder whilst somehow maintaining her coy smile as lightning sparked to life. Get your loyalties straight Akino. Rias suddenly had a headache, she reached to her forehead to massage it. Awa, Oni-sama is a sadist. Rias sighed. A little dialogue occurred and Rias proceeded to annihilate the monster with her power of destruction, intriguing Naruto. I'm so glad I forced you to wear a longer skirt and tights. Shut up. Rias sighed in frustration, then went to check for traps then back. Issei, take this one home and make sure he gets to bed. Tie him down and sing him a lullaby if you have to. Hey, why? You aren't a devil, nor are you affiliated with my house so I can't teleport you home. I am going to bed, Rias explained, rubbing her eyes, displaying irritation at her boyfriend's lack of sense of danger. Yes ma'am. Come on you bastard, you ain't getting away from me. Issei arrested Naruto's arm causing the blonde to raise an eyebrow. Naruto-san please be more mindful of where you go from now on. Senpai, you idiot. Don't leave me for a weird reason like being doused in boob acid. I'll laugh at you. Master, I won't always be there for you. Please show more caution. You aren't a child anymore. 3 worried voices called out and chastised. Naruto looked away from them. Fuck you, I'm not your baby, he pouted. Turn me into a devil now Rias. Denied. Issei, it's really important no one finds out about my relationship with him. He is just a human and what other devils would do just to get to me, she paused. Please, I beg you, she asked tearfully. I will, I swear on my parents' good names. Rias nodded in satisfaction at Issei's statement. Good, I trust you Issei. That idiot is really important to me, Rias confirmed her intimacy with the blonde once more. She looked like she was about to fall over from anxiety. A magic circle appeared under her. Akino, Kiba, and Kaneko waved goodbye as they were teleported away. Damn it, was gonna ask her to come to dine with me, he whined, maybe coming here was a bad idea after all. You don't say, Issei sighed. So Mr. Harem King, wanna have dinner at my house? I got real stuff there. Was thinking of watching the sequel of Spoiled Rich Girls. Issei's eyes went wide at the last part. Click. Hello, Mom, I think I am going to come home a little later tonight. I got a classmate to help with my maths. No, it's neither Motohama nor Matsuda. Got it, Mom, thanks. Rias never slept with Issei to heal him in this verse. It was her familiar in human form. Lead the way Naru. Naru. Oh sorry that was rude. No, I don't mind, it's just different from how you were acting before, Naruto teased as he walked down the street toward his apartment. Wah, oh. It's just that, I have never received attention from girls, and seeing you with the prettiest girl in school just makes me. I can't explain it but to simplify, I'm jealous. Whoa, my opinion of you went up. You seem pretty honest, Naruto laughed, seeing more similarities between the old fart and the kid. Both were quite honest with themselves and their desires. Tell me Issei, why do you want a harem so much? Sure it can't be because you are a virgin and stuff, is it? Questioned the former hero of the shinobi world. Hey, so you have done the deed with Bucho? Nope, wasn't with her, it was with a deceased lover of mine. Naruto's smile gained a hint of sadness to it. Stupid Hinata, he thought in a prideful manner, thinking of the amazing girl who had fought and sacrificed a lot for him. A princess but actively served him. She was weird like that but he couldn't deny it. He loved her. When she perished at the hands of pain, his heart shattered, causing him to isolate then subjugate himself to brutal training to become even stronger. His pride originated from the fact that Hinata worked day in and day out to the point that she gained power most Hyugas could only dream of. He didn't give a fuck about her being a woman and all he appreciated was the chance to fight alongside such a great, heroic, and gallant warrior that grew from a feeble and shy girl. He felt lucky that she loved him unconditionally and he loved her too. Even when his mental state deteriorated because of his duties and past experiences, and visited brothels, she forgave him. She was open and supportive of him and even welcomed Ino into their little family as a sister when he and Ino confessed that they had a relationship. His mental state eventually improved after the war but it was far too late. She was already dead and he grieved, causing him to force Sasuke to come train with him as the Uchiha was the only one capable of challenging him, injuring him, and killing him. His brother made sure to help him in every way he could during their training. Even doing things that would be considered gay, such as holding him in his arms as he sobbed uncontrollably. Naruto loved Sasuke. He didn't regret not giving up on him. After all, brothers always came back together even after the shittiest of arguments, right? When he and Sasuke returned to the ninja world and found out that Ino had lost her life to Kagaya, they flipped and engaged her aggressively, destroying half of the land of lightning. Well, that mostly Naruto before Sasuke could join in. Ever since then, ever since he came to this world and lost Sasuke, he thought about everything. His life, his career. He realized he didn't even know he was human. This was another one of the contributing factors that led to him sealing his powers aside from it being a punishment. You okay, man? Issei moved to wrap his arm around the crying blonde. I'm sorry, he quickly wiped his tears. I can kinda understand how it feels. Issei started quietly and awkwardly. My gramps passed on, he continued. And my mom miscarried too and I always feel like my family is growing smaller. Way too small. Like I am gonna choke. And it's clearly affecting my pops and ma. If my parents were apart on business or didn't have me, they would have broke. Their relationship saved them, you see. And you know, I want to restore that as well. Even now they are struggling, so lots of grandkids to help them cope could help. And I'm afraid of being lonely, you know. I'm already kind of a social outcast and don't have many friends. I am lustful, sure, but the reason I want a harem, I suppose, is to just have a bigger family, you know. It's confusing. Naruto smiled as they crossed the road. What Issei had said had a lot of gaps and that was understandable, after all he could relate to the Red Dragon Emperor. As Pain explained, the only way for someone to understand another person was going through similar pain. He was devastated by Hinata's death, but Nagato made him realize that his people did exactly the same thing he did to him and his people, except in some cases even worse. He didn't forgive Nagato, but his training was able to suppress his rushing emotions and find a conclusion with Nagato. He somehow found brotherhood in the fact that they both had the same master and like that they became friends somehow. That's why a lot of people bark about sympathy. It can make you see reason even in the least likely of situations. Feeling can't just be explained logically, they could only be felt, and because of that Naruto perfectly understood what Issei was trying to communicate. He appreciated that Issei went against the norms for happiness. He is the same in some ways. In some realities, he would never know what it's like to lose a sibling, but in this one he knew. Issei didn't specify when miscarries happened, but either way, the pain was similar in some ways but different. If they happened before his birth, then the sense of responsibility must weigh him down. If it happened after, then he would feel like a curse and ask, why was it me? Naruto could under Issei, fully and truly, especially since he was an orphan, one that contained the demon fox. The loneliness nearly crushed him and turned him into an actual monster. He was a little concerned about how Issei would treat his ladies, but he trusted the kid. He gave warnings either way. Well, that's noble of you, but make sure you love them all, K. And make sure they all in for the harem idea. You will face a lot of problems, but if you believe this is the right way, then go for it and work hard. Use this desire to hone yourself, improve and become someone they can rely on. Also, take care as to not treat them like objects, and treating them all equally is impossible, so don't stress too much, K. Days are never the same, your favorite will keep changing, that's how emotions are. Naruto spoke from experience with Hinata and Ino. Issei grinned at the blonde. Fucking bastard, who do you think you are? Oh, you know, The guy with a harem, Naruto snorted in amusement, puffing his chest proudly. Wah, really? Nope. Issei's face vaulted, watching Naruto's chest deflate. But the direction things are going, it may happen. I am fully prepared to take the next step with them, but only with Ria's approval. He shrugged, thinking about his relationships with Akeno and Kaneko changed over the past year. I see. You are a pretty cool dude, Naru. Yeah, I know, right? Bitches love me. Better not let the bitches hear you say that, you piece of shit. They both burst out laughing before a comfortable silence descended upon them. Partner. Huh. Issei jumped in surprise. Naruto looked at the boy curiously and the boy merely scratched his head sheepishly. Think. I can hear your thoughts. I am the entity within your sacred gear. I'll explain later. You have to get away from that human. Something is very off about him. The alarmed voice continued, trying to dissuade Issei from joining Naruto. Issei looked around, confirming that the voice really was inside his head. What do you mean, off? His presence is weird. Ah, my time has run out. Be wary of him, it warned before disappearing once more. You okay, dude? You look like you were having a conversation with someone. Ah, Issei contemplated whether he should tell Naruto or not. Some voice in my head was telling me you were weird. It spoke as if you were some mafia boss or something. That's weird, Naruto said, opening his door and began setting the table and went into his room to extract his hidden treasures from his room. And so they bonded over porn whilst having rice, fish, and soy sauce. Nothing special. After the movie. Damn. Damn indeed, Naruto responded, moving his hand away from his face revealing slightly flushed cheeks and tissues stuffed into his nose. Issei was just the same, except, he was drooling like crazy. Tell me, my good man, boobs or ass? Ass, Naruto responded without pause, shocking Issei. Ass. Your girl has. I mean, I feel like I'm violating the bro code, but Ergazonka's man. I know, right? They awesome, but they serve to distract you from the real prize behind, Naruto responded in a lecherous manner. A wise man once said, boobs can be faked but a good ass never lies, he continued, causing Issei's jaw to drop. But plastic. It's not plastic, you idiot. They don't add plastic to your stuff at all. Those are perfectly functioning tissues and muscles, bruh. Plastic is just Greek for mold if I'm not mistaken. It's plasticos. Oh, I see, so that's where the word came from. Issei nodded in understand, using his devil power to confirm. But I still love boobies. That's cool. Boobs and ass are two halves that make women more fantastic. Agreed, Issei nodded as he stood up and made for the door. I'm just gonna tell Prez I put you to sleep. Don't stay up late and get me in trouble. See you tomorrow. The door closed. Ciao. Naruto waved at the closed door before moving to lock it. I was noticed. What's off about me, I wonder? Naruto thought, cleaned and washed the dishes, dried his hands and carefully took his treasure out of the DVD, and hid it away once more. Naruto moved to his desk and pulled out some paper from a drawer and began writing seals. Come to think of it. Didn't Rias tell me the two dragons could harm souls? Is it possible could also see them? Or what remains of them? Naruto stared at the diamond-shaped mark on his left hand. Maybe the dragon didn't see me but instead saw what remains of Tonari. He frowned remembering the Otsutsuki placing the mark on him in an attempt to save himself. But then, why didn't Kagaya place her mark on either of us? Naruto stopped working on the seal, just went to bed. There was no point in trying to hide even more. It was inevitable, he was going to be exposed to the supernatural soon. After all, his girlfriend had invited heaps of trouble by reincarnating the Red Dragon Emperor. He had a feeling the White One was gonna be a pain in the ass. That silly girl, he yawned before drifting off to the land of dreams. The next day. Though was uneventful. Like most days, he didn't go see the occult research club in order to preserve his secret. Dodge the student council. They added a new kid called Saji to their merry group, but he sucked even more than they did at catching him. Naruto dismissed himself from school early, as the boredom he felt in mathematics was unbearable. Just learning what he already knew, like what the fuck. He ain't gonna sit through that. The academy taught its students all sorts of things, maths included, so he wasn't even going to try. Naruto walked into a ramen stand, had his fill and headed home. Maybe a few solo versus squad games, then perhaps upload a video. He also thought of creating merchandise and starting a large business from YouTube from there. He didn't spend much money on anything these days. He found out that his rent was being paid for by someone, which he suspected to be a certain red-haired devil. That girl was going to force a mansion onto him, he swore. He wanted to be someone both he and his girl could be proud of, so he started making plans to work extra hard, double, triple the effort. He didn't know how far her pockets went, but he would rival her. Sadly for him, Yes. Sadly for him, he'll find out soon. I feel like less of a man all of a sudden. His face gained a tired look. He walked to a bench by the fountain and laid down and watched the clouds before taking a nap. What he didn't know was, that was the bench Issei died next to. Later. Naruto couldn't believe his eyes. A devil near a church. No, Issei walking with a girl. There was no way that was happening. He couldn't believe it. He knew the boy had potential but he didn't expect him to be that quick. Holy shit, dude. Naruto could feel pride in his heart. Wait, if Rias finds out about this. Something's off about that church. Could that be the fallen angel base? Naruto narrowed his eyes, using his enhanced vision to watch the girl enter the church. He saw a glimpse of what seemed to be a black feather. His hair cast a shadow over his eyes. I might have to step if this goes out of control. He no idea how strong the fallen angels were but he was still worried for Rias and the others. They may have had experience fighting strays but their intelligence was consumed by their power. The previous night was not the only time Naruto watched Rias and her group fight. He had seen them dozens of times and had a good grasp of their weaknesses, one of which was actually fighting things that could actually kill them. Kiba sacrificed too much strength for speed and tended to overthink as he swung his blades. Kaneko was Kiba but inverted and also refused to take advantage of her Nekosho powers. She also tended to be too direct with her approach to combat, showing that she was over-reliant on her rook status. Naruto didn't know how to scale Rias and Akeno because of his inexperience with magic. Actually, he was pretty decent, nowhere near Akeno though, but he didn't know how strong users of magic could be so he couldn't scale them properly. His thought of being decent crumbled instantly. He just decided they were pretty good. Good enough to defeat the previous two mentioned. That brought the question of who was stronger between the two and the answer was very clear to Naruto. It was Akeno. Pure and simple. While she was just like Kaneko except he didn't know what she was hiding about herself. Ignoring that, he could see that Akeno's wizardry rivaled Rias but that's just where the comparison ended. Rias had great magic but her close-range skills were so pitiful that when scaled to her magic it was worrying. Akeno on the other hand was not only a powerful sorceress, she was nimble, strong, and had experience with martial arts. He had seen her practicing with a naginata once and she was quite good actually, and that was by shinobi standards. She had technique but lacked the physical capabilities to make her a true threat. It hurt him to think this, but Rias was pathetic. All she had were her genes. She hardly if ever trained. After they started dating, he made note of how much time she spent online going through anime-related items and watching anime, and reading manga. It was painful for him, which is why he pretended to be Chuni for a while and got her to practice swords with him. It made him happy to see her applying what she learned in one of her battles, but it wasn't enough. He knew it very well. His heart felt heavy as he looked at the sky, swearing to train the group in the event that he is revealed. If they still accept him, that is. Even if they don't, the last 2 years were something that were really special to him, so they had his protection, whether they liked it or not. The ones she will be fighting are likely hundreds of years old, smart, and are highly experienced. Evident by how they managed to sneak under her nose for over a year but not his. He may no longer be a censor but the training drilled into him as a child emerged once more. He noticed the slightest of changes and moved to investigate, track and record. It took him a while as he had his ninja powers sealed away but he was able to complete the mission. He had finally gathered enough evidence to make a claim. He then passed it off to Rias's. I saw some weird dude with wings. Not like yours. More like a chicken. He presented evidence with items like feathers. Naruto shook it off for now and ran to catch up with Issei, to accost him to having a bowl of ramen with him. Some time had passed since the events earlier and Naruto stared at his steaming noodles. Issei. Yeah. Acting on your feelings is perfectly okay but please be careful and take care to think before you jump. Issei shifted under his stool uncomfortably at the sudden change in tone. Understood, Issei responded with conviction, despite not knowing what had brought this on. Chapter 3. Issei watched Naruto inhale yet another bowl of ramen. Naruto. You wouldn't happen to be the great devourer, would you? Don't be ridiculous. Naruto shoved more noodles into his already fattened cheeks like a squirrel. Issei raised an eyebrow at the fat-cheeked blonde. How the hell is he able to chew that much food without spitting it out? His confusion was clear and palpable. The Red Dragon Emperor shook his head and went back to his own bowl of steaming goodness. He clenched his teeth slightly as he contemplated asking a question that could end up making Naruto laugh at him again. Naruto. I'm your bro, right? I can ask more embarrassing questions, right? Naruto swallowed his bolus and looked at his companion, curiosity present in his eyes. Yeah, man. Go ahead, I'll do my best to answer. Issei's cheeks reddened slightly as he looked down to his feet. You see, You see, spit it out already, my ramen's getting cold. Naruto hissed coldly, causing Issei to flinch. Please explain dating, he replied in a shy manner. Well, that's not what I expected. Now where to start? Dang it, there's so many things I could say. Calm down Uzumaki, your bro needs you, focus. Naruto scratched his cheek in discomfort before looking back at his bowl of ramen. He stirred up the noodles and tear-filled broth, searching for the best words to use to answer his bro's questions. He cleared his throat and began, so you see Issei, dating is a courtship ritual between creatures that allows for the selection of adequate sexual partners. Well, it's just two or more people in a neutral, inoffensive location, doing something none of them want to do whilst masking their own degenerating self-doubts, Naruto explained in a careful yet proud manner. What? Issei was lost. It's a little hard to date, but let me tell you this. The worst thing to do is to be straightforward and honest about how you feel about the other person. Just do them small favors and slowly befriend them for a few years, then watch them run off and chase some dude with a duck haircut. Naruto had a resentful look on his face. What? Issei blinked, tilting his head and watching Naruto's face display displeasure as if he had swallowed something bitter. Yeah, I mean the best way to ask your crush out, just looks her in the eye once, then wait a few years and watch her run after an emo dude with a duck haircut. Then after that, watch in horror as her head rolls to your feet whilst surrounded by mirrors made of ice. Do you need a hug? Issei was completely at a loss of what to do, so the only thing he could offer was comfort. No, I'm good. Fucking pretty boys, man. They get all the girls and leave nothing for us. When are we ever gonna get girlfriends? He wailed dramatically, drawing eyes to the pair. Naruto sobs and Issei waved his hands around in panic. Whoa, man, don't cry. You have a beautiful girlfriend. Remember her. Big boobs, crazy figure, nice butt and all that jazz with nice red hair. Issei was ready to drool at Rias banging bod but held himself back so that he would not violate the bro code. What? No way, don't lie to me. Issei palmed his face and let out a troubled sigh as he watched his companion recover. Issei reached into Naruto's left pocket, inserted the password and went through his contacts. He even has her on speed dial. Issei suppressed another sigh. He handed the phone back, to which Naruto received it with a curious look. He pushed it onto his ear. Hello girlfriend. Naru, what's up, miss me already? He had a surprised Pikachu look on his face. Just wanted to confirm you're my girlfriend, right? Yeah, it's been that way since like 2 years ago. So I'm not trippin'. Naruto, don't do drugs. The line was cut. With Rias. The crimson-haired devil scratched her temple, wondering what had just happened. Her queen placed a cup of tea in front of her, which she did not notice. Akeno took note of this and gave her best friend a worried gaze. Rias. Oh sorry. Naruto is high again. Again. Akeno tilted her head in confusion, not recalling any instance of Naruto being under the influence of weed. Well, no. He is just being him. Rias sighed in exasperation. Boys, she shook her head as both she and Akeno broke out into giggles. Back with the boys. Can't believe you got me to help you prank call Iaz. Issei's sweat dropped, looking at Naruto slide his phone back into his pocket. Hey man, pranks are awesome. Also wanted to hear devilish voice. That bird fire is hell. Or should I say bat? Naruto rubbed his chin in contemplation. His eyes widened slightly, and speaking birds. Bats. Tell me, you got one already. Well, I met this really cute nun. So cute, I can't fantasize doing the good stuff in any way. Don't tell Bucho. Issei looked like he was both about to panic and break out into perverted giggles. His panic subsided as he raised an eyebrow at Naruto's lack of surprise. The blonde seemed rather suspicious. As long as you don't tell Rias about my stash, he responded, ignoring the inquisitive stare he was getting from the devil. That girl Asia was it. She's pretty cute. I'ma be a good bro and give you advice, he said, turning to Issei, ignoring the boy's gaping mouth. If she likes you, she won't mind just chilling on the couch, watching TV with you. If she always insists on dates, then tread carefully. You wouldn't do this, but I'ma warn ya anyways, don't rush to sex. It's a cliché saying, but it's important. Focus on the relationship first, Naruto explained to his perverted companion. Also remember, when you have sex and she doesn't come, you didn't fuck her, she fucked you. Thanks for the info. But then, you saw. Yup, she was cute, Naruto admitted and repeated. And no, I wasn't following you or anything, I have better things to do, like you know. Squeezing my girl's buns, Naruto giggled lecherously, making groping motions and emphasizing, my girl. Issei looked like he wanted to strangle someone. I'll show you, bastard, he hissed spitefully, clenching his fists till they turned pale. You can show me later, dude. "Wanna come over for some games? I got FIFA," he invited, casually dismissing the hostility present in Issei's voice. Issei sighed, "Can't man. I got work tonight," he stated in a defeated manner. "Sucks for you, man. Well, your clients can't be that bad. Maybe you'll find an interesting one. Maybe. One wants to be a magical girl. And dresses like one. That's adorable. The man looks like the Hulk." "Nani?" "Yeah, and there is this one guy who frequently summons Kaneko. And makes her carry him like a princess." "Nani?" Naruto's tone was more aggressive this time. "Mind giving me his address?" "Oh hell no. I ain't letting you murder one of my clients." Hey, I won't kill him. I certainly won't tickle him either." Naruto smiled innocently as they walked out of the stand. "Nah, who do you think is gonna suffer? The guy everyone knows is a sociopath. Or the guy who knows the guy is a sociopath and but gives him the details anyways?" "Nah bruh, nah. Hey, I ain't a sociopath." He felt Issei's dry stare boring a hole into the back of his head. "Nope, I ain't a sociopath." "Suori," Issei drawled, causing Naruto to scowl. "Well, whatever man, have fun turning the guy into a magical girl." Naruto waved as he began walking away in the direction of his apartment. "Yeah well, at least I can see Bucho one more time unlike you." His answer was a middle finger from the retreating blonde. "That guy man," Issei chuckled lightly before moving to his bike and rode off to his new client's apartment. He moved up the stairs, found the door and raised his hand, shaping it into a partial knuckle. He paused. A smell Issei recognized very well slammed into his nose. It was full of iron, almost like the day he was turned into a devil. What's going on in there?" he thought, feeling greatly unsettled as he stared at the door. Something was off, very off. As Naruto always said, if it feels wrong then bitch out, if you can't bitch out then bitch out. God damn it Naruto. Your advice doesn't make sense. The door suddenly opened invitingly but something was still off. Why was there a goat's head on the kitchen counter? The apartment didn't look off in the slightest, it was what you would expect from the typical bachelor. Naruto once said, "Ever wondered why black people always survive in Western horror movies? Easy, run bitch, run." Issei's curiosity overpowered him and he proceeded to walk into the house and the door swiftly closed behind him. "Hello," he called out nervously. "Why the fuck did I get in?" He chastised himself viciously but kept his guard up. The room was dimly lit, making it seem like the iconic horror movie setting. Issei moved to the right, an angle that was blocked by the door and felt something wet on his shoe. "The smell plus the moisture on my feet. That head over there isn't even bleeding." Issei became nervous and bumped into something, immediately something wet smearing itself onto his cheek, wetting his clothes and making them stick to his skin. His enhanced senses brought the stimulus in like a train. Strong iron. Issei turned to face what was oozing the liquid. He could feel the bile building up in his throat and could barely suppress retroperistalsis. Issei then began shaking uncontrollably, eyes leaping out of his sockets and rivers of sweat flowing from his pores. The thing wasn't a thing. It was human, or at least looked like it was. The corpse was brutally mutilated and hung from the ceiling, with blood dripping from its injuries. The blood was still warm. It was a trap. What the? With Naruto. Shit, Naruto questioned. Someone was in his apartment and it most definitely wasn't Rias. That girl always teleported in and seemed to have an aversion to opening his door for some weird reason. Whoever was inside knew what they were doing but were careless. The door wasn't damaged in any way but the slip of paper that he always placed on his door's hinge had fallen off. They also placed a piece of graphite on one of the hinges so that it would break every time someone opened the door, leaving fine dust on the ground. There it was, the graphite. Then there were very light traces of blood between the cracks that an untrained eye would miss easily even if they brought their faces close to the cracks. He could see hair as well. Something was very wrong and it seemed his apartment may have been targeted specifically. Interesting. That crack wasn't there when he left. The chipped molar wasn't there. Was that vapor on that glass pane? No one lived in that room. Naruto considered leaving the apartment building and going elsewhere but he couldn't because he had treasures in his apartment. Treasures that could expose his status as Rias Grimori's boyfriend and also contained a journal that contained incomplete seals he was still working on. He was currently attempting to recreate the Hiraishin and notes on that were inside. They were far too valuable to be lost. Even without his Tuki, Naruto could still take bullets though they'd leave a light bruises on his skin. Naruto weighed his options carefully. But whatever was in there was likely tied to the supernatural so the case may be different but that didn't matter much. His healing factor was still quick even without his chakra. He weighed his options and felt that dealing with the threat was the best option. Naruto took his bag off and cut one of the straps off with a pocket knife. He then used his hand to scoop some dirt from nearby potted plants and poured said dirt into his backpack whilst holding the bag by the middle as if choking someone. He then took the strap and tied it around the neck, before bringing down its flap over the rounded top, giving the shape of a head. He then used his knife to lightly poke holes into the top of the flap, then inserted plant leaves that would make the head look like it had spiky hair. A makeshift dummy. Night had fallen and the inside of his domain wasn't lit, so this had a high chance of succeeding given the low light. He carefully picked up the dummy and moved to the door. Show time. Click, swoosh. Naruto tossed it in. Bang, bang. It was torn apart immediately. Assailant, likely human. An exorcist, Naruto used the dust as cover and moved into the room swiftly, snatching some dirt out of the air, taking advantage of the confusion caused by the decoy. Naruto instantly had the advantage, he already knew where the enemy was. Naruto threw the dirt right into the gaunt man's eyes. Ugh, you devil-worshipping mother. He felt his nose caving in as Naruto drove an elbow into his face. His nose being damaged caused his eyes to water up, further blinding him. His hands reflexively let go of the gun as they made it to cover his nose. He realized his mistake and scrambled for another weapon in a fluster. It was already too late. The god of shinobi was already upon him. Naruto grabbed his arm and judo flipped him with one hand before twisting it, causing the man to howl in pain. Fuck why? Naruto slammed his heel into the man's spine before snatching the gun from the floor and shooting out the man's other limbs. Yeah, he screamed, desperately trying to wrestle his functioning arm out of Naruto's grip and distance himself from his enemy. You aren't going anywhere. Who sent you? Naruto asked coldly. None of your foo. Arg. One of his fingers were bent in an unnatural position. Who are you affiliated with? Did the church approve of this? Go to HR. Another pained scream was released by the exorcist. As his mouth opened, 2 round pills were shoved into his mouth. Naruto began skinning him and pouring vinegar from the packs he typically had in one of his pockets. Naruto ignored his screams and continued playing with his prey to his heart's content. The pills he forced into the man's mouth stopped bleeding and prevented the consumer from falling unconscious. What a mouth you have. You must be a stray. Stop resisting already and spill that shit, I wanna go to sleep. Naruto's eye twitched in annoyance as he let go of the man. The man began using everything he could to get away from the horrifying blonde. His shoulders, his chin, his knees, his teeth were used to drag his body away from the scene, managing to make it out the door. He felt saved. He was out of that hellhole. He couldn't understand why he wasn't losing blood anymore, but that didn't matter. He had an opportunity to get out of there and report to his superiors. They would reward him for bringing information on an extremely dangerous enemy. He didn't get far. His eyes widened in horror as he felt hands, latching onto his ankles and dragging him back. No, 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 no. The door closed ominously, muffling the man's horrified screams. Naruto had returned. All he brought was a chair, rope, a jar of water and a towel. The man felt arms going under his legs and struggled to realize he was in a princess carry, but his struggle was futile. He felt him going upside down before stopping at an angle and felt ropes securing him. His vision was completely cut off and breathing became difficult as the towel was tossed over his face. He tried to shake it off, but his head too unfortunately was secured. I consider myself merciful, a dude. I may let you go if you tell me what I want. He couldn't betray his superiors. If he endured this, then perhaps he would get a chance to bed Rainier, the perfect. Naruto was flicked off. Have it your way. Naruto tipped the jar, pouring copious amounts of water onto his clothed face. The man began thrashing about as he felt water slipping into his body through his navel cavity. He soon felt water entering his lungs and felt as if he were drowning. He then felt the air being forced out of his body as he felt the great force of a fist pounding away at his gut. He realized in horror that he couldn't fall unconscious, so he had to take the full brunt. He then tried to suppress a scream as one of his toenails were ripped off. Arrrrrghhhhhh. Water slipped into his throat, making it feel like it was lit on fire just like his abused navel cavity. He heard a comforting voice. The lights were turned on suddenly, forcing the man to close his eyes under the towel, getting his eyebrows stuck inside his eye. He squirmed, trying to get the wretched thing off. This can be all over, you just have to do one thing, it whispered gently. He felt the towel being removed from his face, his restraints undone, and he was caught gently as he immediately began coughing violently. Naruto waited patiently, watching him expel as much water as he can. It can keep going, you know. I have school tomorrow, you probably have work tomorrow as well. I wouldn't mind keeping this up. Your screams are pleasant, way better than the fine bitches at school. Naruto gave the man a bemused smile. No. PP please. I beg YYOU. Came his raspy voice as he broke down, weeping. He couldn't endure it anymore. Of course. But tell me what I want first or else. Naruto directed his killing intent to the nearly broken man. The man felt shivers down his spine and his eyes widened in horror as he experienced thousands upon thousands of ways his life could be ended. It was maddening. He didn't want to die. He wanted to escape. Anywhere but here, and so the bird sang. I see. So you were banished, huh? These fallen angels could be troublesome. Guess I won't have to worry much since they all have single pairs of wings, the ninja mused. Please, let me go. Okay, Naruto shrugged easily and moved to help the man. The exorcist felt a smile creeping on his face. He would live. He could escape with his Lee. Swelch. A knife had penetrated his brain from the bottom of his chin. Naruto shoved another one into his heart, ignoring the blood splattering on his walls and pooling onto his floor. Nothing Rias magic couldn't fix, he shrugged. LL liar. He mouthed before expiring. Didn't lie, dude. I said I'd end this as soon as you spilled the beans. He yawns. Besides, one who takes lives for no reason has no right to beg for theirs, he continued in a frighteningly plain voice as he flicked his knife. I am gonna need a new shirt, he pouted, stepping on the corpse, walking over to the towel to wipe his hands of blood. He then reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone, which had miraculously not fallen out of his pocket during the very brief confrontation. He dialed the number. Naruto-kun, hey. What's up, sexy? Oh, you know, work, just gonna go around and patrol my territory and stuff. That's good. I am sure a weirdo like you didn't call just to say hi. What you want to confirm if I'm your girlfriend again? Nah, don't be ridiculous. Just calling to tell you about how an exorcist broke into my house and tried kill. A familiar magic circle erupted right next to him and Rias appeared with magic circles on her hands, ready for a fight. Her face had a strong, serious expression that oozed massive amounts of hostility. Relax, already took care of it. Took care. She looked at him in bewilderment. She then realized that a liquid was seeping through her shoes into her socks. The magic circles disappeared from her hands as she began scanning her environment, locating a gun on the floor which was commonly used by exorcists and the corpse of a gaunt man with sandy blonde hair which was partly drenched in blood. Naruto? She questioned in a surprised, meek and horrified voice as she noted the damage done to the man's corpse. Heavy bruises, friction burns likely caused by the cut rope on his side, mangled fingers, peeled skin, multiple stab wounds and a knife buried into his chin. This was something she was supposed to be desensitized to. It was a necessity given how she had to deal with the horrors caused by her kind inflicted onto humanity. She was one of Kuos' governors, its overseers, its protectors, and so she had to be used to it to some extent. It wasn't the mangled corpse that caused fear, or rather, the one she thought was incapable of hurting a fly. There he was, Naruto Uzumaki, the boy she had fallen in love with and frequently visited and got to know him well. He was very sweet. He said the weirdest and the rudest things out there, but he never meant harm. He frequently tried his best to make his friends happy no matter how difficult it was for him. He made her feel like a normal person who could do whatever she wished instead of the fragile princess she typically treated as. There were lots of things she loved about him. His ability to attract people despite being the opposite of being charismatic, his ability to speak to people's heart and help guide them for better, like how he made Kaneko more comfortable with who she was and lessened her fear of senjutsu. She loved how tolerant he was of people's bad habits and behaviors. She loved how sly he was. The cute tattoos he always insisted belonged to a fox. His tendency to steal her sweets and blame it on an imaginary dog. The adorable look on his face when his cheeks were rubbed. The peaceful look on his face when he was asleep. His inability to hold a grudge. She loved it, she was thankful for it because ever since he entered her life he made her feel happier. He made her and her peerage closer as they all had the same goal. Protect him. Her peerage always fought to protect her and not themselves, and she fought to protect them and not herself. That parallel caused a gap between them and Naruto just walked in and forced the gap to close, making them really feel like a family. She loved him so, and she would continue even if he became a wrinkly, grumpy old man. She considered him a hero, one who always sought to give and not take. If his life could be spared and his happiness, she would give her own happiness up. Of course, there were several things she disliked about him, like how he would blatantly flirt with Akeno in front of her or how lecherous he was. But still, she wasn't as bothered as she should have been. Perhaps it was what she was taught as a child, or perhaps she was that accepting and tolerant of his behavior. She didn't think she would oppose if he went after Akeno. It was confusing. Her emotions were a mess. There she was staring at him in muted horror. This one scene was completely contrary to what she knew about him or what she thought she knew about him. His demeanor was in likeness with one someone would have on a normal Saturday night. No regrets. Not disturbed in the slightest. How could he be capable of doing such? That exorcist did not die peacefully, that much was clear. Naruto. It was him. No, it can't possibly be him. He wouldn't do this. She denied it with all her might until a memory appeared. I sometimes feel as though everything I love will be swallowed up by the world. I refuse to stand and watch anymore. I refuse to point fingers and blame misfortune. I refuse to allow what I have to be taken again. I will protect you, Rias, whether you want it or not. If I am seen as a monster and rejected everywhere I go, then so be it. It doesn't matter where I am, even if I am chained to the deepest pits of hell, I will fight. He decided to be a monster. But why? Naruto, why won't you confide in me? She reached out and touched his warm cheeks and gently stroked them, thinking of what he had said that time. They had been watching anime at the time, so she didn't take him seriously, but now Rias realized how little she knew of him. It was frustrating. Are you in the state of mind to hear the report of what I extracted from him? He asked, looking away from his girlfriend, feeling great shame that he had let her see a far darker side of him. A ruthless man who wasn't bothered by the suffering of those who he didn't consider precious. Make no mistake, he was cold, not cruel. He did everything he did because of necessity. He needed information to make sure his remaining friends were safe. How did you do this? Decoy, he pointed at his ruined pack. Eyes, he pointed at the dirt on the floor, then at the man's nose. Disarm, then immobilize, he finished, sighing quietly, looking at his troubled girlfriend. Naruto. Thank you for coming back to me. She pulled him into a tight hug, ignoring the blood smearing onto her uniform. Even if this situation brought questions about his ethics, he was still the same person she fell for. It's still Naruto. She held him closely, nuzzling her face into his chest. She was disturbed, yes, but she was happy he was alive. Exorcists were known to be very aggressive to people associated with devils, so Naruto definitely didn't attack him. But how did they find out? Magic circles lit up around the room and the room was cleaned. Let's take a shower. Rias grabbed Naruto and dragged him towards the bathroom. Together. That's new. Can't guarantee things won't slip into places, you know. Remember what happened last time I saw your birthday suit? Things slipping into me won't be a problem, she winked, causing his face to gain a light tint of red. She was already naked, discarding her undergarments with ease, and turned on the showerhead, turning to him, exposing her naked self to him. Her perfect, porcelain-like skin with an extremely erotic figure. He felt invited. Come on, I'm sure a perv like you wants to jump in. Lose the clothes and join me. Don't tell me, La Cobra is tiny, she mocked. Oi. Naruto didn't waste any more time and just yanked his pants down, ignoring the feeling of his stiffened dick being forcefully pulled down. And so he entered what he considered heaven itself. A shower with Rias Grimori. Hey, got my back? She asked as she turned away from him, hiding a blush creeping onto her face. Oh no lady, not today. He grabbed her and turned her in his direction. He then took a moment to appreciate the redhead goddess in his arms. Her long luscious hair, her pink full lips, full breasts, heart-shaped butt, and her wonderful gem-like eyes. His was losing reason, and so he began. He brought his face close to hers and she accepted. They wrestled for dominance, skillfully manipulating their tongues to dominate their partner. Naruto's hands found their way onto her plump breasts and gently massages them, relishing their absurd softness. She moaned into his mouth. She then moved and ground her hip against the now named La Cobra, and it twitched in excitement. Rias, nether lips reciprocating, and began salivating at the thought of devouring the girthy treat. At this point, the water was long forgotten. They were in their own little world and no longer required words to communicate. They had long since gotten used to each other's habits, could read each other's feelings with great accuracy based purely in body language. She called out to him and he responded. He asked her to leave it to him and she agreed. His hand moved away from her breast and slowly trailed down her breasts and rested on her pelvis. She was completely, and so his hand dove in and gently played with her folds. His index and ring finger skillfully traced her labia whilst his middle inserted itself into her opening. His thumb then teased and rubbed her clit, sending electric shots through her body. Rias moaned sensually, feeling his digits move independently from each other. That's when she felt it. La Cobra was between her thighs and his hips slowly thrust back and forth, allowing Naruto to savor the soft warmth of her thighs. The way his member rubbed against her nether regions got her crazy. He was teasing her and relishing in her frustration. She gave a small glare, noticing the cheeky and proud smile on his face. She then tightened her thighs as if challenging him. No effect. He was rock hard, she couldn't do anything to him. He smacked her butt and kissed her cheek. That's enough play for today. our little kitten is waiting for us, he chuckled lightly, causing Ria's face to flare up. Eep, could be heard from outside the door. Good thing he instinctively closed it, or that would have been awkward. Well, actually, he didn't close it all the way, which was how he spotted her peeping. So now there they were in Naruto's room, fully dressed with an awkward silence hanging about. Well, both girls were just silent from embarrassment whilst Naruto was lightly snickering at their expense. Okay, you two, time to get down to business. I am sure Neko-chan would visit me to check on me, but it wouldn't be this late. He started the topic, hoping to break the awkward silence between the two. They appreciated it. Ah, yes. Boob Brain got attacked by a stray exorcist, she reported, causing Naruto to raise an eyebrow in mild interest whilst Rias widened her eyes. How'd it go? Was the enemy terminated or captured, or did he escape? He asked, looking into the petite girl's eyes. He escaped, she lowered her head in shame. I see, Naruto nodded before turning to his girlfriend, I suppose it's about time I make my report. And so Naruto explained the details he had managed to extract from the now deceased stray exorcist, with each detail causing both Rias and Kaneko to frown. To think they'd be aiming to steal sacred gear, Rias nipped at her lip lightly, then why did they move to kill Issei? She wondered aloud. Maybe the boss changed orders from killing sacred gear possessors to capture and extract them, Kaneko contributed, earning a head rub from the blonde. That is a very likely scenario, which brings up the question, why would they want sacred gears? Rias placed her fist under her chin in thought. Pretty simple really. They must be trying to enhance themselves for a cause. These dudes want to pick a fight with someone, Naruto yawned, putting one of his hands under his shirt and rubbing his stomach. His relaxation lowered the tension that could be felt by the two devils as the news that they were treading close to a battle. Another possibility is that they are just rowdy kids who want their superiors to acknowledge them, and hence they ended up deciding that collecting sacred gears is for the good of their race, Naruto added another possible point. But still, they surely realized doing such in devil territory could be perceived as an act of aggression. Things could escalate quickly, and end up as a full-blown war. Rias frowned, placing her knuckle over her mouth. Killing our clients and attacking one of our group, Kaneko said with an irritated look on her face. Well, Naruto clapped, standing up. Doesn't matter what their agenda is, the fact that they are threatening you and sent some of their people to kill clients and you devils means they are asking for it, Naruto pointed out. It's now your duty to eliminate them before they cause a full-blown war, he continued. True dat, Kaneko agreed. I see, Rias sighed. Naruto moved behind her and gently rubbed her shoulders, and she gave him a look of appreciation. Her expression degraded, looking to the floor, clenching her fist tightly. Naruto, I'm sorry, but could you distance yourself from us? Well, unless it's an emergency. Both Rias and Kaneko gained despondent looks. Sure, he shrugged, not like it's your fault or anything. I'll cheer for you, but you better come back without any scars or I'll brutally spank you all. Except for Kiba, because that's very gay. They both nodded and moved to conjure a magic circle. Some advice for you too, Naruto called out, making them stop and turn to him with curiosity. Kaneko, he addressed the petite girl first. Don't fight the fallen, you will be at a severe disadvantage due to their maneuverability and range. You are more suited for fighting in small spaces as your cat abilities give you great agility, so get some exorcists in one building and attack them. Have Kiba help you with that, he advised the girl, who paused before nodding slowly. Rias, you have poor hand-to-hand combat prowess, but your strength is your wizardry. The fallen will prefer staying at range where they'll be at a disadvantage. Avoid using that ball of energy you used against that stray earlier. I feel that it's slow and its charging time will put you at a disadvantage. If you plan on doing a sneak attack, the gravity field it generates will give you away. Since the ceremony will occur in a couple of days, it's imperative you attack when they think they have won. Feign ignorance for now and bide your time. That Rainier will be the one to receive the twilight healing, so she will be occupied in the church. The other three will be patrolling the vicinity, so set traps and take them out one by one, he continued, giving advice, ignoring the agape looks they were giving him. Well, I am just a low-tier human, so you can ignore my advice and stuff, he chuckled slightly. No, thanks, Rias gave him a beautiful smile before leaning in to give him a peck on the lips. Thanks, senpai, Kaneko reached out and wrapped her arms around his frame. He smiled and hugged her back before gently stroking her head. Show me your ears, he requested. White cat ears appeared atop her head. Catgirls rock. Can't believe I won't see these babies for a few days, he whined, getting a light blow to his gut in response. It didn't have enough force to harm even a normal human, so it was playful. Naruto looked down and saw the girl giving him a look full of affection. You better behave yourself while we are gonna senpai. Or else I won't let you touch them, nya, she replied cutely. Naruto's cheeks reddened slightly at how adorable she was. No promises, Neko-chan, rubbing her ears a few more times before parting from them. Rias smiled at the scene and called Kaneko over. Let us go, Kaneko. Yes. They waved as a magic circle appeared below them and whisked them away. Now then, Naruto moved his bed away from its original position, before moving an intelligently concealed loose plank away. He then stuck his hand into the gap and extracted a case. He opened it and pulled a vial with a label and had a clear fluid from the case's contents before returning everything where it all was. Time for a bit of meddling, he said as he got his FUNN jutsu notebook that only contained completed seals. He paged through the book before finding the page he desired. It had the kanji for storage at its center and was surrounded by various marks. Naruto took the vial and stripped off the label, revealing a concealed pack of what appeared to be blood. Naruto tapped the pack and all its blood preservation mechanisms ceased to function. He tore it open and rubbed the blood on the storage seal. Puff. A traditional long-sleeved version of the Anbu Black Ops uniform, a black cloak, a pair of pouches and a bear mask with a white wig attached appeared. Naruto immediately changed into his attire and threw the cloak's black hood over his head. He left his apartment and headed for the church. Naruto stood at a distance, carefully watching and noting any activity occurring in the church's vicinity. He noticed a barrier, and people seemingly entering the church for a nighttime service, but he wasn't fooled. No fallen angels in the airspace, nor could he detect any traps, so he carefully moved into enemy territory. He stepped in front of the barrier and reached into his pouch and pulled out a device that resembled a flashlight. It was a scientific ninja tool that had helped invent back at home that had his or B's chakra sealed into it. Its purpose was to print seals onto objects, even non-tangible ones, allowing non-FUNN jutsu users or non-chakra use capable people to be able to use more common seals. The object worked like a flashlight. Instead of light, however, it transmitted chakra which would take the shape of the desired seal based on the slip of paper inserted into the slot on its side. Well, the device only worked for certain, less complex seals. Because chakra required an excessive amount of food to generate for normal shinobi, Madara and his army had targeted their supply lines and caused a famine which caused shinobi to be far more conservative with how they used chakra, which made fighting enemy shinobi and white zetsus all the more difficult. Some minor nations sided with Madara, including the anime-only ones. This led to Naruto visiting Uzu before the enemy could send Uzumaki descendants to get sealed food supplies left behind by the deceased clan. It turned out the amount of food the Uzumakis had was profound even for a large shinobi army. Once the supplies were secured, they needed to be distributed, and so the device was created. Basically, with the help of the sealing core, Naruto had created a storage dimension that could hold all the supplies, and with the use of his chakra or killer bees, he made it so that only shinobi who fought for the alliance could access it. Since Naruto and B were almost always on the front lines, they couldn't apply the seals to the shinobi army themselves, and so having the device was godsend. Naruto's version could do more advanced seals, which was the category he needed. He needed an anti-detection seal that suppressed a barrier's detection capabilities. He flashed the seal onto the barrier and the seal was on top of the barrier. The seal flashed blue before disappearing, allowing Naruto to just walk in without any possibility of being detected by the barrier. Especially one of that level. Naruto found a spot that would conceal him well and waited there for a short while until the activity died down. Long story short, Naruto had used his torch-like device to place delayed ejector storage seals on their food supplies. The seals would release the fluid that was in that vial on the morning of the day of the ceremony. He also placed exploding tags on weapons he could access. Talk about an explosive surprise. They were set for the night of the ceremony. He was now in bed, lying down like a person who didn't have school the next day. That should make things a little easier for them, he thought as he drifted off to sleep. Next day. Same old, same old. Arriving late. Falling asleep in class. Lunch alone. Terrorizing the student council only because their new kid approached him to give him a piece of his mind. Naruto didn't like that, and so he gave them hell. The school day was pretty much uneventful that day, as usual. Naruto stuck to his normal routine of hitting up a random ramen joint and enjoying his favorite dish. Well, today was slightly different in that he had treated himself to an ice pop, relaxing as memories of his time with Jiraiya passed through his mind. Fucking old bastard, he smiled fondly, remembering Jiraiya's goofy and perverted tendencies. Jiraiya was both a harsh teacher and a loving father to Naruto, guiding Naruto through some aspects of life and molding him into an extremely powerful shinobi. Oh, how he wished he could introduce his new friends to him. But that was an impossibility because he was dead. The dead must stay dead. He sighed as he tossed the stick into the can, before leaving the convenience store. Naruto felt like fish again, and so he started walking towards his apartment to get his gear and tell. Ho! It was Issei and that girl again. Well, that's not good at all but. His eyes scanned the area searching for any signs of devils and fallen angels. That's Ria's familiar, he recognized the bat-like creature that was sneakily trailing the two. He is in good hands, Naruto shrugged before walking away inconspicuously. Hey, do I really feel like fishing? Should I just treat myself to some sushi? He wondered aloud, reaching for his door. Next day. Same old, same bullshit as the previous day. Naruto felt that he should really get a hobby. His boredom was getting ridiculous at this point. Well, the bright side was that today was the night when it would happen. Rias would gain a new piece, Issei would cry like a baby and he'd get to see the effects of his liquid. Yay. Puff, Anbu uniform, ninja tools and anti-scent pills. A drug invented by the Anbu to combat the Inuzuka's senses, couldn't risk Kaneko catching him now, could he? They all would be more than mad at him for snooping around. His girlfriend reminded him of his mother in a lot of ways. Never upset Kushina Uzumaki. He feared that if his girlfriend caught him, he would suffer some damage that not even his durability could save him from. Naruto watched as both Kaneko and Kiba wrinkled their noses in disgust. The distinct smell of crap wafted through the air as the priests moaned in discomfort. Their pants stained with brown. The chemical used was both a laxative and a slow-acting poison, so the priests were slowly expiring with humiliation present in their hearts. Might have overdosed there, Naruto's sweat dropped, watching Kaneko and Kiba distance themselves from the troubled men. The hell is wrong with all you fuckers? Another priest entered the scene, glaring at his downed subordinates. With Kaneko Kiba. Aw fuck it, the priest whispered in annoyance before turning to the two with exaggerated delight, welcome. It's been so long dear devil fuckers. The white-haired man raised his arms, giving an unsettling grin. So you came to save Asia. Say where is that other kid? Hey, don't tell me he is already down there. What the actual fuck? The man couldn't hide his frustration. He moved to draw his light sword whilst moving his body to dodge the airborne pew. You fucking strong for a runt. He charged at Kaneko but was immediately intercepted by Kiba. Clang. Sparks flew as Kiba brought his sword down, engaging the priest in a sword fight with the sound of metal ringing loudly as they clashed, searching for dominance. The priest grinned before kicking Kiba in the chest, sending him sailing through the air then ducking under a roundhouse, courtesy of Kaneko. The girl skillfully evaded a multitude of overhead and side slashes, moving closer to the priest as time passed. Kaneko then arrested his wrist, clutched it tightly and went to sock him in the face but was forced to disengage with a backflip. Take this bitch. The crazed man roared, raising his gun and proceeded to pull the trigger multiple times. Kaneko watched his body carefully, predicted where he would aim and in response used her cat-like movement abilities to maneuver around and through the church's pillars and pews. The priest took a step back dodging a downward slash from Kiba and before raising his gun. Kaneko arrested the hand holding the Glock before yanking the man downwards. Kiba then moved to decapitate him but the priest had wisely let go of the sword and draw the other one and guarded his neck. He held in a hiss as he received a knee drive to the face from the cat girl. Back with Naruto. His nose captured the scent of smoke and burnt flesh and feathers. 3 players and a bunch of NPCs have left the game, he chuckled inwardly. Kiba and Kaneko are handling themselves really well so I don't have to worry about them. Rias and Akino just eliminated the other player, he nodded in satisfaction. He waiting till the priest started firing again to mask the sound of his rushing footsteps. The battle was about to conclude so Naruto felt that he should rush home. In case Rias decided to sneak into his bed again. It would be a headache to explain where he had gone out, so he sprinted as quickly as possible. He moved with speeds that would rival people in a high school's track team. Naruto made it home and immediately resealed his ninja outfit, took a shower and slipped into his blue onesie pajamas and with a hood reminiscent of the silly cap he had back home. He felt comfy. Well, I feel like a ninja again, he yawned before closing his eyes. A few moments later he felt a softness he was very well acquainted to push into his back. Did you win, dear? Oh sorry. Did I wake you? You did, but I am happy that you are here. He turned and hugged her naked body into his before nuzzling up against the nape of her neck. I'll be inspecting your form in the morning, I better not find anything, he growled making Rias giggle. No scars here man, relax, she snorted, feeling right at home in arms. We won. And we got a new family member, she smiled as she felt his arms tighten around her. Really? Is she cute? He was pinched. Me, Kaneko and Akino aren't enough for ya aren't we? Faw. He feigned ignorance, sweating slightly. What kind of question is that? He asked, for the first time in a long time, displaying nervous behavior. We are going to have a long discussion about our relationships and how we are going to move forward mister, she latched onto his ear and pulled. No effect again. Strange. Yes ma'am. He sighed a little despondently. Hey, Rias. Yeah, her yawning, muffled voice replied. Once upon a time there was this kid. He was poor as shit but got the opportunity to work and earn something for himself. He made a hefty sum and got real nice assets but misfortune happened. One of his places got lit on fire and stuff. But he didn't have enough cash to fix it so it fell apart and stuff. Light snores invaded his ears. Rude girl. Here I am trying to give you a peek at my life, he sighed before bringing his hand up and stroking her crimson hair. I love you, his eyes closed, taking him into the land of dreams. A single eye opened in the darkness. I love you too, you idiot, Rias smiled before taking a moment to think. Just think. The route we seem to be getting dragged to. Could it work? Can I trust and believe in him without question? How will I deal with jealousy? A myriad of thoughts floated through her mind. She needed an answer quickly because while she had a lot of time, he didn't. If she never got the opportunity to turn him into a devil then he would die relatively soon. Such was the nature of long-lived races, a human's life was but a mere moment to them. Naruto always joked about being turned into a devil but would he want to be one when the opportunity came? Of course, he would. Would he really? She wouldn't force him if he refused but instead support him till the end. But that brought the question. Why was she doubting him so much? Did the scene she came into really shake her core and idea of who Naruto was? The story she had heard bothered her greatly. She just didn't understand what it was, but she asked herself, who is Uzumaki Naruto? The multi-layered plan he used on the stray exorcist, which was executed perfectly. Extremely uncommon amongst humans and even among supernatural creatures. When he walked into their battle with Visor, he didn't show any signs of fear or worry. The fact that he sometimes acted as their club's life advisor. Almost like he had suffered several horrors and got desensitized to them. He easily figured out their weaknesses despite only seeing them fight once and advised them on how they could effectively eliminate the enemy. She heard him release a pained whimper. A nightmare. She moved her hand and slipped it under his hood and stroked his hair, comforting him. He was in the heavily depressed state when he first summoned her, his aversion to topics related to war, his ability to quickly assess situations and find solutions. Was he exposed to the horrors of war as a child? She questioned, furrowing her brow. There had been no major incidents in the past decade in the US as far as she could recall. Was he really from the US? Or was he perhaps engaged in an undocumented conflict? Between cults perhaps. She was confused. He was an enigma. But in the end, she decided to trust her gut. She just knew he was human and could guarantee that he never actually had any real contact with the supernatural apart from witnessing phenomena and creatures. She remembered how cute he was when he bombarded her with all sorts of questions about the supernatural world, magic and the like. The smile he had when he was with her. With them. It would be protected at all costs, so devilkind and other creatures must stay far away from him so he could maintain as much normality as he could. Tears began flowing from her eyes, thinking about her engagement. Chapter 4. Hues of orange invaded the slumbering boy's shut eye. They streamed in through his curtains, attacking the folds that guarded his eyes in an attempt to wake him. They succeeded. It was just another morning for Uzumaki Naruto with him waking up feeling like he should complete the morning rituals that Jiraiya forced on him. He immediately got off his bed as usual and then moved to a clearer side of the room and plopped down onto the floor. He crossed his legs over each other and brought his fists together, right above his feet into the meditative stance Kurama had taught him whilst instructing him in achieving sage mode. His breathing slowed and thoughts faded, his mind blank as he focused and worked to calm his mind in preparation for what was to come. This Sunday's meditation was a little different from what he was used to. He could hear the distant chirping of birds, the gentle flow of a nearby stream, croaking toads, some cicadas, the low guttural sounds of trucks and idle chatter from the youth that frequented a nearby street. What was the difference that irked him then? There were no noisy neighbors to give him headaches as he dived into his little world. Naruto sat motionless, controlling his breathing and clearing his mind. The silence was quite loud to the point that it rivaled that of a graveyard. Sounds of light, controlled breathing invaded the room. That and the sounds of clicking buttons from a nearby room, but they were so quiet they were insignificant to him. A few minutes passed and Naruto pondered about what could have happened to the noises he was used to hearing in the morning. Good thing he convinced Rias to use magic to soundproof his room at night. He didn't need to be reminded that he still hasn't taken that stage with his babe. The silence in the morning bothered him slightly, but his stoic demeanor didn't betray him. Oh yeah, they're dead, he suddenly remembered, getting up from his meditative posture before beginning to do a few stretching exercises. After that was done, he turned to his bed and noted that Rias was gone, to which he just shrugged off as a normal occurrence. Devils had devil duties after all. He then moved to make his bed, folding up the blankets, straightening any creases on his sheets and fluffed his pillow before placing it down in the appropriate place. As he moved towards his door, the sound of buttons being pressed and the sounds of guns being fired became louder. Wonder who that is? He yawned slightly as he proceeded towards the door. He opened the door and stepped out of his room, rubbing his eye and yawning once. Senpai, make me breakfast. Kaneko was seated on the floor, facing his television with a controller in her hands. On the screen was the popular first-person shooter, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. She was dressed in a manner that screamed, perfect girlfriend. Which was a large t-shirt and pink panties. She wasn't attempting to hide them from him in any way given how her knee was up to her chest as she played, pulling the tee back revealing her underwear. She hadn't even reacted or tried to make a change in her posture when she heard him open the door. Both her ears and tails were out as well as if attempting to provoke him into attacking her, with how the ears twitched and the tail swayed around in a rather seductive manner. It was working. Naruto felt his morning would get harder. You can have this sausage, he pointed at his erect member. The cat girl's cheeks flushed slightly as she turned to regard him with a weak glare. Pervert, she chastised softly as she turning back to her game, skillfully manipulating the buttons on her controller, shooting down enemy after enemy. She noticed a shadow coming over her but did nothing to intercept its caster but instead moved her thumb towards the pause button. Naruto had moved behind her and slid one of his arms under her knees and the other under her back and lift her into a princess carry. She hurriedly pressed the pause button before tilting her head to give a weak glare at the offender. I was playing, she protested, nestled in his arms as they moved into the kitchen area. Yes you were, he replied easily as he set her down and reached into one of the drawers and handed her a kitchen knife. A cutting board with various vegetables on it was placed in front of her. Kaneko didn't need to be told what to do so she touted her knife skills by slicing up and dicing the veggies into perfect, thin cuboids. Knife work was something Naruto had taught her a while back, a time when she wanted to learn how to make sashimi. Naruto knew how and Rias happened to want to have the peerage and Naruto to have a good relationship. He and Kaneko didn't start well at all. He had tried to take an eclair off her plate and ended up slipping and sticking his head into her skirt. It was obvious it took all the girl had not to punt him across the room. He was human, and it was obvious to all observers that it was an accident. Their relationship was a little stiff but it slowly improved as they had one thing in common, they wanted to help Rias be happy and that led to them hanging out. This quickly escalated into a good friendship where both parties were willing to inconvenience themselves for the sake of the other. With Naruto willing to go fishing with her and tutoring her when he could have been producing content and expanding his skill set, or Kaneko who could have been training and doing her duties but she would occasionally come to his house and clean up after him so he wouldn't get in trouble with Rias and would simmer ramen broth for him. Kaneko grew to admire him as a person as well. Despite what his personality might suggest, his work ethic was extraordinarily high. On the days she went to visit him, she observed him working himself to dirt without displaying much discontent or annoyance despite having the occasional epic fail. He seemed happy with regards to everything he did and seemed to give it his all. She saw in him someone who valued hard work. Even when gaming and not recording to edit and upload, he would sit down and VOD review his gameplay so he could improve and provide better gameplay for his viewers. He would also spend a significant number of days designing his merchandise, making it look as good as possible so it would be worth every penny spent for the buyers. His ability to stay working was amazing, but another thing she noted was how he constantly tried new things. She was there to witness his first days of learning C and C#, and despite all the duds he ran into, he never once seemed discouraged and continued pushing forward. She felt moved when he presented his first game to her. It was horrible but still great at the same time. She could feel the dedication he put into it, so she soldiered on, played it in its earlier stages. It eventually evolved into an addictive game that featured a girl that looked suspiciously Rias but with brown hair and a smaller bust, and a dude that suspiciously looked like Hatsune Miku. Interesting. He worked like a madman, occasionally even forgetting to eat and sleep when he wasn't with members of the peerage or strolling around town, visiting random ramen stands. He didn't obsessively sit and scroll through Instagram feeds as one would expect. Instead, he did what he felt was valuable to him, which seemed to be increasing his skill set. Then there was his liking for ramen, but it was one of the things that made him unique in a way. To her, he wasn't just a human, he was a superhero of sorts. She saw how much he cared about nature to the point that he would hang around the forest quite often. He would go down to the woods just to meditate, occasionally planting saplings to support the dwindling tree population, and generally avoided harming what was around him without cause, showcasing his rather peaceful nature. She liked him. She felt that she could trust him. She told him about her past and her fears about senjutsu, and to her surprise he told her, "Matt, don't worry about that senjutsu shiz. If you go crazy, Papa will stop you. I promise, so don't fear that power." Work with it, become stronger and protect our friends." He gave her a wink. Despite his joking attitude, she could tell that he was very serious. He continued and told her, "You know, an old friend of mine told me that when you feel overwhelming hatred, focus on the love you have for someone." He gave a despondent smile, referring to his mother, unbeknownst to her. She smiled as she finished up cutting the vegetables and waited for Naruto to finish his preparations. He cracked a dozen eggs into a bowl and used a fork to whisk till homogenized. If you were to ask Naruto what the most defining features about Kaneko were, he would tell you, her resemblance to him and Sasuke. His initial impression of her was just another Avenger who will drive herself over the edge. Well, much to his surprise, he was pretty wrong. He felt wrong about comparing her to him and his rival, given that everyone, as an individual, will react differently to the same situation. Her loss of a sister and sense of abandonment had driven her emotions to the back of her heart, yet she didn't tip over. She took it and did her best to hang on despite the pain. Both he and Sasuke were familiar with the concept of being betrayed by their sibling. With Sasuke it was Itachi and with Naruto it was Sasuke. If you were to ask him the same question once more, he would tell you, her strength. She was fierce, not only in battle but also in life. She didn't let her feelings of betrayal towards her sister harm other people, and Naruto acknowledged that as strength. The power to logically communicate with one's heart was something both he and Sasuke lacked, which led to them committing great atrocities. Examples include when Sasuke found out about the elders' involvement in the extermination of his clan and ended up not only targeting the Leaf Village but also harming those who were in no way involved, such as the samurai in the Land of Iron. Or the time Naruto murdered a country's worth of people just to spite Orochimaru, as the snake was directly responsible for the death of a close friend of his grandfather figure, taking his brother away from him and desecrating his lover's corpse. Some were just people who were warped by the snake's inhumane experiments, but most were people who could laugh, cry and smile like him, and he just snuffed them out like the flame on a candle. To him they weren't people, they were just obstacles that needed to be shoved to the side and destroyed. Perhaps Kaneko was luckier than they were, but still, she was a pretty cool kid in his books. "How'd your battle go?" he asked, retrieving the board covered in veggies and then tipping its contents into the hot, melted butter. A sizzle was heard as the pleasant smell of caramelization diffused into the kitchen area. The girl climbed up and then sat on the counter. It was neat, her stoic expression shifted to a pleasant smile. "That's so. I heard you guys got a new friend, what do you think of her?" he asked as he began sprinkling shredded cheese over the omelet, then folding it. He split the rolled up omelet in half and pulled out some plates and placed 3 pairs of toast on each plate. A spatula was then used to lift the eggs and lower them onto their respective plates. "She's okay I guess nya," she responded, moving to retrieve cups from one of the upper cupboards. She easily caught a carton of milk tossed by the blonde. She opened it up and filled both glasses before yeeting it back to its sender, who caught it, and put it back in the fridge. She got off the counter, handed him his milk and moved to sit in front of the television once more. Naruto had somehow disconnected her game without her noticing. Everyone in the peerage had long since given up on finding out how Naruto did certain things. They had accepted that it was beyond them and left it at that. They had their breakfast whilst they watched the first of the John Wick trilogy. Plates and cups were placed to the side as Kaneko moved to sit between Naruto's legs. Naruto then proceeded to help himself to her ears and let her tail lightly brush against his cheek. The television speaker was the only thing that could be perceived as the two descended to a comfortable silence once more. The movie finished and Naruto cleaned up after them as Kaneko went on ahead and took a shower. He did the same and they both dressed up casually. Kaneko wore black shorts and a white t-shirt with brown sandals. Naruto was dressed in gray shorts and a blank tank top with the Uzumaki symbol on its back. He had yellow wrist warmers and had blue Crocs. Kaneko stared at his feet blankly. "Don't judge me. They comfy as hell," he explained proudly. "Whatever. Let's get outta here you weirdo." She shook her head as she walked out the door and Naruto waited a few minutes before moving to the place they agreed to meet. The forest. About an hour later. It had been more than 40 minutes since Naruto arrived and started watching Kaneko practice her kata. Her skin glistened with sweat as she moved through forms, throwing jabs here and there. She went through a few more forms before stopping for a water break. Naruto tossed a towel and bottle of water which she caught and chugged down immediately. Long gone were her shorts and t-shirt, instead she was dressed in black knee-length tights and a black sports bra. She wiped her lip using her forearm and turned to her companion, who was still dressed in the same way as before. "So senpai. Neko-chan. What do you think?" You showed us how knowledgeable you were in combat the other day nya. I want to further improve my hand-to-hand capabilities." "Who, me? Nah, girl, you trippin'." He got a jab to the gut for that. Okay, sorry, he chuckled, moving in to rub her scalp. He took his other hand and placed it on his chin. Well, one problem I can see is that you don't have a sparring partner. Constantly practicing your kata is very important, but it takes away from the benefits of facing real, unpredictable opponents, he explained as he turned away from her and faced a tree. Why else do you think Kung Fu isn't very practical? Most schools only practice form and never test out the theory, so there's a bunch of useless stuff in there, he continued elaborating before taking the strong fist stance. He beckoned her to attack him. Oh, she looked down in thought before bouncing slightly, moving closer to the team before feinting to the right, then throwing a straight punch from her left hand. She watched as her fist slowly approached the human who had taken a strange stance. He is going to parry with his hidden ha. Her thoughts were cut off as Naruto spun his along her arm before delivering a solid elbow strike to her neck whilst gripping her extended wrist using the hand that was hidden. It wasn't enough to phase her per se, but her surprise stunned her for a moment, and that brief moment was all that was needed to close the engagement. Naruto brought his left foot forward and quickly wrapped it around her legs before pulling and tripping her. Kaneko attempted to retaliate by sending a kick, but it was caught easily and she immediately felt herself being twisted onto her front side. Naruto quickly secured one of her arms with his right hand whilst forcing the other to the ground with his knee. His left hand touched the nape of her neck. Game. He got off the flustered girl, who looked at him with visible astonishment, a far cry from her typical expressionless face. You are good. Thanks. He got into his stance once more. Take a page from Krav Maga, real opponents won't follow the rules of a tournament or whatever, so do everything to kill them and stuff. Just don't use your super strength on me and stay away from the nuts, K. He advised as she got into the peekaboo boxing stance. Yes, she nodded. This time she approached with caution, not letting her eyes leave his body. HMPH. She began throwing jabs and kicks which were easily evaded by her taller companion. He parried, leaned back and tilted his head back, completely avoid her attacks. He then quickly moved to perform a sweeping kick which easily avoided by backflipping. As her eyes were off him, he quickly followed up with a quick roundhouse that landed in her temple, flipping her over and causing her to tumble to the ground spectacularly. The girl got onto her knee and gave him a pout. Backflips are best used for outmaneuvering your opponent, not dodging. They work in initiating grappling techniques or breaking out of them. This is combat, not martial arts, he chastised, taking a stance once more. Martial arts is combat though, she tilted her head in confusion. Technically, yes, but martial arts tend to be very controlled in training and hence allow the freedom to do whatever moves you wish. To the point that people end up moving to impress judges and the audience. At this point, they just becoming sport, not serious combat. So it's just that. It's art. Combat, on the other hand, has no rules except winning, so there's that. He tried explaining, tripping over his words a little, trying not to repeat the messy mistake he made when he and Konohamaru exchanged futon ninjutsu. The memory made his cheeks redder than what he could force out of Hinata in bed. You go whoosh. Then slish whoosh, he explained, to which Konohamaru tilted his head in confusion. Martial artists would drag your ass for that, NYA, the girl giggled as she took a stance once more. PFF'd, bitch please, I'd like to see them try. I can body hold dojos with a hand tied behind my back. Easy, he scoffed, rolling his eyes whilst preparing to take the initiative this time. Besides, it's not all martial arts that do that shit anyway, he shrugged before tensing his legs. He quickly charged at the girl and sent a barrage of jabs and knee attacks whilst taking care to redirect her blows and pressure her. Kaneko latched onto his wrist, but he easily broke free by twisting towards her thumb. He ducked under a roundhouse and countered with a sweeping kick, successful destabilizing her balance. She then heavily telegraphed a backflip. Bait. Albeit, Naruto attempted to sweep her arms his right leg, so she would fall onto her face, but she didn't. She instead allowed one arm to be swept, to give the impression of being caught before quickly latching on his ankle with her free hand, then using her superior strength to yank him towards her before bringing a fist down to his crotch. Not bad, Naruto managed to move his nuts away in time, instead of receiving the blow with his PSO's muscle. He then threw a punch at her face which she blocked as she wasn't in a position to dodge as she was still in midair. Naruto then followed up with a clean headbutt before quickly getting onto his feet and judo flipping her and restraining the girl with relative ease. She looked visibly frustrated by how she was done in again. Don't be sad, Neko-chan, if you didn't hold yourself back I would have lost. You can be really good at fighting, but if someone's physical capabilities surpass your own significantly, then there isn't much you can. Just like kids and adults, he got off the girl and sat himself on the ground. She frowned at his statement but didn't push it. He looked at the sky. A pleasant day it certainly was. The sky's blue was like a parallel to the ocean, its vastness expanding far beyond the horizon. Tufts of white were present here and there as well, each long and soft like a bird's feather. The sun shone brightly, radiating copious amounts of heat which were scattered and dispersed over the Earth's atmosphere, some places warmer than others causing breezes to blow and cool the creatures that inhabited the Earth. Naruto lied down on the ground and watched the beautiful green leaves sway to and fro as they received the wind. For someone who could track extremely fast-moving objects, this was like watching a 9000 FPS video, except this was constantly on high definition. His photographic memory captured the trees, different phases, creating breathtaking images as shadows crawled up their barks and danced as leaves span and fell to the ground. Birds chirped, insects crawled and rodents scurried. Naruto was in an extremely pleasant mood as he took in his surroundings. To think people would ignore you and harm you recklessly. Kaneko laid on top of him, using his chest as a pillow, and she joined him in staring at the sky blankly. "You stink. That's mean, NYA." He snorted and stayed lying down. "Hey, senpai. Can we stay like this forever?" she asked with a slightly flushed face and twitchy ears. She leaned into his chest and moved her right hand to take his, which he reciprocated. She clutched it gently before bringing it up to her cheek. "Nope, I wanna go see Rias, plus my lifespan is shitty compared to yours," he responded in a dry yet amused manner. Kaneko elbowed him and pouted, "Even if you never look at me, senpai, I will always be there for you when you need me," she thought as she nuzzled his hand onto her cheek. "Idiot," she whispered as a smile formed on her face. She felt a familiar hand on top of her head and she leaned into it. Her guard lowered significantly, feeling safe in his arms, and so she plummeted into the depths of Morpheus' domain. "Dang it." She fell asleep, he whined internally, listening to her soft breathing. "Oh well, she worked pretty hard today, so I'll just leave her," he shrugged and just let her sleep. Later that day. "Hey Kiba, Issei." "Naruto, what's up?" Kiba gave the blonde a fist bump. Dude," Issei waved lazily, not bothering to look at the blonde as his focus was on an orb of luminescent green energy. Naruto looked at him with curiosity but just shrugged and turned to face the Yamato Nadeshiko. "Akeno," Naruto greeted, allowing his eyes to roam her bombshell of a body. "Oh my lord, don't tell me you are finally prepared to have an affair." The girl's cheeks were dusted pink as she licked her lips seductively. Naruto stepped forward and wrapped an arm around her waist and pulled her close and brushed his lips against her ear. "I wonder," his hot breath tickled her ear, nearly sending her over the edge. He was promptly pulled away from the young woman by a jealous loli. "Keep it in your pants, senpai," her voice chastised. "Kind of funny how that's coming from the girl with dirty knees," he responded, eliciting a yelp from the girl as her cheeks flushed for what seemed to be the 30th time that day. Boom. Era. Poor Kaneko. "Yo Issei. Keep the explosions to a minimum, you gonna cause the fauna to dip and the trees to be riddled with parasites," Naruto called out in annoyance as Kiba disappeared in a blur of speed and caught the boy who was sailing through the air. Issei flipped him off, before groaning in discomfort as he got out of Kiba's arms and extended his arm once more and began concentrating. "How's he coming along, Akeno?" Naruto questioned, moving to stand next to his girlfriend's queen. "He is doing relatively well. Not much talent, but he's making up for it with his dedication," she replied, giving details to her observation. Naruto nodded at her response and watched in silence as Issei focused on creating another orb of light. "Dedication, huh? Let's fan our flames of youth together, Naruto-kun. Hua. Dynamic entry." Akeno and Kaneko gave worried looks, noting the distant, despondent expression on his face. They said nothing, this was fairly normal after all. They, including Rias, felt intimidated by the prospect of asking about his past. They felt afraid that the happiness that they loved from him would crack even more. And so they waited. "Yo Issei, aggressively forcing your energy into a ball will make things harder. Coerce it, seduce it into fulfilling your desires," Naruto shouted from his position. "Right," the red dragon responded as he did his best to relax and calm his tense body. "Don't focus on the ball, focus on what you want," Naruto added, adding a line that seemed to counter the previous line. Issei was confused at first, but he eventually started to come around. He could understand what Naruto was trying to say to some extent. He didn't hear Akeno correcting the blonde, so he listened and focused on the spherical shape at the center of his mind. This continued for what seemed to be an eternity until. "Good job, kid, you can PFFTTTT. Finally, do your dragon. Ha 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 ha. Fit. Wave," the blonde snickered, making Issei's eye twitch. "Screw you." Issei threw the orb in a random direction and a loud and fairly large explosion followed, causing the observers' eyes to widen in shock. Akeno quickly moved to shield Naruto from potential debris falling on him. "Not bad. More kick than a typical fireball jutsu but much slower, Naruto analyzed, watching the dust settle and fragments of bark and clumps of earth fall to the ground. Naruto's jaw then tightened as his eye begins twitching. Hey, fucker. What did I say about the explosions? Wanna fight you little shit? Don't care about your rip-off ki blast, I'm gonna drag your ass. Whoa man, Cal Arg. Issei's face was kicked by a croc, sending the devil to the ground. Kuso. He thought as rolled away from a stomp in an undignified manner. Naruto moved to grapple the boy and successfully latched onto his arm. Naruto then pulled Issei off the ground and judo flipped him before tilting his head, dodging a straight kick to his face. Naruto latched onto his foot into Issei's foot then tugged, pulled the devil to him before landing a clean blow to his hamstring. Issei's eyes widened as he felt the blow land on his hamstring. His hands flailed as he began using his other foot to attempt to force the blonde to let go of his foot. He was successful but he knew Naruto wasn't done with him so he tried to distance himself. The three spectators sighed as they watched the scuffle. Hey, Akeno, could you teach me how to make Naruto maki? Kaneko requested, turning to her sister figure. Of course, Akeno nodded before turning to Kiba. Kiba, do you mind running by the store? We running low of sauces. Of course, Kiba nodded. And so they left. Issei tumbled to the ground before rising in a fluster then narrowly dodged a punch to the face by diving to the side. Naruto sent a series of jabs at Issei, not even giving the boy time to protest as he was forced to focus on the kicks and punches being sent his way. Naruto didn't really seem upset, plus it was clear he could have knocked Issei out at any point or even actually injured him but he didn't. It seemed like Naruto was evaluating him and his capabilities with how Naruto would not only challenge him physically but forced him to think of ways to escape. Him attacking from out of nowhere was strange but Issei believed that Naruto would never attack him for something like that so he decided to play along and do his best. As the fight went on, Issei began realizing how much he sucked at hand-to-hand combat. Throughout the fight, there were moments where he felt that he was starting to be good and attempted to evade by tilting his head. His face was smacked every time he tried. He couldn't throw a proper punch nor defend himself from one. Issei realized once more how much work it would take to be a powerful devil. The fight soon ended with Naruto winning by landslide and so to rest they sat on the forest floor. I can't help but feel that our time of peace is gonna be a distant memory soon, Naruto sighed and turned to Issei. I hope you realize how lacking you are, said Naruto as he let his gaze bore into Issei who looked down, feeling slightly discouraged. Yeah, I'm pretty bad, the perverted sighed as he looked at his hand and formed a tight knuckle. Well, as long as you keep going at it, you won't suck forever. But seriously dude, I've seen babies that fight better than you, Naruto expressed with a disappointed tone causing Issei to cry dramatically. That's not nice at all you bastard, he hissed in annoyance. Being nice is for losers, Naruto stated boisterously earning a blank stare from the Red Dragon Emperor. Anyway, how's that wanking hand of yours doing? He asked, staring at Issei's left hand with mild curiosity. It could be worse, the boy shrugged, ignoring the healing cuts and burns that covered it. It will be worse with what I'm planning to put myself through though, he added in a rather discouraged tone causing Naruto's curiosity to increase. The look Naruto gave asked for an explanation and so Issei went on. My sacred gear allows me to double my power at the cost of my stamina, and the number of times I can boost is also limited by how much my body can handle. So one of the steps to realize its true potential is to greatly increase my body's strength. Oh, makes sense, Naruto nodded with a smile. Hey Naru. Hi, Naru Dazu. Bucho. She's been acting strange this morning. Akeno also had this troubled look on her face when she was talking Bucho as well, he explained while scratching the back of his head. Like her mind was elsewhere, even when I tried talking to her. She did stuff like sipping at her cup even when it was empty, walking into closed doors, repeated tasks she already did and staring at what looked like a picture of you in alarm, he continued, causing his posture to slouch and shoulders to relax. Naruto's eyes widened a bit. Ho. I'm surprised there are other things you can think of besides boobs, he chuckled spiritlessly. His jaw tightened and his brow furrowed as he brushed his hair back, exposing a bit of his forehead. What's gotten into her? He thought as he looked at Issei. Got it. I'll take care of your big sis, he promised with a small smile which prompted Issei to nod in satisfaction. Now run along now kiddo. Remember to do your homework, Naruto shooed Issei. Hey, what the fuck? For the goddamn, ouch. Last time, we the same age moron. And practice what you preach, Issei complained as he got onto his feet, moving his hands to brush off the fragments of grass on his pants. He turned. Naruto was long gone. He is as quick a sprinter but wait. Didn't he tell me Akeno taught him magic? Wait, Issei shivered at the thought of what Akeno could have taught their sociopath. No, 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 he chanted as he stumbled away, not noticing a pair of blue eyes watching him from atop one of the trees. Yar yar, he cursed under his breath before carefully climbing down the tree and walking towards his home. Later. It had been some time since Naruto arrived in his apartment. He had gotten himself to relax over a cup of instant ramen and orange juice while watching a World War II documentary. It troubled him a lot. Naruto just couldn't understand why he couldn't bring himself to tell Rias everything about himself, his origins and his power. Perhaps it was the fear that Rias would forget about him and only remember the power he possessed like most other people from his world. He felt a great weight in his heart that was in likeness with a sea bird that had its wings covered in oil. He felt guilty that he was doubting the one who gave him hope, love and a home. Something he valued greatly as he grew up without those things, leading to him being clingy to his precious ones. Perhaps he felt that in the presence of an extremely powerful being would make her go lax, relying on him all the way. He found that appealing, but he knew it was poison. He vividly remembered Sakura's death to this day, which was caused by her being too relaxed and relying on Sasuke. Naruto knew very well that there were beings in this world that are capable of not only standing up to him but defeating him as well. He too was growing lax in a way. His skills rusted heavily after not experiencing true combat for several years. His ability to manipulate his power also probably weakened as he didn't use any form of chakra over the years as well. He was just a normal human after all. Another possibility was the severe guilt he felt from failing to save both his lovers. One fell to the hand of a student who was under the same master, his brother in a sense, and the other to a rampant false god. Hinata was an incredibly kind girl who taught him to show consideration for other people that were not of value to him. She taught him the values of how doing small things for other people went a long way by using him as an example. He couldn't comprehend what she tried teaching him at first but was able to grasp it after a while just so he could make her happier. This ended up getting warped by the will of fire, the so-called greater good. She died because of him. He chose to rush after Nagato instead of running back to the village because he knew that Nagato escaping would lead to the deaths of millions. He did the right thing and he regretted it. What the hell was right about that? He still lost her. She was the most important person to him, not the millions of people scattered across the globe, not the fanatics that inhabited the moon, and most definitely not the fuckers that lived in the village he had been groomed to protect. He had a lot of potential for growth, so why didn't he use it instead of goofing around with his perverted master from time to time? If only he had been stronger, faster and had more chakra. He probably could have had enough chakra to create and send a clone to the village, but he didn't. He couldn't. He believed that Ino too died because of his weakness. If only he had returned to the world earlier, instead of brooding like a moron. He promised her that he would return to her by the Rinne festival. He didn't. That was days before Kagaya attacked and claimed the lives of many. Naruto didn't just hate himself, he hated the power he had gained, which was useless to him when it mattered the most. People always worshipped him as the heroic god of destruction or the golden god of heroes. Every time Naruto heard that, he'd just tell himself, if such a guy exists, won't he come and wash my pain? The person the populace described didn't exist in his eyes. He was just a fluke. He felt that he was a mistake. The person that they described should replace him. He would be called a hero numerous times, but that didn't matter to him. That was not him. He could never consider himself a hero because he failed to save the ones he loved. He didn't deserve the power, so he put it away, locking it away with his family's secret arts so that the pain of having it, the curse that robbed him of his identity and burdened him with a responsibility he was obliged to adhere to. The curse that would never be enough when it's needed the most. He didn't deserve the beauties of the world, so he locked himself away, hiding away in a tiny bedroom and never allowing himself to see the outside and practice the values instilled to him by his deceased lover. He hated the world that would set him up and remind him that working hard won't guarantee anything. He no longer had anything to look forward to, as he knew the world would keep challenging him over and over again, to take everything he loved from. He could destroy it, but then it would take him with it, along with the lives of a myriad of people who had nothing to do with his problems. Moving forward was too hurtful. He was a failure as a shinobi. He failed to endure. He thought it was over and believed he had exhausted every chance of being happy and tried giving up. But still, he hoped. He called out to the world, but no one answered him. He was alone once more. Just like how the power he grinded for created a rift between him and his friends. To attain the power to protect them ended up pushing them away from him. What was to say that the power he locked up wouldn't do the same to him and Rias? This was one of the moments where Naruto had a great deal of hatred for himself. It was simple really, unlock the seal and get rid of all that brings darkness into her heart. He couldn't. He just couldn't. He released a labored sigh, turned off the screen and tossed the empty cup into the can before washing the glass cup. He put everything away, went to his room and just plopped down onto his bed. His attention became arrested by a very familiar circle, riddled with ancient runes which had appeared before him and released a crimson light. Naruto. His girlfriend appeared and immediately tackled him onto his bed, nuzzling into him. Naruto's eyes widened in mild surprise not by her tackling him but at how she reached down, caressed his member through his shorts. Rias. He spoke firmly, latching onto her wrist, immobilizing her arm. Rias flinched at the harsh tone and stifling moved her head to look into his eyes. She knew very well that when he used that tone, he wouldn't accept any form of trickery. She could it. He could see right through her and he didn't like it when she lied to him. Moisture welled in her eyes and she immediately latched onto his frame. Naruto. That's my name. Naruto. Yes, still Naruto. He pulled her into his chest and gently stroked her long, luscious crimson hair, whispering sweet things in her ears. Rias smiled through her tears and pulled herself away from his embrace. She was sure now. Naruto, I want you to take my virginity. I can't explain right now but all I can say is that I love you. I am certain that I want you and you alone, she proclaimed with copious amounts of affection. She pressed her lips onto his and allowed herself to be pulled into his embrace once more. His hand made its way to the back of her head and pushed her face closer to his. With his free hand, he latched onto one of her large, bountiful breasts then squeezed and kneaded eliciting a whimper from the devil. Said hand then moved to her cleavage and slowly drew a line from her breast to her diaphragm to her belly button before gently rubbing her pelvis. Don't play with me, you idiot. Just go for it, go for it, she shivered feeling his hot breath on the nape of her neck. The hand that was on her head slid down to the back of her neck before drawing a semi-circle around it before stopping at the button that helped multiple others keep her shirt on. Click. 1. Click. 2. Oh Satan. As Naruto worked to undress her, Rias promptly used her magic to remove all of his clothing to keep the sense of urgency. He had to hurry or else time would be lost. He obliged and turned her to his bed. His hand plunged into her honeypot causing her to squirm. Rias let a sensual moan, encouraging Naruto who was carpet bombing her collar with kisses, moving down to her toned stomach. His hands then moved up, groped and fondled her bountiful breasts, mine. He thought as he worked for his hands on her large tits before allowing her pink, hardened areola to slip in between his middle and index finger. He leaned forward and licked her nipples causing her to arc her back in response, shivering in pleasure as he moved to suck her teats. Her dripping snatch was practically drooling as he rubbed his hardened member between her labia teasing her clit. He then stopped suckling on her boob and assaulted her neck with kisses. His hand then went down rubbed her plump ass, grabbing it and pulling her closer before moving his lips close to her ear, ceasing his attacking paralysis-inducing attack. Rias, before I do this, I just want to ask and make sure. Am I worth it? Are you sure you want to lose that to me? He asked with a hint of nervousness. Rias strengthened her resolve and stared right into his crystal-like blue eyes with slight tear droplets forming at the corner of her eyes. Naruto. I love you, I'm obsessed with you. You are the only one I could think of. I want to give you everything I can because you gave everything you could to me. She cried, wrapping her arms around his neck. He winced slightly, feeling guilt as his reluctance had caused her eyes to water up. He really needed to trust her more. You saw me for me and accepted even my weirdest tastes. You laughed, cried and talked with me. You got mad at me, you showed me how beautiful the human world could be and you gave me everything I have ever wanted and it's so unfair. And. Her tiny pinprick tears became waterfalls, cascading from her eyes. From the overflow of the heart, the mouth speaks. The stream that had been her love had flooded the banks and caused the valley it was in to collapse, inhibiting what she was trying to say. The water welled up and worked to overcome the obstacle before it. You gave me everything, so giving you this is the very least I can do. So I tell you Uzumaki Naruto, my first love, you may do whatever you want with me, fulfill your most disgusting and twisted fantasies. Use me in any manner you wish. I won't resist. Use my body as if you'll never see it again, she announced firmly. The last part alarmed Naruto to a great deal such that he froze in shock at the implications. His hair covered his eyes, hiding them from the world as he did something he hadn't done since his childhood, his lover's deaths and meeting Rias for the first time. Cry. Understood, he whispered hoarsely knowing that he couldn't do anything that involved devil affairs. He may have had the power but stepping in would cause Rias problems and those problems could end up harming their friends. He was extremely capable in combat but he couldn't be everywhere at the same time. Even if he sent clones they could still be killed. He knew that with the way devils typically act, there would be bloodshed if he acted. This bloodshed will then cause a moment of weakness which will likely cause other factions to attack weakened devils. That wouldn't do at all because despite what her parents and house had put her through, he knew that she still loved them. Her brother was the great demon lord Lucifer and so it was a given that he would join battles. Naruto's past experience told him that no matter how powerful someone is, they can still be killed if the right approach is used. Just like one of his shinobi god predecessors, Senju Hashirama. That didn't matter right now. The issue was his power and the potential repercussions of using it to save her. His status as a human would guarantee that their lives could never be peaceful again, as various factions such as the Angel faction would attempt to recruit him into their ranks or try to eliminate him because a human like him being affiliated with devils would cause issues with the believers. Then there was his guilt. For her, he was willing to release his seal and use the power he considered a curse after all. She was far more important than his pathetic little guilt trip and his secrets. Hiding that power wouldn't be an option if she was in danger, yet here he was. He felt the same sense of hopelessness he felt when watching Kakashi fight Zabuza, watching Sakura die, watching Sasuke receive the curse mark, watching Itachi overwhelm Sasuke, fighting Kimimaro, and the list goes on and on. Such was the life of a shinobi after all. This time he wouldn't fail. He would cherish this time he has and use it to the best of his abilities. He grabbed her from under her knees and hoisted her up before slapping her plump posterior, causing her to moan in discomfort and pleasure. He let go of her and glared, asserting dominance. "On your knees, bitch. I want to see that fine ass of yours," he commanded, causing her cheeks to redden in embarrassment, but she complied with, "Yes, my lord." She then shook her ass, causing it to jiggle and further arouse the boy behind her. Naruto reached out and grabbed her hips and immediately buried his tool deep into her soaked honey pot. She whined, wincing at the stinging pain that signified that her purity had been taken. "It's an honor, Rias Grimori." The overwhelming pride he felt alleviated the depression seated at his heart. He took a moment to appreciate the extremely warm, most tight cave his member had filled up. They were one. They felt an instinctual connection forming between them, one that allows them to communicate with the slightest of gestures. Naruto was a former shinobi, he could read her perfectly, but her body language added further clarity. Rias cried out in great pain and discomfort as she began forcing her hips to move, thrusting them up and down, causing her great pain. It had only been 3 seconds since he entered her vagina. "SS so good," she cried out, but Naruto wasn't fooled one bit. She sure as hell wasn't masochistic, and he could tell simply by reading her body. While her hips were thrusting themselves back and forth, the rest of her body seemed to be trying to escape like a frog being thrown into boiling water. Don't lie to me. It was clear to him that this was an act of punishing herself. He couldn't let her do that to herself. He turned her so she could be in the missionary position before grabbing her shoulders and pushing her deep into the bed whilst thrusting deeper into her bloody snatch, effectively immobilizing her. The aggression with which he did it caused her body to freeze. She had been found out again. Once her body had stopped moving, he wrapped his right arm around her frame and pulled her closer to him, allowing her to feel his hot breath on her ears. His left hand then trailed down her stomach and finally reached her clit, which he immediately began stimulating in hopes of alleviating her. His member was large and so it wasn't suited for virgins. Rias doing that to herself could have traumatized her, and this was her first time. Losing one's virginity to someone they love was important in the world he was in, and so he did his best to make it as special as possible. "I don't want you hurting yourself. You've suffered enough," he whispered. "Just let her go, relax and enjoy," he continued before gently nibbling on her lobe, drawing a soft moan from her. She nodded slightly and stayed in that position for a moment, taking a moment to let the pain fade. Its tenseness faded with the pain, and she didn't have to tell him to move. He already knew, and so he slowly rocked his hips, drawing a moan from the devil. She wrapped her legs around his waist as he slowly started increasing the tempo, with her moans increasing along with it. He abruptly moved his left hand to play with her nipples, forcing her to raise her voice. Why yes, fuck me. Make me yours, pinch them," she exclaimed as her breasts were skillfully manipulated by the boy. Her moans of approval made his hands work in a hard, feverish manner in tweaking her nipples. "Damn, you feel amazing," he groaned as he felt her walls massaging his member, encouraging him to thrust with more force. This persisted for a few minutes until he heard Rias whimpering. "See cum. I know, hang on a bit longer, K," he replied before ceasing his other ministrations so as to prolong her time. "I'll try," she screamed as leapt up and wrapped her arms around her neck, making him carry her as he thrust upward. Obscene, smacking sounds flooded the room, only being overpowered by the devil's moans and the human's grunting. He raised his hand and brought it down on her ass, soliciting a yelp that contained both pain and pleasure. He chanted, "You like that, huh?" in a hushed voice whilst she tightened her grip, making sure to limit it to what a typical human can handle. He brought his face close and she immediately pressed her lips onto his and shoved her tongue into his mouth, attempting to dominate for once. She couldn't, but she loved it. Their lips separated, only being connected by a line of saliva. "Good girl. I am about to cum." His hot breath tickled her neck, causing her to lose control. Oh Satan, she screamed as her walls clamped down on his member, which caused it to twitch and release a glob of cum. She collapsed into his chest as he pulled out, causing her to moan at the loss of length. Naruto placed her back onto the bed and watched as her gaping hole dripped his cum. He was one of the few without a refractory period, so he remained hard as he ate up her form. He had given her the first time, but now it was time to move on to her other statement. He turned her onto her stomach and made her raise her hips before plunging his fingers into her cum-soaked vagina. Naruto, please wait. I'm still sensitive. Wait. No. Hey. She was ignored as he scooped up more cum and let it rest on his hand before plunging his member back into her snatch. Her sensitive body tried jerking away from him, but it was far too late. His left arm had already secured her and preventing her from jumping away. The sounds of cheeks being heavily clapped filled the room once more. Stupid Naru. I'll get you FWO dish. Her words slurred as he crammed as much of his member as he could into her with no success as a few inches were out of her vagina. She felt like her gut was being punched as the boy plowed into her hole with the aggressiveness of a Spartan. Naruto slid his right hand in between her cheeks and lathered her back door with cum. Rias didn't panic as she knew this would happen because of the contents of the pornos he thought she didn't know about, but she did know about them. Gee, gimme your F finger, she managed to choke out. It was in front of her and she spat on it and a red magic circle appeared around it. Naruto watched in fascination as his pointer finger seemed to produce lubrication, but didn't watch long and got to work on prepping her for the next stage. If her sensitive body wasn't being ruthlessly fucked, she would have felt a cold, viscous fluid invading her colon. Instead, she wondered how he was able to keep such a high-thrusting pace, whilst working on her anus. It was beyond her, so she didn't question it. She tried not screaming in pleasure as he wrecked her booty and smashed her G-spot. Naruto felt her ass getting used to and adjusting his index finger, and so he inserted his middle finger then his ring before spreading them, repeated, loosening her up. I'm coming, she moaned as a clear fluid exploded out her pussy, causing her to arch her back in pleasure. Naruto smiled as he pulled out of her pussy, causing more fluid semen to flow out. He got onto the bed and crouched above her, placing his head close to her rosebud. Wait, she whined, let me rest first, you brute, she continued, regretting telling him to do as he wished. Denied. She held back a scream as she felt his member slowly sink into her bowel. She vocalized her discomfort whilst pushing her ass up to fully consume his dick. The feeling of anal was completely alien to her and was painful, but not to the point that she'd jump away from him. She mentally encouraged herself to hang on, as surely there's a limit to his seemingly limitless endurance. Fuck, she moaned, swirling her hips, feeling his girthy cock reach her deepest parts with ease. You freaking tight, oh dang. Can't underestimate you devils and your erotic bodies. I wonder what fallen angels feel like, he groaned, ignoring the withering glare she sent at him. He abruptly pulled out, leaving only the tip outside her ass before plunging in with Herculean force, causing the bed to collapse. He thrust it into her incredibly tight ass, loving every moment of it. He enjoyed watching it expand and contracted as he thrust it into it. Rias, tightness clamped onto him, signifying that she was about to come again. He too was coming close, so he released his final shot, arg. Before letting him fall beside her. He could have easily continued, after all Hinata was a crazy nymphomaniac that required both he and Ino to gang up on her in order to satisfy her during the early stages of their relationship. He eventually got used to it and grew to outlast them both. Good times. Naruto used his arm to cradle to panting Rias, giving her a warm smile. So, how was it? It was great at the start. Until you went crazy on me, you dumb brute, she pouted cutely, turning her flushed face away from his. Well, while in the spooning position, he lifted one of her legs and slipped his member into her pussy and slowly thrusted, earning a low moan from the girl. You naughty boy, she chastised, but didn't move to stop him from pleasing himself. No, I can do this later, we still have an issue at hand. Rias, Naruto paused, pulling out and turning her to make eye contact with him. If there is a problem. Let's talk about it. What's wrong? He spoke in a halting and shy manner, like a person who was afraid of the answer they were going to receive. She gained a downhearted expression and pulled into an embrace, her arms shaking as they wrapped around his being. Her hold was possessive by nature, as he could tell that she was desperately trying to hold back the devil strength she possessed. The strength that could pop him. He felt a wetness on his chest, hearing silent whimpers which his enhanced could make out. I'm sorry. He didn't have the time to think logically about what that could mean. He instead did both what he desired and what he was obliged to do. He just held her close and didn't utter a word, both physically and mentally. He reached for his sheets and tossed them over to cover their naked forms. Sometime later. Rias stirred from her slumber. Her side was much warmer than usual and turned her to see a familiar mop of blonde hair. He was holding onto her tightly as if she was going to be taken away from him. A pained look made its way onto her face, marring the face that normally had a pleasant expression. It was quite unlike her and she knew it, but she couldn't help it as she was about to commit the worst act in her life. A red magic circle appeared on her palm and she slowly raised it to his forehead with shaky hands. Her eyes watered up as she felt herself getting paralyzed by extreme guilt, but she felt that this had to be done. It's for his own, she convinced herself. It's for his own good. 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 Is it? As she sunk into her thoughts, the floor of his room erupts into a blinding light. Rias, eyes widened as she felt bloodlust rolled off in waves from the figure about to emerge from the circle. It wasn't directed at her but rather at the heavy sleeper beside her. Naruto's eyes opened, slowly moved his hand to retrieve the sword carefully hidden between the bed and its nightstand. The sword was a double jien which had a grip that resembled a snake opening its jaw. The Kusanagi no Tsurugi. His body was ready to move at a moment's notice so he could quickly evacuate Rias and intercept the enemy. He knew Rias was awake so he would have her distract the enemy whilst he grabbed his sword so he could draw his blood. One of the requirements for his seal to be released. Rias raised a magic circle that protected Naruto from a shard of ice before sending hostility towards Graphia. This was my choice, she punctuated, glaring at the person who had appeared, causing their killing intent to waver slightly. The person took note of how Rias took care as to not release her power in consideration of the human that had dared to defile her. The person paused, then took a moment to scan the room and there it was. Though it had a concealing spell over it, they as an ultimate class devil could easily see past it. A picture of her husband's little sister with the man lying down beside her. They both looked younger than they were at the moment and were both cosplaying as characters from one of the human world's most popular animated series, Attack on Titan. Rias's smile on her face as the boy had his arm wrapped around her waist in an affectionate manner spoke volumes about their relationship. Her desire to kill diminished and so did Naruto's hand inching toward his sword. I see, responded a voice that had the clarity of a bell. She could piece together what was going on now. Rias was going on. He feigned waking up but didn't fake the yawn as he really was asleep, which made it all the more convincing. Neither of them caught on to his act. I'm sorry. I love you, Rias whispered, before getting on her knees and kissing his forehead. Before he could ask what she meant, a magic circle appeared on her palm and she promptly pushed it into his forehead. Rias, wait, he managed to say before plummeting into a void. It was a feeling he was very familiar with as he had a Yamanaka girlfriend. He got caught because he let his guard down and now he was paying for it. He was nearly as defenseless to supernatural suggestion as normal humans because his chakra wasn't around to shield his mind. Rias. Don't go. He couldn't cry out. Rias' legs lost strength and so she collapsed onto her knees before grabbing his slumbering body. I will love, remember and cherish you for the rest of my days, she whispered before planting a kiss onto his forehead. Using magic, she immediately cleansed herself of any fluid that stuck to her skin, then changed into her school uniform. She turned and gave her brother's maid a look that combined being worn out, apologetic and despondent. She tried to hold a poker face but couldn't. She could feel her world caving in and so the dam broke. Sniffle. Rias was pulled into a warm embrace. I don't know who he is but this was for the best, she comforted. I will do everything in my power to make sure this information is not leaked, she continued, moving her hand to stroke Rias' hair whilst giving the girl a soft look. Chapter 5. The name's Naruto Uzumaki, the world's sexiest motherfucking 17-year-old. Actually, I'm 16, I just don't wanna seem like the typical shonen protagonist who sits by the classroom's window and awaits some cute transfer student, he thought, ignoring the students that cowered as he walked past them, heading towards the school's gate. As you can probably tell, I'm not particularly liked around here. In fact, I'm pretty infamous as I once beat up a group of shit stains that thought it was funny to mess with me and my instant ramen. Those fuckers, he continued, exiting the school's premises with the intention of going to a manga cafe. He was an avid anime and manga lover, so the manga cafe was a place he visited frequently. Today however was a little more exciting for him as the next volume of the One Punch Man manga had been released a few days prior, so he felt a strong compulsion to read it as One Punch Man was one of his favorite manga. One of the reasons he loved it so much was because he could relate to Saitama. There were video games he was so good at that he became bored as there was hardly anyone that could challenge him. It sucked. I was born into a fairly wealthy family in Dallas, Texas that traveled a lot. This habit of moving from place to place eventually landed us on a first-class seat to a crashing plane. My parents didn't survive. Their names were Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto froze, confusion written all over his face as his eyes darted around as if he thought he heard someone whispering to him. This was a normal occurrence for Uzumaki Naruto at this point. For some odd reason, he started experiencing things he did not recall, seeing imagery he did not know of and all that clashed with his current life. That is why he told himself stories regarding his past to keep his sense of self and sanity intact. No. Their names were William and Catherine Spencer, right? Those were their names, right? Naruto furrowed his eyebrow, feeling a gap in his memories as if someone had ripped a piece of them out. But then that couldn't be right as he recalled everything about himself with great accuracy. An unsettling feeling drove itself into his heart, causing him to feel the cold sweat dripping off his brow. Yes, they had to be, he convinced himself before proceeding to move, ignoring the curious eyes he was receiving from the townsfolk. Because the plane crash had traumatized him, one of the ways Naruto could hope to cope was to change his last name. His psychologist at the time had noted that anything related to his parents would cause a ridiculous amount of stress to the boy, so he arranged for Naruto to change his last name in state court. It's happening again, what the fuck is going on with me? This has been going on for the past 2 weeks, he frowned before sighing and moving on, holding his bag in a manner common to delinquents. As he moved on the pavement he scanned his surroundings, taking in how there weren't nearly as many cars as there were in Dallas, Texas. It was a welcome change, really. He had hated how noisy cars could be and how horrible the fumes they released were. He liked Kuo a lot more than Dallas because of how little traffic there was and in turn, released less carbon monoxide, which reduced unpleasant phenomena like bad ozone. Comparing the air there with the air in Kuo was like comparing fire and water. It couldn't be done, which was one of the reasons why Naruto had a liking for Kuo. Naruto smiled as he heard the sounds of birds chirping and flapping their wings, the sound of water lightly crashing against rocks and the occasional splash and croak. This was an ability he discovered he had. At the same time his mind started giving him weird suggestions relating to some things. Naruto turned a corner and walked for a few dozen meters before freezing as he came across a bridge. There was nothing out of the ordinary there. Just an old lady sitting on a bench and feeding doves whilst occasionally petting an adorable white kitten that was seated on her lap. Kaneko. He shook his head as heavy irritation was imprinted into his eyes. Why the hell am I thinking about that chick? He thought, pressing his teeth against each other with enough force to deform a jawbreaker. His eyes' whites attained a red hue. He couldn't understand what it was that was plaguing him because everything around him seemed to be a lie and his whole being except his mind was sure of it. How could he understand anything if everything was false? If everything was false, did that mean the truth didn't exist? If so, why was he stressing so much over answers he would never find? But still, he felt that he didn't need answers because he knew his own life like the back of his hand. He could answer most questions related to himself with ease, but then why did he feel like everything he recited to himself was mendacious? What he recited didn't answer the question of the origin of his abilities. An example. It had been over 2 weeks since he had last slept and he still hadn't faced any form of repercussions, which was fantastical. No decline in cognitive abilities, no paranoia, no fatigue of any form, no bags under his eyes, no hallucinations, no decline in coordination, and most definitely no increase in irritability. Well, actually, he faced an increase in irritability, but his lack of sleep was most definitely not the cause. What's wrong with me? He wondered wearily. He could remember the days when he couldn't manage basic functions without his cup of joe. It helped him get through tiring and stressful days, yet there he was, not needing nor wanting it at all. The way he viewed the world changed as well. His eyes tended to speed ramp fast-moving objects, allowing him to view them in slow motion as they sliced through the air. His coordination suddenly got way better than it used to be, to the point that he could copy complex dancing routines off the internet with ease and handle sharp objects like knives without looking at them. He felt that he could probably slice and dice vegetables while blindfolded without injuring himself. The world around him expanded. He heard what he could hear: couples running from blocks away, catch and identify scents from hundreds of meters away. He had been nearsighted but could all of a sudden see objects within a reasonable distance with great clarity. Reasonable for him was a few hundred meters, making it seem like his eyes had telescopes implanted into them. Complex visuals were but a joke to him, as patterns were easily analyzed and broken down by him without any prior knowledge. He also demonstrated a high degree of spatial awareness by being able to mentally reproduce objects, both 2D and 3D, to the nth degree. His brain was essentially a GPS. With that being said, such sudden exposure to a great number of stimuli should have driven him into madness. But it didn't. It was like he was used to it, implying he had grown up that way, but he didn't. Did he? Who the hell are Hinata and Ino? Who is Sasuke? Kurama, Kagaya, Tsunade, Kiba, Shikamaru, Konohamaru. Who the hell were those people? Why did their names just fall onto his tongue and slip through his mouth? Mentioning them brought tears to his eyes, tears which he didn't recognize. Why did he cry when he didn't know who the hell those people were? What was wrong with him? He had tried meditating, something which he had never done before, but to his surprise, it was extremely easy. This brought the question, am I superhuman? This was contrary to what he believed, or what he thought he believed at least. He didn't believe in the supernatural or the existence of God or anything that wasn't proven by science, but then there he was. An anomaly. He couldn't fly or run at hypersonic speeds or bench press mountains, but his ability to perceive every bit of stimuli around him was ridiculous. He wondered if he was an alien, but immediately shook the thought, feeling that it was too outlandish. Or was it? Naruto focused on his normal life and continued on his way to the manga cafe, clinging to what he thought was true and real, ignoring the evidence being presented to him. Ignoring how his world was falling apart before his very own eyes, as he remembered inconceivable things like beating down a bear to submission as a child and manipulating the forces of the world itself. Shit, he ground his teeth and clenched his hands as he marched towards his destination, desperately fending off his plight. He felt so frustrated, full of unpleasant feelings, yet so empty, like a man who was contemplating what to do with his life, feeling like he had no value or a purpose. But that too was something he was used to, as well as it didn't bother him as much as it should have. It was beyond frightening. All he felt were gaps. Gaps in his heart, his memories, his existence. No, this can't be right, he denied it once more as he reached his destination. A simple manga cafe that you'd find pretty easily if you looked hard enough in Japan. He was greeted by a fairly attractive young woman who, after getting paid the appropriate amount, directed him to a booth. Finally some privacy, he sighed at the thought of school whilst reaching out to pick up the One Punch Man manga to begin reading. He paused briefly as he caught sight of a certain manga character in an orange GI and spiky black hair, and on its background, he noticed a frog. Fit, he chuckled out loud before breaking out into giggles whilst simultaneously feeling moisture forming around his eyes. Why am I laughing? Why am I crying? He questioned with furrowed brows. His left hand moved to cover his eyes so as the tears wouldn't stain the manga, whilst his right went up to clutch his forehead with such force that if he was normal, he would have bled. Issei, Jiraiya. He looked up from his lap with bloodshot eyes. What's wrong with me? He croaked out loud, sniffling and moving to wipe the snot dripping from his nose. The same question he had been asking himself for the past 2 weeks. As his eyes browsed around the room allocated to him, he saw various depictions of demons and dragons which continuously soured his mood. I can't take it anymore, he shot up, knocking down his chair. His body reacted to the shift and he did not fall. He held in a scream as he rushed out of his room, out of the cafe, ignoring the shocked looks he received from both customers and employees alike. He sprinted for 3 minutes straight and maintained his high speeds with relative ease, showing no signs of fatigue. He got to his apartment complex and rushed upstairs to his room number and stopped right before the door. He quickly unlocked his apartment's door with extremely shaky hands and stumbled inside. He didn't toss his bag onto the floor like he usually did because he left it at the store while he was in a panic. Cold sweat trickled down his brow as he took a deep breath and got into a meditative stance and just sat there for some time. Meditation had been his only friend in the past 2 weeks as it helped him take his mind off the things that randomly started to plague him. His eyes opened once more and he found himself in his living room, right where he had started meditating. He sighed in a forlorn way and looked at the door leading to his room. Maybe video games will help. Haven't played in a while. Need to lock the door first, he said to himself as he stood up and made his way to his apartments and locked it. He then turned and walked past the kitchen and living room and opened his bedroom. Immaculate as it always was, perfect. One of the things he never conflicted about. He then moved over to his gaming chair and seated himself in front of the monitor and reached down to his feet to boot up the computer. In no time, Naruto was staring at his wallpaper blankly, feeling that it wasn't the wallpaper he had applied. He sighed and looked through the numerous icons on his screen. No Doom, the thought of killing demons made him upset. No Breath of the Wild, looking at the icon gave him intense nostalgia. No Ghost of Tsushima, which made him upset and caused his mind to give him depictions of rather violent scenes. Guess I could play Friday Night Funkin', I stopped developing that game after week 6. Wonder how far the guys went, he muttered as he loaded up the game, vibing from the Get Funky song. His eyes roamed around the user interface before stopping, entranced by the image of a girl with reddish-brown hair in a red dress. He shook his head and just started the game, from week 1, blasting past Daddy Dearest. He smiled in satisfaction, feeling dopamine invading his body. Hey, wait, there's a third song now. Naruto questioned as he looked down after Spooks and South, finding a song called Monster. He easily got past Skid and Pump's songs and raised his eyebrow at the monster that was supposed to be in it around week 5. He started playing. And then, I'm gonna eat your girlfriend, it sang. What the fuck? Naruto felt an extreme sense of hostility towards the lemon-headed demon. Fucking stray devil bitch, he muttered unconsciously. He didn't pay it any mind as he had been saying things that were incomprehensible to him for some time now. He just learned to deal with it. He finally got to week 7 and was playing against a new grounds character called Tankman. He had gotten past Uck and Guns, which had made him vibe more than the previous songs. Only the song Pico came close, but the recent 2 songs he played were phenomenal. Something about Tankman's Uck made him excited. It was fun to listen to and play. But Pico was a really dope song in his eyes. And speaking of Pico. Damn Pico, I see you with your little kill streak. Naruto gawked at Pico taking down Tankman left and right whilst twirling his micro Uzis. He got a notification on his phone and rushed to check it. He had ordered Mushoku Tensei collectibles, and since it was his favorite light novel and anime, he immediately dumped the game, forgetting to pause as he took off his headphones and focused on his phone's screen. What the hell? There's gonna be a delay. He protested, looking at his screen. Well fuck, he turned back to the game and found that he had been blue-balled. He froze, feeling as if a volcano was about to erupt violently from within him. Unlike the usual blue ball scene with boyfriend as the only character, this one had a girlfriend in the scene as well. When he saw girlfriend's horns he flipped. Uck, fuck, he roared, flying out of his seat before yanking his monitor off his desk and hurling it across the room. He ripped his chair from the ground and violently swung it around, smashing it into the desk before letting it fly to the monitor. He then ducked and clutched the underside of his bed and pulled as hard as he could, successfully pulling off one of its supports before shattering a window with it. He then jumped onto the unbalanced bed and jumped with a great deal of force before getting down and forcing it on its side. His sheets, blankets and pillows had long since fallen off the bed, creating a mess on the floor, splinters and broken wood complementing it. His breathing steadied and soon devolved into light sobs. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, I am 16 years old. I was born in Dallas, Texas. My parents died in a plane crash and my aunt was killed by the Yakuza, he whimpered, trying to convince himself that what he knew was the truth. And no girlfriend. I love you, he recalled a sweet voice that he didn't know. I'm alone. No one loves me. Naruto. Naruto-sama. Senpai. Leave me alone, he roared, silencing the voices in his head. He collapsed onto the floor and began weeping uncontrollably. He covered his mouth and tried forcing back his tears, but his attempts failed. He tried meditating once more, but it was impossible. Feelings, emotions that he didn't recognize flooded his heart, bringing him down to a pathetic state. People in strange outfits appeared in his mind. Rias Grimori and the Occult Research Club appeared. Not as full-fledged memories, but as apparitions. There they were, the people he didn't recognize. They were standing a few hundred meters away, beckoning him to come. There was a blonde man that looked strikingly similar to him with a woman with long, fiery red hair in his arms. A slender girl with a fair complexion and long black hair that reached down to her back stood next to them. She had lavender eyes and wore a kimono-style blouse with a pair of navy blue shorts with thigh-high stockings with heeled boots. Another girl was with them. She was blonde and had a long ponytail that extended to her lower back. She had a shapely figure and wore a provocative purple outfit that exposed her midriff. She wore mesh armor on her thighs, elbows and knees. A few other people were there, and they included a middle-aged man with gravity-defying hair, a man who was in his 50s and had long spiky white hair. A red-haired man with purple eyes. A pretty boy with heterochromatic eyes, one red and the other purple. An old man in a black bodysuit with a giant bow stuff at his side. A wild-looking man with spiky brown hair on top of a tiger-sized white dog. A blonde woman with a diamond on her forehead. There was also a towering fox with a vaguely humanoid body with 9 tails. A tired-looking man that tied his hair like a pineapple, a pale boy with an ink brush in his hand. A man with long, straight hair and looked to be garbed in crimson samurai armor. Rias and her club were there as well. He stood transfixed and perplexed at the sight. The apparitions called for him. No response came from him until he took a single step forward. Naruto didn't know who those people were, but they all had warm looks on their faces, except the guy with a dog and the other with a funky-looking purple eye. Despite the somehow hostile looks they gave him, he still felt welcomed, loved and wanted, so he started running. The distance never closed. He could take an infinite number of strides and they'd still be the same distance away. Futility. Something was stopping him, blocking him from reaching out to the people he started to feel were precious to him. Don't give up, whispered the black-haired girl. Keep pushing forward, whispered the blonde girl. Hang on to what you cherish, whispered the crimson-haired woman. Be strong, prepare and be ready to fight the world for what you feel is right, whispered his look-alike, the four of them acting as the proxy for their group. He still didn't know who these people were, but there was one thing he could tell that they all had in common. Great affection, directed at him. The other group stayed silent, all having looks riddled with guilt. Awaken, and beware. The world you know is false, a deep, raspy voice warned. The scene flickered and he was in his room once more. A shiver crawled up his spine as his pupils dilated. He looked around the room in a fluster all while breathing heavily. The world I know is false. Who am I? Uchiha Madara proclaimed. You are the strongest of your generation and will soon be the greatest to ever exist and ever will exist. No one is above you and hence I declare that you are this generation's great god of shinobi, Uzumaki Naruto. A memory of a man with long spiky black hair played. Where am I from? He saw an ocean of trees that had the occasional mountain them. He saw a massive settlement, around a fourth of the size of New York, and near its edge was a mountain with faces. Naruto clutched his forehead and he slowly regained control of his breathing. His mind and heart collided, engaging in a massive war on which was correct. Was it what he knew or what he felt? A glint of madness shone in his eyes as his mind and heart couldn't come to peace. The difference in opinion drove a wedge between them, but it was getting clearer by the second that his mind was getting cornered. He finally relaxed and looked around at his trashed room and felt his eyes being drawn to a specific place that his bed had been on top of. A cleverly concealed plank on the floor. He didn't actually see it, or rather his instincts directed him to it, and so he crawled towards it and carefully removed it from its place. He reached inside the hole and pulled out a briefcase and extracted what seemed to be a thin sachet of crimson fluid. His hands squeezed out a drop and before he knew it, his hands moved on their own, as if possessed by something. He could have easily stopped them, but he felt that he should, so he allowed it. Hare, snake, horse, dog, rat, he thought while slowly moving his hands. First seal, release. He suddenly called out as blue lines extended from under his shirt and extended towards the rest of his body and began pulsing at a rather slow pace whilst contorting into symbols he didn't understand but felt familiar with. The feeling was so strange it caused him to drop the sachet. The symbols shifted to a hue of red before coalescing it to the back of his hands and the top of his feet, and they all had the kanji for release. Writing appeared on the palm of his left hand, physical restraints loosened by 4x%. But he didn't notice it as it disappeared quickly before he could see it. What? He questioned as he looked at his hands. He felt something happen but didn't feel any different. Naruto sighed and pushed his arms down to help himself get up, only to collapse into a hole in the floor. The flooring had caved in, creating cracks in the wood. What the fuck? He looked visibly surprised before focusing on controlling his new strength. Once that was done, he went straight for the door. The outside called for him, so he obliged and closed the door behind him before walking down the hallway and the stairs. He could suddenly tell people were around him without him knowing they were there, but he could differentiate between humans and animals with relative ease. The way he suddenly got used to his sixth sense surprised him, but he paid it no mind. He walked towards the forest at a high pace, keeping it at the forefront of his mind to control his now superhuman abilities. Signs of urbanization slowly started fading and his pace in turn slowly starting increasing, and before he knew it he was sprinting at ridiculous speeds. Speeds that would make athletes in the Olympics green with envy and make some large cats feel a rivalry with him. He was still accelerating and soon found himself moving at breakneck speeds, dashing across the forest floor, kicking up brown, fallen leaves in the process, sending rolling, crackling sounds that rivaled that of campfires. Even at such a high pace, he never once lost balance, so he expertly navigated around and over various obstacles, both organic and inorganic. Jumping onto branches and tree hopping from tree to tree with great speed. He drove his arms as hard as he could but felt that it wasn't the right way, and so when he landed, he leaned forward and let his arms trail behind him, allowing him to lessen drag. While the human eye could easily track him, his features wouldn't be seen with clarity, with the only indicator of it being him was the blonde hair. The distress Naruto felt slipped away as he enjoyed the night's cold air brushing against his cheeks. The darkness that welled deep inside his heart was restrained and trapped in a bubble as Naruto's mind and heart were filled with a pleasant feeling. One with a comforting silence. One that didn't make him want to rip everything apart due to rage and confusion. He smiled softly as his eyes imprinting various sights into his brain. He moved with grace, watching the ground do a swirling transition into the starry night before warping back to the darkened greens of the flora. Rocks reflected moonlight before dulling as animals scattered due to the unfamiliar sound that was invading their forest, but he was oblivious. Naruto then twisted in midair and landed on top of a tree with a surprisingly quiet thud and looked at the breathtaking scene before him. The pond was fed by a stream and had a few hopping, croaking toads moving about, some stationary atop lily pads, others swimming. He saw tadpoles being swallowed by various small fish with a quick jerk of their heads. An image of the 50-year-old looking man with long spiky white hair appeared once more, and for one he wasn't distressed. Instead, he felt a tear rolling down the side of his cheek. He wiped it off and didn't question it. He watched dragonflies swooping down and dipping their tails in star-filled waters. Naruto saw the world before him as an artwork. The vines that crept up trees. The algae that made itself home on dead trees. The fauna that rushed to take a sip of the cool waters. Naruto felt a presence above him swooping in. It had wings, but the sound that was supposed to be generated by them wasn't there. Naruto watched an owl swoop in and snatch an inattentive rodent before flying off, causing other rodents to scramble away, creating the sound of rustling leaves. Naruto stayed stationary for a few moments before hopping away and dashing out of the forest, which showed signs of being thinned out as the road in front of him was clear. Someone should create a forest corridor, he thought as he dashed along with the dip that was parallel to the road, racing cars that were traveling out of Kuo and beating them with a fairly large gap. Yes, I won, he felt pleased with himself. He continued sprinting for a while and ended up on top of a particularly tall tree which happened to be on a mountain. That was amazing, he breathed out, displaying his satisfaction. He turned to his side, causing the tree's leaves to rustle at the shifting weight. Naruto's eyes stared at the horizon, reflecting the sky into his eyes. He blinked, feeling something moist in his inner thigh, and tilted his head to investigate. Shit, I hope it isn't. Wait a minute, I dropped that, didn't I? Why the fuck is it in my pocket? He expressed confusion as he watched blood seep onto his skin. He curled up suddenly and clutched his forehead. I feel something. What the hell is this shit in my head? Naruto stopped twitching as he detected an alien presence in his head. The presence suddenly flared and Naruto felt something dragging his mind away. And no. He suddenly realized what had been happening. Whatever it was that was in his head, was what had been causing him pain. His distress must have been a signal as his hands began moving with great speed. Marks that resembled the ones he had when he was at his apartment appeared on his body. The long lines formed by unknown characters pulsed in a dull red color before fading. A message appeared on his left hand. All seals have been released. For fuck's sake, Rias, he frowned as he stood up from his lying position. His hand moved over his pants and the blood that had been smeared on coalesced and became a sphere. His hand twitched and the sphere vaporized. All flora and fauna within a 100-meter radius contorted, morphed and withered away as their life force was sapped from them, leaving them as husks of their former selves. Naruto bit his tongue, drawing blood. I'm sorry, he apologized out loud before waving his hand and returning the creatures of the land to their former states. The animals scattered in panic and the pants seemed to lean away from him. He sighed, making his displeasure known to the world. You fucking idiot. When I get my hands on you, he whispered, feeling the remnants of the spell fall apart. It was nothing in the face of his immeasurable chakra reserves. Now, how the hell do I get to the underworld? He mused before getting an idea and smacking his fist onto the palm of his hand. I'm out. Naruto disappeared with speed that could have been mistaken for a body flicker. He did that after feeling an unfamiliar presence rushing to his position. He had no intention of being involved with other supernatural beings. His girlfriend and her group were already a headache. A few seconds later, black feathers drifted down to Naruto's previous position. What was that? The figure questioned. Issei POV. Everything was fine in the days that preceded the events that occurred 2 weeks ago. Had my morning training with the president and enjoyed the view of her bouncing tits, sorry Naru, and also had the pleasure of being cheered on by Asia-chan. That silly girl is way too innocent. My desire to have lots of boobs in my hands and face can be damned, this is a lot more important. Her degree of being sheltered is so severe that she is as gullible as a child. Scary. So the thought of that got me to want to work even harder, going as far as asking Naruto to be my proxy to the president to request for more while also begging her myself. Also, I can protect her from all the evils of this world. And that includes the godfather of all perverts, Uzumaki Naruto himself. While he normally looks like all he thinks about is homicide, that dude is a massive pervert. Asia must not be eaten by that wolf. No, if he were a wolf then getting rid of him wouldn't be too hard via the use of traps. That thing is a fucking fox, he will make you think you got him but in reality, it will be you who got. I am getting sidetracked. Anyway, I ended up receiving magic lessons from Akeno at sunset but made sure not to push myself too hard as I still had devil duties. It took a while for me to be able to get the very basics of sorcery down but I was able to do it. Good times. Everything was pretty good until the president teleported to the clubroom in tears whilst being followed by an attractive silver-haired Oni-san. This caused us a great deal of worry which morphed into depression and frustration as the president finally got a hold of herself and explained her circumstances and the erasure and replacement of Naruto's memories. We didn't take it too well. Asia was confused but did her best to help comfort us. I couldn't help but bash the door numerous times, till my fist bled, nearly making Asia-chan cry, as I probably made her feel useless by being unresponsive to her attempts. Both Kiba and Akino's eyes lost the luster that was typically present in them, with Kiba nearly shedding tears. Akino managed to hide most of her feelings, but we could all tell that she took a loss from that information. Man, Kaneko. Kaneko couldn't handle it at all and immediately broke down into a whimpering and shaking mess, so she had to be knocked out and taken home by Kiba. It was a scene that could only be seen in one's imagination, as imagining that cool-headed and aloof girl showing great distress was very difficult. By the time Kiba returned, we had all managed to rein ourselves in as we sympathized with the president. It was true. He was as strong as a normal human with a somewhat ordinary life, but had somehow managed to bag the best girlfriend ever, though I can imagine him feeling less like a man as she paid for pretty much everything he wanted. Poor Chad, I feel for him. That annoying, cocky and idiotic piece of shit called Naruto was the friend I needed. I honestly felt like I spent more time with him than Matsuda and Motohama. It's pretty weird really, but still. I also wouldn't want him too involved in the devil world, because I also wouldn't want any harm done to him. With the president's circumstances, his involvement would end up very harmful to him in the end. Riser Finex. The shit that came into our clubroom and started spouting all sorts of stuff about how devil clans were becoming extinct and how reincarnated devils were taking the place of the old devils and all that jazz. It was clear that he was the type of person who would eliminate his rivals, and Naruto was definitely no exception. Well, Naruto is way above him, but that wasn't going to help him. The old devils would hate Naruto as well, so they'd constantly try to get rid of him so that the president could get tied to a pure-blooded devil. Anyway, we weren't in the mood to hear annoying and troubling things, so listening to him was especially frustrating to us. Had Kaneko been there, she surely would have hurled her chair at him. Anyway, the guy showed off his peerage, which only had girls who he was very intimate with. Cool. Good for him. He is a guy who is living my dream, but there is a problem. A really big problem. Fucker has his little sister in, yuck. Like what the hell, man? Even I wouldn't go that far. Anyways, long story short, the president and the fried chicken argued before being stopped by the maid, who proposed a rating game. The chicken gave us 10 days to prepare, but they were not enough. Like at all. We were fortunate that Riser didn't think much of our peerage, so we were able to eliminate a majority of his members with various tactics and traps. We did pretty well at the start, used my new dress break move a few times and landed an awesome hit with my new dragon shot technique. If only I could show it off to you, bro, which definitely wasn't inspired by the twin dragon shot or anything. I digress again. Things turned sour quickly. That bomb bitch pulled out a vial of Finex tears and knocked out Akino, Kaneko and Kiba. Riser came to finish the job himself, showing us how hopeless it was. Prez was about to give in, but I refused to give up for some reason. Perhaps it was to defend my man's girl while he wasn't around to do so himself, but in the end, I failed. I didn't just fail my master, but I failed my best friend as well. Pav end. Issei woke from his slumber feeling heavily fatigued. He was in his room. Good to see you're awake. Looks like you got a little stronger, good job. Issei suddenly remembered his loss and turned away. Oh, piss off, dipshit, he snarled. After a moment, Issei's eyes widened as he shot up from his bed and turned to his side. Naruto sat on his chair like he owned the place. Why you? Surprised. Took a while for me to shake the effects of that little spell Rias put on me. The blonde smiled as Issei paled and looked down, hoping to avoid eye contact with his best friend. What are you doing here? Issei whispered. What else? I have had my memories in a jumble for about 2 weeks, so I am going need to be updated, he responded with ease. Oh, and don't worry, no one can hear us. I took some measures to make sure that we aren't disturbed for a little while because Maid-san is here. And boy, that woman is as alert as a meerkat, he continued, bringing his left hand up to cover his mouth as he hid a chuckle. Who and what are you? Issei muttered in shock, having a hard time believing that Naruto had broken out of a spell cast by a wizard as skilled as Rias. To someone at his level, Rias' level of skill was jaw-dropping. Yo, I'm the one asking the questions here. And for you to ask me that, bruh. Even I feel hurt. But anyway, I am 100% human. Just extra, he answered with a shrug. Please don't ask why I didn't. It's something that brings me unbearable shame right now, he requested as the smile on his face grew weary. Is she okay? He asked with a hopeful look which slowly died as he watched Issei tense up and look away in ignominy. The chair he was seated on exploded, sending splinters all the room, forcing Issei to raise his arm to guard his eyes. Issei moved his arm away from his face and openly gaped at what had just happened. Issei clenched his jaw and glared at Naruto. You realize all this could have been avoided if she knew, right? Naruto, you could have stopped this. Why? Why didn't you tell her? Issei. Getting stronger feet is only a fraction of what makes a journey successful. To get to your destination, you sometimes have to bring people down and take their equipment to make the journey easier for yourself. He spoke solemnly. I attained power, but there will always be the question, where did it come from? He continued, giving the boy a ghost smile. I feared her finding out about my power would drive a wedge between us. And then she'd eventually find out what I did to get to the top. I don't regret it really, he shrugged, but she is a kind girl. What would she do if she found out the one she loves is a ruthless killing machine, I wonder? He chuckled lightly as Issei's eyes widened in horror. Naruto's eyes moistened briefly, but he hid that with basic water manipulation. You. Me. Issei stared the shinobi down for some time, before breaking off because Naruto somehow made him feel small and weak. A feeling Issei disliked immensely. A feeling that discouraged him from probing the blonde any further. I see. Silence reigned for a few moments before Naruto spoke once more. That's enough time wasting, the maid will be here soon. Tell me what happened. Now, he demanded with an aggressive tone whilst straightening his back and tensing up his muscles. An inexplicable pressure entered the room and weighed down on Issei, giving him chills. Issei took a deep breath and spoke, recounting what had happened during the time Naruto was mentally incapacitated. I see. Do you know of a way to the underworld? And no, Issei shook his head. They both heard the door open. Issei-sama, are you? The voice's owner froze. Probably should have put a barrier. He felt like smacking himself in the face as the door opened. A beautiful young woman that appeared to be in her early 20s with back-length silver hair that featured a long braid on each side with small blue bows at the ends, while the rest was let down, which ends in twin braids and red eyes, entered the room. She was dressed in a blue French-maid outfit. She froze mid-step as she saw her Ojo-sama's boyfriend seated next to the Red Dragon Emperor. What in the world? Her eyes widened. Oh hey, you must that maid-san that came to get Rias that time. Nice to meet you, Naruto waved, ignoring her surprised face. The woman regained her composure in a snap and looked at the boy suspiciously. You, how did you get in here? How did you break the spell? What faction do you belong to? The maid questioned as a pale magic circle formed above his head. The silver-haired woman stared at him with a look filled with suspicion. Yar lady, I'm fucking human. Dummy Red put me out of commission for a while, ya know. As for your first and second questions, how else? Through the window, he directed her gaze towards the shifting curtains, and I broke it through the power of love, he half joked, not feeling threatened by the looming circle. I see, she said slowly as the magic circle above him dimmed considerably. She then took note of how he seemed to be interrogating the young devil as she came in and was now looking at her expectantly. His gaze made her have second thoughts about deleting her circle. What is he? She questioned, not grasping how he pressured her without raising any form of killing intent. Despite the pressure, however, it was very clear that he was not hostile. Yet at least. A sigh made its way through her mouth as she recalled the peaceful look he had when in bed with Rias. It was the exact opposite of the look he had now. Am I correct to assume that you are here for answers? Yes. I want to know how I can get to the underworld. I really need and want to see that idiot right now. Don't worry about me being harmed, I'll be fine, he said as he sat cross-legged on the floor. What are your intentions? She questioned, allowing her icy aura and magic circle to fade into nothingness. What else? Save my baby girl at any cost, he responded in a manner that simultaneously made him seem lax and serious. The woman eyed him for some time before relaxing. Ojo-sama would not fall in love with a perversive person. His silence brought out another sigh from the older lady, who then turned to Issei. Sighing so much. How unbecoming of me. I am glad to see you are well, Issei-sama. She lowered her head briefly. Yeah, I am, thanks Grafia-san. Is everyone okay? Yes, your comrades are all well. Though every one of them besides you and Asia-sama is still in the underworld. Asia-sama stayed behind to treat your wounds at Ojo-sama's behest, she responded before she turned to Naruto. Issei sighed in relief, that's great. Before joining the maiden staring at the whisker-marked blonde seated at his bedside. Naruto-sama. Yes. This was only intended for Issei-sama, but since you wish to save Ojo-sama and are very close to her, I feel as though you should go with Issei-sama. The engagement party. It is currently taking place in the assembly hall that was arranged by the House of Grimori. You going will benefit both you and my master, she explained, causing Naruto to raise an eyebrow before simply sighing in response. I was gonna go anyway, whether you liked it or not, he thought, eyeing the clone that had taken the place of one of Issei's buttons from the corner of his eye. He had heavily saturated a clone with chakra so it could reverse summon to wherever Issei went. Seemed that he wouldn't be needing it anytime soon. If someone asked why he didn't become the button himself and have a clone talk to Issei. The reasons were, 1. Clones are significantly harder to detect, and 2. Clones tended to be on the opposite side of the personality spectrum from their creator and weren't really good at hiding it because they knew they'd disappear. A man changes when he faces death after all. I see. So the rest of her peerage went to escort her, huh? Yes, she confirmed, displaying that she was impressed by his quick conclusion. She then turned to address the Red Dragon Emperor, giving him a small smile. My master found you to be an interesting person, she said briefly before pulling out a slip of paper and handing it to Naruto. You are familiar with magic, yes? She questioned, to which Naruto just nodded. Then I leave, taking you and Issei-sama to the underworld to you. Hey, wait a minute. Why the hell does this dork have to come? Because the circle was meant for him. And my lord is fond of dramatic moments. Forgive him. Okay, let's go, you loser. Naruto took the slip of paper and grabbed Issei by the collar, yanking him out of bed. Oi, you gonna snap my buttons again, you jackass. You didn't have superhuman strength last time. Oi, let go of me. Graphia-san, tell Asia-chan that me and this jackass are going to the underworld, and Issei's panicked voice was cut off by him and Naruto disappearing on top of a magic circle. What an interesting dynamic. Uzumaki Naruto. Who are you? She muttered as she moved to pick up the scattered blankets and bedsheets. Unknown place. Damn, devils do be those cliché rich people, Naruto chuckled, staring at a large portrait of a man with crimson hair. Must be her dad or something. Guess I know who to punch first after this is settled. If he is alive at least, he shrugged, following Issei, who rushed through the large doors. Bucho. He called out, Naruto's back and he's pyak. Naruto walked into the hall filled to the brim with high class. With him was a dark and heavy presence that drew silence from the crowd. A majority of the devils got their attention drawn to the door and saw a human in gray shorts and a black vest. Next to him was the Red Dragon Emperor, who was tending to a bruise on his head. The sound of shattering glass echoed through the room as certain faces gaped at the human at the door. Senpai, one of them muttered. Naruto then casually took a few steps forward, then stopped and looked around the hall. His gaze darkened as his eyes landed on a blonde man standing next to a crimson hair goddess. Hey, you, what do you think you are? A man who must have been a guard rushed at Naruto only to be knocked down by a petite girl with white hair. Good job, he praised the teary-eyed girl as he moved past her. Hey, stop him, yelled another guard as he rallied his comrades and charged at the lone human. No, you don't. Dragon Booster. Kiba and Akino joined the fray as well, hoping to keep the guards away from the blonde. What a bunch of reliable kids. He turned back to look at Rias once more. Rias stiffened and took a step back with wide eyes, covering her mouth. Her eyes met his and she felt a comforting warmth in her heart before the weight of guilt could crush it. I have come for you, his eyes seemed to say, despite the hostility that seemed to be radiating from them. Her muscles tensed up even more as she saw the smile on his face. It didn't reach his eyes. What is he doing here? I am sure I erased and rewrote his memories. How? Her heartbeat accelerated. If it failed to work on him, then that means he has a powerful form of magic resistance, but from where? The spell I used has enough kick to bring down high-class devils. Various thoughts rushed through her head as she tried to solve the puzzle that was her boyfriend. There she goes, thinking at least a 1,000 miles per hour. Naruto turned to the crowd and respectfully regarded it, moved his right hand from his chest to his diaphragm in an arching motion. How do you do, esteemed devils of the underworld? This one's name is Naruto Uzumaki, and I have had the honor of courting and taking Lady Rias Grimori's maidenhood. Chapter 6. Silence prevailed within the assembly hall as all eyes were on the lone human. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed human brought his gaze onto the bewitching, crimson-haired devil that was dousing him and gave a small, but affectionate smile. The girl couldn't help but take a step back as a look of shock took over her delicate features, morphing into her own little smile, bringing a great deal of shock amongst the spectating devils. Her reaction had made it evident that the human's statement had truth in it. It was unbelievable to the majority of them as a devil of one of the 72 pillars had shared her bed with a mere human. It was preposterous. The blonde-haired devil dressed in a tuxedo narrowed his eyes as his hands stiffly shook in place. The lone human's figure was all that was in his line of sight. The look directed at Naruto was filled with excessive malice and hinted that Riser had a great deal of pride and arrogance. The way he looked at him dehumanized him and made him be a creature on the level of an ant. A mere ant dared to steal his prize. Naruto, acknowledging the glare, turned to face the son of the Phoenix clan. Lord Riser, I presume, if you would kindly step away from my woman, that would be appreciated, he said, ending in a hostile tone, causing the aforementioned Phoenix to grit his teeth and clench his fists with so much force they turned purple. If the day's event wasn't so important, he would have captured the little shit and slowly seared off his flesh. Lord Riser, what is the meaning of this? Lady Rias, did you truly surrender your chastity to a mere barbarian like him? What the hell? A myriad of shouts cleared the silence, making it seem like an event of a distant past. Wait Naru, you banged Prez. What the fuck man, come on. Why do bastards like you get the bees ag? Issei was silenced by a blow to the back of his head, courtesy of Kaneko. Cram it, she said before moving to engage the rest of the guards. The great distance that was present between Rias, Riser and Naruto slowly narrowed as the human began his march. The volume of hostility coming from his tiny frame was so staggering that devils parted, giving way like the sea with Moses. Endless chatter slowly streamed into the room as some devils whispered into each other's ears while gave cries filled with shock. It didn't matter to him. The real prize was a few dozen feet away from him and he was not going to let anything stop him. Naruto gazed into his girlfriend's eyes and saw tears slowly dripping from the corner of her eyes. He wanted to hold her. Just a few more. Someone had placed their hand on his shoulder, nearly causing his finely controlled chakra to explode out of his body with the force of an atomic bomb. Keep calm, don't blow off their arm. Keep calm, don't blow off their arm. Keep calm, don't blow off there, the blonde chanted, exercising control over his chakra. Naruto turned to meet the arm's owner. It was a man that had a resemblance to Rias. One of the people that allowed Rias to suffer so much. Stay in control. As a testament to his prowess as a shinobi, not a single bit of chakra leaked out nor did his neutral expression slip off his face. Silence flooded the room once more, so much so that a pin dropping could be heard. The crimson hair man lifted his arm away from the blonde as it had served its purpose. Naruto had stopped walking. An obstacle stood in his path. I see. So you that human my sister has been infatuated with, the man stated simply, not leaving any room for denial. On his face wasn't the cold expression Naruto had expected but instead a somewhat welcoming smile which nearly caused him to raise an eyebrow. The word, sister, considerable lowered the antithetical feeling in his heart. Just like dad. As a leader he can't just show favoritism, he thought as he turned fully to meet the man. It's a pleasure to meet you Daimao-sama, he humbly lowered his head, the political instincts drilled into him kicking in. Likewise, Naruto-san, Searsex nodded. The two of them discreetly sized each other up in the span of a few seconds. He is weak. No. This human is strange. Oh Ria-tan, what kind of weirdo did you choose as your partner? He thought in slight exasperation. This one. His presence is impressive, Naruto acknowledged the super devil before him. Relatives and guests alike made troubled faces and fell into panic as their Mao had moved to meet the human and destroy him. Except, he didn't. He didn't try to get rid of him nor even looked like he was about to do such a thing. Searsex raised his hands, signaling for the fight between Rias Peerage and the guards to stop. My lord, what is happening? Oh this is an event I organized though I never would have imagined that this person would come here. I was under the impression that his memories were lost but it would seem that I am wrong, the super devil shrugged. Organized. But my lord. Series of protests and complaints jumped out of the crowd in an attempt to placate their leader. The devil lord merely shook his head and spoke. Yes, the rating game from last time was very entertaining. But it was a bit disadvantageous for my younger sister as she hardly has experience and a full peerage to face off against the prodigal son of the Phoenix House, Riser, he explained with a smile. Then tell us, Searsex. What is it you wish to do? Or what is it that you intended to do? A middle-aged crimson-haired man asked. Naruto stopped himself from ripping the man in half as he considered the fact that he was Rias' beloved father. He may have been one of the causes for all this but Rias still showed great affection for him. He was safe. For now. Father, I wanted to turn my cute little sister's engagement party into a flashy one. Dragon vs. Phoenix. Don't you think that would have been the ultimate event? The man turned to Issei who stood attentively then turned back to Naruto. But alas this fine gentleman stepped into the board. Whatever shall we do? Searsex asked. The crowd stayed silent for a few moments as thoughts ran through each devil's mind. Lord Searsex, might I suggest something? Asked a handsome, muscular young man with black hair and violet eyes. Why of course Saraorg-kun. That human carries himself like a warrior. Why not have him battle the heir to the Phoenix for Lady Ria's hand? The crowd erupted into a chatter that slowly morphed into cheers. To them, something like this was an opportunity to keep the status quo as Riser would definitely wipe the floor with a weakling like him. The idea offered by the Bale clan's heir seemed to be a favorable one as the human in their presence didn't seem to be affiliated with the church, have a sacred gear, host the spirit of a hero nor did he have a significant magical presence. He didn't have a weapon that could pose a threat to any of them and so he was weak. Very, very weak. Searsex nodded, noticing the positive feedback from the crowd towards Saraorg's idea. I see. Will you be okay, Naruto-kun? The super devil questioned the blonde at his side. Why, yes, of course. It brings me great relief that a mere human such as myself has the opportunity to fight for my lady's hand. My heartfelt gratitude to you, sir. Naruto bowed towards the muscular man who smiled in response. Wait, no, Santo. Rias was cut off by a stare from Naruto. I really wish you would trust me. A circle with complex symbols that could easily be mistaken for a magical circle appeared at Naruto's side. Its various symbols twisted as the circle slowly rotated, producing a sword handle that led to a guard that resembled a snake opening its maw. Naruto grasped it and tugged, releasing the sword. A double-edged Jien. Devils stared at the weapon and the strange symbols in surprise. My name is Uzumaki Naruto and I challenge you, Riser Finex. He raised his fighting spirit, sword and voice. Riser had a smile that combined the elements of fearlessness and hostility. Riser is far above the likes of you, filth. You are unworthy to fight me. Come, my servants, he called out, inciting a group of women to rush behind. Naruto raised an eyebrow and Searsex frowned. Riser-kun, this is only mere to be a one-on-one. Your peerage is unneeded. But my lord, but the human has an unknown weapon which could be a powerful sacred gear. And, Riser stringed a series of incomprehensible and idiotic excuses one after the other, nearly causing the Devil King to face palm. Searsex opened his mouth only for him to stop as Naruto raised his hand. All is well. Even if the chicken wishes to hide behind a group of harlots, Naruto said in a plain tone. Excuse me. How dare you, you troglodyte. Piss off. All manner of insults exploded from Riser's group, but the man himself showed no reaction but instead smiled. Oh, interesting words from a nobody such as yourself, he replied in a mocking tone. Look at your pathetic self. You have nothing. No one to assist you in dire times. Riser put on a show by raising his hands, gesturing to various devils in the crowd and his own group. Who do you think you are, stepping into this place? Definitely not the mere human who popped your betrothed's cherry, Naruto snickered, giving his eyes an amused glint. Ah yes. The way she squirmed under me as I ate her up was fantastic. Those long legs, that butt, those breasts, Naruto grinned so lecherously that even Issei was taken aback. Something you can't and never will have. I even have her heart. Which, you, don't, have, he mocked Riser, causing the man's face to explode into a shade of red. How dare you, using such vulgar language in our presence. Know your place, human. Look at you flaunting your power. Oh wait, it's daddy's power, isn't it? Don't you know? It's bad to go around flaunting daddy's power when in reality you have nothing. Look at you, pathetic and depraved, surrounding yourself with women to mask your own insecurities, pathetic. Trying to serve the devil race so you can be praised as the greatest, Naruto laughed at Riser's rapidly souring face. Tension rose as Naruto's smile grew wider and Riser's grimace strengthened. Now gentlemen, don't you think it's appropriate to settle this in the battlefield? Searsex stepped in, weakening the tension. Riser and his peerage leveled hostile glares at the boy. The sword in Naruto's hand transformed into a brown constrictor before slithering up his arm and dipping toward his hip. It reached his hip and moved back up, making it seem like a sash. Of course, Naruto responded simply before looking at Rias. Might I have a word with the lady of the hour, he requested, getting a nod from the crimson-haired devil. Naruto walked towards Rias, stepping over the foot that attempted to trip him. Devils shifted away from the couple as Naruto arrived and took her left hand with his right. My lady, he kissed her knuckle, looking up into Rias' tear-filled face. You idiot, why did you come? What weirdo lets his woman get taken away by some beta loser, he responded jokingly with a hint of affection. You a lucky bitch, you know that. I should punt you through that wall right now for what you put me through, he smiled wryly. Her makeup had been spoiled by her tears. Rias Grimori, when I win this battle, I expect you to spend the rest of my life with me, ya hear? Naruto playfully glared at the buxom devil. But how are you? How did you? Confusion was written all over her face. Rias closed her eyes and took a deep breath and looked into Naruto's eyes. Naruto, if it were someone like Issei I wouldn't be too worried, but this is Riser. He has never lost in a rating game against more experienced devils. You are not only facing him but his peerage. And, he hates you. He will kill you. I won't allow it. I refuse, she hissed vehemently. Go back to your world, human, she rebuked him, making a pained expression. And here I thought lovers were supposed to encourage each other no matter what the situation. This could lead to your death. I can't. Silly Rias, you underestimate me way too much, Naruto said, holding in a laugh as a nostalgic look appeared on his face. Remembering all the times both his enemies and allies alike underestimated him. There is a lot you don't know about me. A lot I want to tell you about me. I want to make an ideal future with what you'll find out, so believe in me. Trust me like a true Christian would trust God. He brought his lips closer to hers whilst moving his hand onto her cheek. Me not having a magic presence doesn't mean I am incapable of manipulating phenomena. Oh no my dear, quite the opposite, he whispered huskily. Rias, eyes widened as she felt the mess on her face disappear. He gave her a peck on the lips and pulled back, giving her a mischievous smile. There, this is the first and last time I'll fix your makeup. His warm smile chipped away. Now then. To deal with the insect who has the gall to attempt to claim what's mine as his, the warmth he displaced was long gone. A face that had less character than a blank white wall had replaced it. In that instant, Rias felt every hair on her body stand on end as she stared at Naruto with muted shock. An aura that was so abundant that it couldn't fit into the room was around him. It was a shade of gold with splotches of red, black, purple and white in it. It disappeared before the other occupants could detect it, including her own brother. Unbelievable. Fear. She suddenly felt like an insect compared to him. The fear present within her was further amplified by what she thought she knew about him. How she just labeled him as a mere, weak human like most of his species. The boy turned away from her and began walking. Naruto. He stopped. The distance between them became their own space. No sound could penetrate this field of silence reserved for the human and the devil. Please don't kill them, she begged in their stead. If Naruto was surprised, he didn't show it. His shoulders drooped slightly before shifting back to position. Understood, his cold voice brushed against her ears, making them feel like they were frozen solid. He took a few strides away from the woman and moved toward the center of the room. He waved his hand and his sword appeared once more. He was met with Riser's hostile glare. When I'm done with you, you will be a shell of your former self, the man hissed in both excitement and hostility. The group behind giggled. All except one, a girl with drills. Naruto detected worry in her heart and strangely it was directed at him. He ignored it. Devils made space for the two parties. Kaneko rushed into the center and grabbed Naruto's hand. I believe in you Sen. She cut herself off. Naruto, she corrected herself, causing a slight smile to creep into his expressionless face. The girl grabbed his arm and yanked him down whilst pushing herself off the tips of her toes and pressed her lips onto his cheek. Naruto stood up straight and stared at the red-faced girl. Thanks, he lowered himself to her level, wrapped his arm around her neck and nuzzled his forehead against hers. He stared into her amber eyes for a moment, getting lost in the plethora of emotions he saw in them. None were negative, instead, all he saw was a zealous belief signifying her great trust in him. Naruto felt her body shake in his arm. She is nervous. The expressionless face couldn't be held any longer as a warm and pleasant smile took his face. His other hand moved up, took both her hands into his and firmly squeezed. Her eyes closed for a moment before they opened once more. Naruto's heart skipped a beat. Good grief, he sighed. Come back to us Naruto, NYA, she used his name once more. We've been lonely. Wait for me, he commanded simply, stopping himself from leaning in. Naruto ignored the swoons around him and turned to Rias, who averted her gaze, causing the boy to sigh. Naruto turned back to Kaneko and his eyes suddenly zoomed onto her lips. Goodness, I still need permission for that, he held in a sigh. He let go of the girl and she promptly scurried away into the Grimoire group. He turned to his other friends and they all gave encouraging waves. He then turned and saw the student council. And Saji. They flipped each other off, prompting a woman with a bob haircut to grab his ear. A magic circle appeared at their feet and they disappeared. Pocket dimension. The structural layout closely resembled that of Kuo Academy. It fit the description that Issei had given him earlier, not that that matter. Naruto found himself in the ORC's building, which promptly exploded into flames as multiple presences rushed towards his building. They all stopped and levitated above the roaring fire that was consuming the clubhouse. Riser grinned as an orange light was reflected from his eyes. It was time to flush out the pathetic human who had the gall to make fun of him. That fucking cockroach. That rat. What is it that humans do when hunting for rodents? Is it fire or is it smoke? Either way works for me. Riser grinned as his flame wings flapped. Oh, perhaps he is burning. Why can't I hear his screams? Perhaps he narrowly escaped. His queen Ubeluna made her way to his side and lowered her head. My lord, we are all ready to immobilize and teach that human a lesson, she reported. Good, Riser smiled as he pulled the woman close, leaning in and claiming her lips. His hand traveled down and grasped her large ass. This fight is below your lord. I desire a cup of wine, so I will be going to relax in a more situable place. Capture him. Bring him to me, he commanded, getting a bow from the women around him. I will be watching. Don't disappoint, he said as a magic circle appeared below him, teleporting him elsewhere. He would watch the fight with a glass or two of wine. Ladies, I would like to ask that you stay out of this fight. My battle is with your master. Get involved and I will have to harm you. You have 30 seconds to make your decision, they heard a voice coming from one of the trees below them. Their heads all shot to a spot, atop one of the trees. On it was Naruto, standing on its branch with no evidence of damage being done any part of his body. Silence. Calling us harlots and insulting our lord. You will pay, screamed a woman with light brown hair and green eyes before covering the distance between them with incredible speed. Naruto ducked and twisted away from her frantic slashes with great ease. VRRROOOOMMMM. The woman disengaged. He jumped and twisted midair, getting into the gap left by the twins that had attacked his head and legs with their chainsaws. The girl at the bottom quickly found footing and used it as leverage to make a follow-through. She brought her spinning saw diagonally with a howl. She is trying to shepherd me to the other one, he thought, looking at the girl behind him, placing her chainsaw that would rip into his back if he leaned back to dodge. Naruto casually plucked the teen that was in midair and threw her in the path of the rotating chain, causing both twins' eyes to widen. The one at the bottom discarded her saw and used her body to cushion her sister, sending them both to the ground below. Naruto tilted and lowered his head before leaning back, avoid bow stuff attacks from a blue-haired girl whose face was warped in frustration. Hold still, she hissed as she twisted, twirled and swung her staff but to no avail. He distanced himself from her as one of Riser's knights charged at him. Naruto grabbed Carlamine's wrist before she could attack him again and pulled her into the path of Schwelin's flaming fist, sending her flying into the gym building. You bastard, she covered her hands in brilliant red flames and charged at him, heavily telegraphing a punch. Her punch was a distraction as she quickly brought her foot up for a roundhouse, exposing her lack of undergarments in the hopes that would draw his eyes for a moment. Her tactic failed as he parried her kick with ease and distanced himself by jumping away towards the school's courtyard. 25 seconds left. I will repeat my warning. Stand down now, my battle is with your master, not you, he warned. Silence, the blonde girl from earlier proclaimed. She hesitated briefly before sending dozens of fireballs at him. To her surprise, he didn't move. Instead, the fireballs themselves seemed to change their path. Her surprise wasn't exclusive to her as her comrades openly gaped at the phenomena. 19 seconds, his voice droned in once more. Naruto jumped out of the way as a woman with tanned skin tried dropkicking him. She jumped away from him as a magic circle appeared at her clasped hands. A crocodile appeared from the circle and rushed at him. It suddenly froze in place, displaying a frightened look before disappearing. Its owner openly gaped. They all began dreading as they began feeling that they had a battle against time. It was clear to them this man was far from normal and had to be eliminated quickly or else they'd pay dearly for it. They had to do it, even if they displeased their master. The bishops conjured various circles of magic and cast many enchantments and curses all across the school. Balls of blue, orange and purple flame and powerful gusts and blades of wind flew in his direction, but they too faltered at the face of his anomalous magic. Lights reflected off the window panes as Naruto stood calmly in the middle of a magic storm, ignoring the debris clouding his vision. All magic sent in his direction strayed from its path. This was the effect of one of his yin release jutsu, which he called ephemeral, naming it after one of Uchiha Itachi's genjutsu. With the training he got from Kurama, Naruto learned to use yin and yang release on their own without the addition of other elements. In this case, what was being used was yin release, which governed over concepts and imagination. In other words, things that did not exist. Genjutsu was the most common application of yin release, as it allowed the user to affect other people's sensory capabilities via their chakra network, but alas, yin release was hardly used for anything else. The way this technique worked was simple. Since most techniques required the user to program what they wanted them to do, they were sent out with a set number of instructions in them. The instructions are formulated by thought, and that thought is carried over with whatever energy was used to power a technique. Since thoughts don't technically exist and are manipulated by the mind, that means that they are within the realm of yin release. Ephemeral was a jutsu that reprogrammed the concept part of a technique, allowing Naruto to manipulate its properties, trajectory included. Naruto cast a field of chakra around him, and all techniques that left the attacker's body and entered this field could freely be manipulated. He happened to take control of the dimension to prevent interference, not that that mattered at the moment. Ephemeral could only be resisted by someone with a decent level of skill in the attack they used, and these girls were certainly not up to standard. They could cast their magic, but they could not controlling it, making it incredibly easy for Naruto to manipulate their attacks. The ground around him as well as classrooms nearby exploded as they took the brunt of the attacks from the devils. Mahai, Ubeluna and Revel grit their teeth in frustration as their target was unscathed despite their effort. Spectators. Akino's dignified demeanor was a thing of the past as she openly gaped at what was happening on the field. Akino took a moment to reminisce the moments when she trained Naruto by having him dodge magical attacks. She had realized how her efforts were essentially in vain as he didn't need any form of training from her. What's with me I wonder? Akino frowned as she felt her heart getting empty and sorrow washing into it. Why did I and still trust that man? She questioned herself, watching explosions tearing the field and faculty around Naruto apart. Akino could feel it within herself. A strange feeling came whenever she saw the blonde enigma. Father promised to always be there for me and mother. He was never there. Naruto once told us he trusts us. Men are liars, she composed herself with a deep breath. Her even breathing lost its smooth tempo. I don't want to believe that, she held in a sigh. They couldn't be a lie, could there? Her nails drew blood as they dug into the flesh of her hand. A warmth clasped around and she turned to see Rias, who gave her a comforting look. The tension in her hand left her. No way, Issei expressed the feeling that was present within every devil viewing the battle. That boy, I can tell that he is powerful. I don't recognize the arcane art he is using, but I can tell that they are very dangerous. An individual with unrecorded powers can be incredibly dangerous, so I implore you, partner, exercise caution around him, Drake warned from his crimson prison. Understood. The fight. Schwalen gave Yubeluna a nod before charging at Naruto with Cyrus, Isabella, Carlomagné and the twins in tow. Naruto blocked and parried Isabella and Schwalen before tilting his head multiple times. Naruto grabbed Schwalen's flaming fist, forcefully manipulated the flame in her fist to become a fireball which was sent at Nell, who had to quit her charge to dodge. The woman twisted her wrist toward his thumb and before bringing her knee to his diaphragm whilst Cyrus down her sword, cornering him. Except they didn't. Naruto pushed his hip into her knee and like an adhesive it kept her knee stuck to it, earning a wide-eyed look from the woman. Naruto spun with great force, picking her up and turning her in the direction of Cyrus, blade forcing the woman to stop mid-slash. Naruto had used the surface scaling technique, tree climbing, to make her knee stick to his hip. Naruto let go of Schwalen, sending her flying into Cyrus as the twins immediately took their place. Their chainsaws hummed to life as they attacked him with unnatural coordination, taking advantage of their small frames to constantly escape his life of sight. They swung their saws at his legs and gut, hoping to get him, but to no avail. Carlomagné entered the engagement with a light jump and unleashed a flurry of slashes that coordinated well with the twins' attacks, but to her frustration, Naruto continued dancing around them like they were not even there. Naruto's fist twitched, causing Nell, who had been swinging her chainsaw, to widen her eyes in panic. If he could dodge their attacks with such ease, then him attacking was something she absolutely did not want to experience. Her brief hesitation caused the whole team's coordination to fall apart. Naruto moved away from her twin's chainsaw, giving it way to harm Nell. Il forced her saw up at the cost of her balance and lost grip on her weapon, sending it towards Carlomagné. Carlomagné couldn't redirect the weapon as it would no doubt harm one of her comrades. They had been had. Naruto had put them all in positions that would put each other in harm's way should they had tried anything. Schwalen didn't get it, however, as she appeared to Naruto's side and sent a straight kick to his face. He tilted his head backwards and she grit her teeth, working to lower the power of the kick as it made contact with and sent Carlomagné into a nearby classroom. 10 seconds. It felt like an eternity for them. As time passed by, they could feel the inexplicable dread in their hearts. They never had a chance. They were mere puppets to dance on his little stage. The heart is slow to learn. They never gave up. A magic circle appeared under Naruto but immediately shifted to the cat twins, charging him, activating and paralyzing them. Naruto looked up to the sky and looked Yubeluna in the eye, causing the woman to tense up. He raised his hand up into the air. 4. 3. Spectator. No words could truly describe the looks present on those who watched the match. Rias and her peerage was no exception, as they had long since held on to the idea that Naruto was a weak human that needed the utmost level of protection. In reality, it was them that needed his protection. As various thoughts fumbled into existence, one thing remained true in their minds and hearts. He had lied to them. It made them truly realize how little they knew about him. The fearful thought of their friendship. All those pleasant, not so wholesome moments. The fear that it was all fake. But he would have never come if that were the case. If he didn't, they would know. They had a conundrum. Rias, that man, Naruto, did you know he was capable of such? I don't know. Who is he affiliated with? I don't know. Who is he? Do you really think I'd be this frustrated if I knew Sona? Do you? Rias hissed, causing her rival to recoil. Rias immediately gained an apologetic look. I am sorry, she apologized. Sona sighed and moved her hand to push her glasses back up to her face. No need to worry, Sona placed her on Rias' shoulder, comforting her. Kaneko watched the match with rapt attention. Kiba and Issei shared a troubled look and Akino had a similar face as Kaneko's. Rias rubbed her temple as she watched the fight unfold. She outwardly displayed her frustration with a rough, unladylike sigh. She crossed her arms and unconsciously made her fingers wrap around her bicep. Her family members looked at her in worry as she clutched her arm and rubbed whilst biting the inner part of her mouth. Her beat elevated when she saw Naruto raising his hand. 4. 3. 2. Battlefield. 1. Naruto counted before pausing. He used simple wind manipulation to distance himself from the group and landed on top of a building. 0. Your time is up. I gave you a chance to back out of this but you refused, he announced to the crowd who froze as they stared at him. Dualplex wind release, drilling air bullets. Fire release, phoenix flower. Naruto made no hand signs as he took a step forward. He opened his mouth slightly and from the gap, a blue light emerged. Two groups of different colored specks flew out of the gap, some blue the other a distinct greenish-white. They parted, giving each other space before expanding, releasing a barrage of azure fireballs and drill-shaped wind projectiles. The Phoenix group gathered themselves with haste and forced themselves to their feet before scattering, avoiding Naruto's attack. Ephemeral. Jutsu conversion. Lightning beast running jutsu. Naruto cast his next jutsu. As soon as his fireballs and wind bullets hit the ground, they warped and changed themselves into dozens of fox kits made of purple lightning. What the hell? Yelped Carlamine as she decapitated one, causing it to transform into a bolt of lightning that coursed through her sword. Her muscles tensed up, momentarily stunning her. She struggled to her feet as she watched the other fox kits ignored her and chased after members of her peerage. Xuelin, seeing what the kits were capable of, distanced herself and sent a fireball at the one chasing her, and to her relief, it did not deviate from its path. The kit had to dodge. Everyone. These things can't affect our magic, distance yourselves, she announced. Naruto dodged a stream of napalm coming from the sky by stepping to the side. He then backflipped, dodging a spike that had protruded from where he had been standing. Naruto jumped to the side as the roof was carpet-bombed with a series of flames and explosions. Naruto looked up in the nervous face of a busty purple-haired woman. Water release. He made no hand signs once more as moisture from the environment floated towards him. Sweat, vapor and other sources were forced to coalesce into a single mass which then elongated and grew legs and a lizard-like head. The creature gained a tail, giving it the vague appearance of an eastern dragon. Water dragon. He cast the attack. The dragon composed of water lifted its head in a way that implied that it would be roaring if it had vocal cords before charging at Yubeluna. The woman furrowed her brow as magic circle after magic circle appeared, unleashing flames and gales at the dragon, which displayed immense durability. Paralysis jutsu. Naruto turned and pointed at a strange bird that had hidden in one of the surrounding trees. The bird could no longer move as it watched Naruto sign, "I'm coming for you," into its unblinking eye. It then exploded its gore and feathers. "No!" shrieked the drill-haired girl as she just about managed to destroy the fox assigned to her. Her eyes wide with horror and filled with tears as blood-stained feathers danced and swayed with the wind. Now then, Naruto spoke from his position, seeing that all his little minions were defeated. "Because you refused to get out of my way, I will now deliver your punishment," he said as he finally let his chakra start leaking into their arena. Fear crashed into the women with the force of an asteroid. They lost control of their bodies as they started seeing horrific images of how they could die. Images so graphic that they could feel it on their flesh, eyes, teeth and bones. Naruto closed his eyes as he began molding his chakra. Yang release, disaster. The effects of the jutsu were immediate as an opera of shrieks had come into the battlefield. The women, with bloodshot eyes, watched in alarm as their pristine, immaculate flesh warped and blackened as if infected by thousands of diseases at once. Disaster, a yang release jutsu taught to him by Kurama during his training trip. Since yang release worked with what exists by improving it and causing effects like, for example, causing trees to grow rapidly or accelerating healing or even changing aspects of one's body like the Akamichi clan. Disaster is a curse-like jutsu that forcefully takes control of the enemy's cells and forces them to do what the user pleases, which can either harm or heal the individual. In the harming scenario, the technique can cause severe necrosis, severe infections via the rapid multiplication of bacteria, forcing wounds to expand and forcing all the body's pain receptors to fire simultaneously, which was what the women were experiencing at the moment. Some scratched at their arms and legs, others attacked themselves with magic. Some healed only to shriek louder as the cells that replaced the infected ones caused their nerves to flare with greater force, causing a level of paralysis. The knights severed their limbs hoping that the disease would stop, only for the terrifying realization that their effort was fruitless to hit them. The searing pain they felt. Death would be a mercy. They couldn't open their mouth and beg, for their throats too had eroded, warped and become jagged spins, causing internal scratching as they tried to move their lips. They couldn't even call for their master to save them, so they stood transfixed as the disease healed then infected their self-inflicted wounds. watching their bodies slowly decay and fade away. The group except one stopped singing the song of horror. Revel, a member of the FANFIC clan, experienced the worst effects because of her natural regeneration. The girl's screams slowly devolved into hoarse whispers as felt the disease creeping up her flesh. Her blessing, her pride had ironically become her own source of detriment. The smell of rotting flesh wafted into the arena as the once beautiful women had become what appeared to blackened versions of the Walking Dead. Tears streamed down from where their what looked like eyes were. They were still alive, feeling the blight coursing through their bodies. Naruto had a small smile. He heard the flapping of flaming wings. "You son of a bitch. How dare you? What have done to them?" The FANFIC heir had recklessly charged into battle. "Oh, nothing. An eye for an eye, you know. You tried taking Rias from me and so I took what was precious to you, their beauty," he responded casually, pushing his hands into his pockets. You monster." A storm of flames descended upon the human. Riser panted as sweat dripped out of his pores like a faucet. The flames faded, revealing a perfectly fine Naruto. The only evidence that he was hit with a flame attack was his slightly charred clothes. Naruto looked at his top with a frown. My Tuki hasn't formed yet, he analyzed, ignoring the stupefied look on Riser's face. Naruto finally gave his attention to Riser. "Tell me, O great son of FANFIC, how does it feel to be cornered?" Naruto questioned as he manifested a can of a beverage only found in Konoha and took a sip. "Damn, it's been so long," he smiled as a plethora of flavors invaded his taste buds, ignoring the stupefied look on Riser's face. I can't defeat him. I have to get out of here." His handsome face had contorted into one that only a mother could love. His body shook uncontrollably as fluid dripped from his crotch. Riser referred to himself in the third person with a shaky voice. "Riser. You can do it. My lord is powerful, so he will save devil kind from extinction. Son of men are nothing in your presence, and that includes that insect." Sweet words filled his heart and mind as images of his women exposing erotically presenting their nude forms to him ran through his mind. He saw himself in an office that was identical to the one occupied by the current Mao. The ceiling in his large office was high, giving space for massive murals and portraits of his handsome face and perfect body. Ino's sweet voice, a jutsu named after Naruto's deceased lover. Its effects were obvious, and this jutsu was used numerous times during the war to increase morale amongst the alliance. It could also be weaponized by directing it at people with heavy traits of vanity, causing them to make reckless decisions. Naruto couldn't have Riser forfeiting. "I will not let you harm our kind any further, mortal." Riser yelled as dozens of magical circles appeared and spewed balls of flame. Water release. Scatter shot. Moisture from the destroyed water dragon became bubbles and immediately hurtled towards the balls of flame, canceling them out. The attacks both exploded into mist, creating a brief pause. An orange glow was seen through the mist as Riser burst through with hands covered in fire. Riser brought his fist down, then landed and sent a roundhouse at Naruto, who evaded his attempts with ease. Naruto spotted an opening and stomped on Riser's knee with so much force it caved in. Arg! The man held in a scream as his limbs snapped back into place, allowing him to continue attacking with a series of jabs and kicks, with his limbs breaking every time Naruto counterattacked. Naruto ducked under a punch and delivered a backhand into Riser's exposed ribs, causing the shards to penetrate his lungs. The man coughed up blood but didn't relent. He continued attacking the human. Naruto tripped Riser, grabbed him by the collar and threw him into the air, and Riser's wings came out of his back in response. "Why do you continue to resist, human? Don't you understand? The devil bloodline will run dry. This marriage must happen so that peace and order can be kept with the people. Millions of lives, human. Just let her go. Surrender her to me." He spoke valiantly. Naruto burst into chuckles whilst maintaining his emotionless facade. His eerie laugh echoed through the battlefield, harmonizing with the pained groans of the downed women. Its creepiness was completely unintentional as he laughed without truly changing his expression. The setting and circumstances made it seem evil in a way. "You mistake me for someone who gives a shit. Why the fuck should I care about your shitty goals? Your people exploit and use my people. You harm them. You steal from them, taking away their loved ones. The peace that some people enjoyed is constantly destroyed by your greed, yet here you are preaching about peace to a guy from the same species you take advantage of. How shameless, you imbecile. You only preach of such when it's convenient to you." Naruto rolled his eyes at Riser. "You even harmed an innocent girl of the same species as you who just wanted to live her life normally and choose who she loves. Silly boy, this world doesn't revolve around you. Your arrogance is revolting, and as such no one loves and cares for you. Instead they use you for the status that you have. Liar. I have friends who care for me. My parents and brother love me. What do you know about me? I have a peerage filled with women that all love me. Love that you will never have." "That's so." Naruto chuckled as he watched Riser float above the things that used to be his women. You know, they say love is unconditional, Naruto said as Riser's wings suddenly disappeared whilst his left arm and right leg exploded, sending chunks of flesh and bone to the ground. Riser opened his mouth to shriek. Silence, Naruto commanded firmly, causing disaster to manifest in Riser's throat, muting him. Tears ran down the devil's eyes. He felt excessive pain around his throat which he could not relieve as he was paralyzed. You say they love you, yes? Naruto asked as Riser looked at his non-regenerating limbs in horror. Something was preventing his regenerative capabilities from kickstarting. The disease was reversed slightly, giving the women the ability to pathetically locomote and speak. They were the only things standing between Naruto and Riser. They love you, right? He spoke as he slowly moved forward. The green-haired twins scattered, giving way to the blonde, and lowered their heads. The cat twins parted and cleared his path whilst prostrating themselves as Naruto passed by in hopes of gaining his favor. The rest of his pawns, Marion, Barent, Sharia and Mia, moved and bowed their heads to him. His knights, Carlamine and Cyrus. His rooks, Isabella and Shualin. His bishop Mahai. They all moved and prostrated to him. Something inside Riser cracked as the effects of Ino's sweet voice wore off. His people, his sweet little kingdom, they all left him, all except for one. His most loyal. Yes, Ubeluna would never leave me. He held onto the thin thread of hope. It was snapped in an instant. My body shall serve you, my lord. Please spare me. These harlots don't have anything on my level in terms of beauty. I can serve you and Lady Rias. Take me and breed me, but please spare me, Ubeluna croaked out, causing the group to nearly jump in shock. Tears pooled to the floor. Naruto stopped and the effects of his curse receded on the woman. The woman had a relieved look on her face as the immeasurable pain left her body. The only reasons their minds didn't collapse and fall into madness was because Naruto willed it so. Naruto made a show and wrapped his arm around Ubeluna's voluptuous frame and pulled her close to his body. His hot breath tickled her ears as she wrapped her arms around his neck. Master, she moaned as she felt his hand moving down her waist and clasping her bottom. Riser couldn't bear the sight but was forced to watch as it seemed like his own body no longer belonged to him. His moist eyes vibrated, his heart began collapsing. Ubeluna, he mouthed as tears fell from his eyes. You know, my dear. Yes, master, she questioned in a sensual voice. I hate bitches who have no semblance of loyalty, he said darkly, causing her to jump in surprise. Slap. He backhanded her, sending her to the ground. His hand twitched. No, master. I am sorry. I will be loyal. I will kya. Her body was put back into the state it once was. The harlot's ashen body writhed and stretched as tormented wails filled the battlefield. Naruto turned to Riser, a ghost smile present on his face. Loyalty is born from love. And if there is no love, then there no loyalty. I ask you once more, son of Phoenix. Who loves you? Well, no one. Naruto laughed. You know. This could have been avoided if you let Naruto was cut off. Revel was once a young woman in a pink dress and had blonde hair fashioned into twin drills. She was a revolting view, but she didn't let that stop her from moving in his way. She had no strength to stand nor move on her knees, instead she crawled like a worm to where she was. She slowly reached out and clasped his ankle. Please, I beseech you, O great warrior, please spare him, she cried with her hoarse voice. Naruto narrowed his eyes and jerked his leg, freeing it from her grip before delivering a kick to her temple, causing her to roll a few feet away. Naruto continued his march towards the down Riser and raised his hand. Someone had wrapped themselves around his leg and looked down to see that it was the same girl. He kicked her away and she returned, with each time Naruto using less and less force. Naruto used water manipulation to prevent himself from shedding tears. He could no longer bring himself to continue. This situation was eerily similar to the one with Pain and Hinata. Naruto was downed and Hinata fought Pain with all she had. When she was reduced into a maimed, beaten mess, she never gave up. She begged and cried for Pain to not hurt and kill him. She tried, and until she was killed. Even she died, her hand kept twitching towards Pain's direction as if forcing itself to overcome death so it could stop the false god from killing its owner's lover. This is me. Why am I doing this? Naruto took a moment to introspect as he listened to the beaten girl's whimpering. The sound of his own unsteady heartbeat enveloped his ears. His controlled breathing unraveled, reducing itself to a state in lightness with an engine on its last legs. I will do anything. I will become your pet and your plaything. You can have me endlessly produce tears for a fortune. You can have me mother an army if you wish. I have been praised for my beauty endlessly, and I am of the Phoenix lineage, so I will forever retain this appearance. You can hold me hostage. You can do whatever it is your heart desires to me, but please. Please spare my older brother. He wasn't always like that. Please, she cried, hugging Naruto's leg. If you leave them after they promise to never do it again. They will do it again. Series of betrayals was among the things that crafted Naruto's mindset, and so he hardened his resolve, but it was too late. His influence over Riser slipped and he began regenerating and the curse faded. He looked at the girl's tear-filled eyes. Sleep. Revel felt an unfathomable wave of drowsiness. No, please. Please. Your pleas have been heard. Know this, Uzumaki Naruto always collects. She heard as she fell into darkness. Thank you, she mouthed as she fell limp on the floor. Naruto eyed her wearily. Naruto turned to Riser. I am not interested in dragging this out any longer. Let's end this already, Naruto said tiredly. It was clear he was moved by the unconscious girl. What did you do to Ravel, you sick fuck? Riser charged, his fists encased in flames. The hellfire of our clan is praised as being that of a phoenix. Taste it with your body and turn to ash. Very well, I will taste this fabled flame of yours, Naruto responded apathetically. I can't. I just want to see Rias. Naruto had long lost his murderous intent, and so he just stood there as he was encased in an extremely hot vortex of flames. Die mortal. How disappointing, he sighed. I don't want to do this anymore, Naruto's voice echoed from the flame, causing Riser to gape. The fire cleared and Naruto was untouched. The man's wings faded as he fell to the floor, mortified. True flame of Samadhi, Riser spontaneously combusted in azure flames, causing him to roar in pain. The man's screams persisted until he was limp. The flames died immediately after. Naruto spat on Riser's naked form and released his control over the dimension. Lord Naruto Uzumaki is the victor. The dimension fell into nothingness. Naruto was the sole person at the center of the assembly hall. Devils all around him were on the edge and looked very close to rushing out of the room in a panic. Numerous different color lights appeared as devils took stances, preparing all sorts of attack magic. The uneasiness in the room would be clear even to someone as dense a rock. Well, they ash now, so they rise up and become better. Naruto got flat stares because of his bad joke. Naruto ignored them and clenched his teeth as he turned to Rias and her peerage. He could quite literally feel the fear and the disappointment from a mile away. Wait, this can't be right. Is that arousal? Naruto shivered slightly as he turned to meet their gaze. Rias had a dark look in her eyes as she marched toward him. She stopped and gave him a withering glare. Are you mad? He asked a stupid question. Is the ocean blue? No, you see, there is something about the scattering of light and I don't like your methods, Naruto. He froze briefly but steeled himself, forcing himself to stay silent. His conflicting emotions were not betrayed by his face, instead they were perfectly concealed. Understood. Rias sighed as she stared into his expressionless face. Don't, understood, me Naruto Uzumaki. You tortured people unnecessarily. People who only followed their master's order when you could have easily eliminated them. Naruto, what's with you? Why were you so cruel? This is just like the time with the exorcist, but worse. They aren't by any means innocent, but they didn't deserve that, she cried whilst clutching her fists. Are you really the same person I fell in love with? The sweet gentle boy who puts his all to making the lives of other people better despite acting like a delinquent and like he doesn't care. Naruto did not let a look of shame take his face, instead he held himself high and maintained his facade. In the end he was betrayed as his extensive training couldn't stop the lone tear from sliding down from his left eye. His shoulders shook, indicating his uncertainty of what he should do. Rias shut her mouth and felt a wrenching pain in her heart as she watched the boy take in her words. I only see what he does now. Not what led and developed him into being like this, she reminded herself as she took a deep breath and released. She repeated it for a few moments. We are going to have a long talk about this, you hear? Naruto nodded. A dark orb appeared in Rias' hands as she faced him. Will you survive? He nodded slowly. Boom. Naruto was sent flying across the room and went through the wall. Two adult blonde-haired devils, one male the other female, immediately activated their magic and sent a barrage of powerful magic at the blonde who was covered in debris. The heat and force generated by seemingly endless attack prompted devils to immediately activate barrier magic, shielding themselves from the effects of the enraged Phoenix parents. Our children didn't deserve that. Our daughter. She didn't deserve any of that, the man roared as a phoenix-shaped flame attack sailed towards Naruto's prone body. The woman ceased her attacks as she lost strength in her legs. The phoenix vanished, destroyed by a blood-red light courtesy of Searsex. I am going to have to ask you calm yourselves, he said, asserting his authority. The man weakly collapsed to his knees to join his wife, but my lord. Searsex shook his head, calm yourselves. Now, he commanded, causing the man to lower his head in defeat. Naruto walked out of the collapsed wall and waved his hand, causing the fires spreading across the building to get doused in water. He then created a current that forced smoke to coalesce into a ball which was sealed away promptly. Welsh dragon over booster. A crimson miniature dragon buried its fist into Naruto's cheek, sending him flying back where he came. It appeared behind Naruto and sent a roundhouse at the blonde. Naruto caught it. He could feel Issei's anger towards him. Shish, he hushed and a loud breaking sound was heard as Issei's armor shattered. Issei stayed silent as he glared at Naruto, who just let go of his leg and walked past him. Kaneko stood in Naruto's way, prompting a raised eyebrow. What, gonna blast me for being a liar and manipulator? The girl shook her head before moving forward to gut him. Her fist left his stomach and moved to wrap her arms around him. Don't hold your pain in. Let us help you. She held him tightly. Naruto closed his eyes and brought his hand above her head and hesitated. The girl, noticing his hesitance, leaned into his and rubbed her head against it. She let go of him and placed a kiss on his cheek once more, making Naruto smile. Naruto then walked past Kaneko. You are gorgeous, Akino. I wonder, the girl smiled, are you not just saying that to use me and toss me aside? Naruto stayed silent, knowing that responding would only add fuel to the fire. His sensory abilities washed over Akino and he had a visible look of surprise. I couldn't feel it at first, but now it's as clear as day, Naruto started. Your dark side will never revolt me as it doesn't affect who you are. Naruto grabbed Akino's hands, prompting her to flinch. I will accept you no matter what you are, he addressed her worries directly, gaining wide eyes. Her eyes moistened. How do I know you aren't lying to me? You don't, he sighed. This is funny coming from me, but please trust me. The troubled girl forced his hands off before summoning a magic circle that brought down lightning onto the blonde. Akino turned away from him, signaling that the conversation was over. I am sorry, he whispered loud enough for her to hear. A magic circle appeared below her feet as the girl in a kimono left the hall. I'm sorry for lying to you. He apologized awkwardly as he moved to Kiba. I'm disappointed in you, Naruto, the knight sighed before walking past Naruto and heading towards Issei. I am sorry, Rias. Next time, I'll kill you 1,000 times, she said before hugging him. Their little moment lasted for a few moments, allowing the tense air around them to clear up. Now then, Naruto plucked Rias off the ground. Time for your punishment, Naruto said as he pulled out the piece of paper, stiffened it and threw it at Issei, who caught it. Rias, eyes widened in horror, wait a minute, Naru-kun. My baby. Best boyfriend ever and sexiest man alive. Let's talk about this. Her cries were ignored as Naruto marched towards the exit. Issei. Kiba. Enni-sama, she called out frantically. They all gave weak smiles and waved. They disappeared in a puff of smoke. That is one terrifying boy. It is a relief to know that he had no intention of killing them from the start, Surzek thought as his eyes landed on the Phoenix family's pale faces. Ria-tan is a good judge of character. Better leave him alone. For now. Naruto's room. A clone sat plopped on Naruto's bed as the original and Rias appeared. Rias looked at the other Naruto in surprise. I'm a clone he created from his essence. Call it magic if you will, it said simply before moving to dispel itself. Naruto raised his hand and it raised an eyebrow. Yes, boss. We still haven't punished her. Drop your pants, he commanded, and the clone gained a smile as it complied. Rias tiptoed away, reaching for the door. No you don't, she was yanked into the room. Rias' face was slapped by the clone's warm, pulsing meat. Suck him off until he comes. Rias showed brief hesitation before opening up her mouth and taking his head into it. Smack. Eek, she spat it out and nearly jumped. This will end when he comes. Open up now, dear, we don't have all night. I have a craving for this fine ass, he said, causing the devil to give him a pouty glare. She turned back to the clone and opened up wide, taking its meat into her mouth, mentally preparing herself knowing that she was going to be there for a while. Smack, smack. She endured as she brought her hands up to cup and massage the clone's balls. It looked like her practicing on a toothbrush, and some vegetables worked because the clone was visibly pleased by her administrations. Naruto stared at Rias' reddened bottom and couldn't help but drool. He realized that if he continued them he would hurt her, so he stopped briefly. Naruto pulled down his pants and channeled his chakra to produce slime. He aimed his dick towards her crinkled rosebud and shoved it in. Rias groaned in both pain and pleasure as Naruto pounded into her anus. Yeah, I ain't gonna come anytime soon, so, she felt hands on her skull. The sounds of choking filling the room as her throat was stuffed by the clone. After a while the clone stopped thrusting and released its seed into her throat before popping, leaving the rapidly thrusting Naruto, who had decided to switch from her butt to her pussy. Rias moaned in pleasure as she was viciously attacked by the human's large member. Naruto pulled out once more and entered her ass and continued from there. She felt his member twitch. Rias could also feel a rush of pleasure coming, originating from her loins. I'm coming," she screamed as her nectar dripped from her snatch. Naruto picked her up and shoved her face into the bed, muffling her screams and mewls as he fucked her ass. "I'm coming," he whispered before pulling out of her butt and releasing his seed into her vagina. Rias moved her face away from the bed. "I idiot, what if I get pregnant?" "It's fine. We were gonna have children anyways." "Probably," he shrugged. Rias closed her eyes, releasing a sigh. "At least let me finish high school first," she complained as she began relaxing. "Oh no, you don't, lady. Your punishment ain't over yet," he said as he placed a seal onto Rias' boob. Puff. She was in camel pajamas. Huh? She asked as looked at her sleeves in confusion. She turned to Naruto's mirror and her eyes widened in terror as she saw the camel-themed bodysuit. "This shall be your punishment. You shall wear this as you sleep unless I decide to fuck you while doing so. Don't count on it though. The sounds of your alarm will be replaced by camel sounds," he explained, watching Rias' body become paler by the second. How'd you know?" Akino hinted. You proved it." "Wait, let's talk about this, bae. Look, it's my boobs. Don't you want me to use them to pleasure you? Of course, I can't do anything with this suit on. And you my baby boy, right? You love me and you know I can't get good sleep with clothes on," she said seductively as she gently stroked his meat, hoping to placate him. With the abilities he displayed earlier, something told her that the suit was not going to come off. She then took it into her mouth and sucked the head, tracing its head with her tongue. "Silence, wench. Your thoughterry shall save you no longer. Begone, thought." Rias once sent flying and landed on the bed with a comical yua. She regained her bearings and turned to Naruto in a fluster. "Wait a minute." He was gone and a little note slowly floated from where he had been standing. "Gone to Kaniko's. Don't even try escaping, I'll spank you till you bleed. Enjoy." Naruto. Ooh. Naruto, who was seated by the pond with a fishing rod in his hand, smiled as he heard the woman's voice. "Damn right," he muttered before focusing in order to capture an offering for the cat. End. Yes, Rias is afraid of camels. Even in canon. There you have it. As shown, Naruto has a variety of techniques and abilities under his belt. In the elemental nations it is said that Naruto has so many jutsu that he can fight 3 battles without repeating any of them. Oh yeah, I also mentioned Tuki earlier in the chapter. Let me copy and paste a section from my Re:0 that explains it. He sighed, knowing this outfit would be destroyed in the possible battle ahead. A ninja's clothing was made from a special fabric that strengthened itself by absorbing excess chakra radiated by its wearer. This excess chakra was typically called a tuki in layman's terms. A tuki is essentially a shield of chakra, mostly comprised of physical energy that was a result of chakra leaving the body throughout the day. Larger reserves didn't necessarily mean stronger tuki, but it did increase its potential to be strong. This chakra didn't boost one's defenses much if one was not a taijutsu specialist, so ninja clothing was eventually invented to compensate. Taijutsu specialists mostly trained their bodies so their chakra tended to have more physical energy in it, meaning that their tuki was stronger than most normal ninjas that specialized in other fields. The third Raikage was a perfect example of a taijutsu specialist with an extremely strong tuki. His normal body, even without his chakra, was significantly more resilient than that of a normal shinobi. His large reserves of chakra granted him a powerful shield as his body radiated chakra more biased towards the physical side. That's why the 10,000 Iwa shinobi used various tactics to force him to use up his chakra, reducing his tuki, making it far easier for them to land a killing blow. Oh, side note, chakra signatures are a result of radiating chakra. Skilled censored consent suppressed signatures. Also, suppressing one's chakra caused defensive properties to dissipate, making them more vulnerable, which is why special forces like the Anbu typically used needles to knock people out and trained extensively to be extremely accurate, no matter what condition they in. Now back to ninja clothing. Basically, a senju created this fabric as a way to allow his clansmen to efficiently make use of every drop of chakra so none was wasted even when they weren't doing anything related to battle. It was created as a way to help ninjutsu and genjutsu specialists tank attacks like taijutsu specialists, though to a lesser degree, but it worked. Lots of lives were preserved and this fabric became one of Konohagakure's exports. Since Naruto's chakra was actively working to suppress Kagaya's curse from taking effect, there was no excess radiating, meaning that he had no tuki and his uniform couldn't do much to protect him, which is why he had a mesh body suit under his clothes. It was unlikely the woman from before could actually injure him, but he couldn't take chances. He had to be as ready as possible for the possible battle. Also, that's the reason why a lot of shinobi's bodies get mangled and stuff whilst the cloth stays intact in some areas. Chapter 7. Light taps of metal and porcelain chimed in and out, filling in the gap left behind by the silence in the room. The silence was occasionally invaded by the rapid tapping of footsteps that somehow blended in perfectly with the moving utensils, giving the room the impression of a restaurant. The remainder of the chicken and potato soup never saw the light of day again. The blonde-haired boy, seated at a grand table, gently returned the spoon into the bowl in front of him before patting his mouth with a napkin, then setting it down as well. He sighed, feeling the fleeting warmth rushing into his stomach. It faded as quickly as the strange yet wonderful taste that had been the soup. It had been close to a week since the events of the boy's duel against the heir of the House of FANFIC had occurred, with him claiming victory by a landslide. Well, at least he didn't recall getting hit once. Call it the ultimate flex if you will. The table he was sat at wasn't in the extremities in size, however, it had enough space to fit a dozen people without compromising their arm and personal space. It was crafted from the finest oaks, so fine that it seemed unearthly. Since did oak have a purplish hue? Most people would miss the hue because of the crimson-colored tablecloth with a very familiar symbol near its center. There was an elegantly designed black and white vase at the center of the table, and in it were what appeared white roses, but unlike the ones on Earth, they had a surreal feel to them. Their white was so vibrant that it seemed unnatural, almost as if someone had used magic to enhance its beauty. Tiny flakes and specks of light drifted away from the bleached petals before fading into nothingness like a dream that had no hopes of existing. Something isn't right, he thought, his drowsiness wearing off. He remembered going to bed with Kaneko because Rias was still mad about the camel outfit. Her family got the funny idea of turning his apartment complex into a fucking mansion, but for some reason, she specifically ordered him to go sleep on the couch. He refused and just left the building for a little while. Sleeping outside was not something that made him uncomfortable, in fact, it brought him nostalgia. However, his favorite catgirl had other plans. Unlike the week which he had quickly adapted to, he didn't wake up with Kaneko tightly wrapped around his arm. Instead, he was seated at an unfamiliar table, which normally is alarming, but he did not feel any hostility directed at him. Well, there was plenty in the form of presences that oddly felt like a certain burning chicken. He didn't care, he could fold them anytime he wished. Easy. And because they were no threat to him, he proceeded to enjoy the breakfast placed before him. After finishing, he took a moment and paused, finally allowing his perception to arrest his attention. He was in an unreasonably large and well-furnished room, bustling with activity. Gorgeous young women in maid outfits rushed in and out of the room, going past satyr-looking men in black suits and shades standing guard by the massive door. What the hell is that in the corner? A horse, dragon thing. Naruto didn't know what the hell that was before it was converted into a devil. He ignored its appearance after realizing that one of his friends was quite literally a dolphin horse thing. Rias. He turned to the woman seated on his right, close to the head of the table's seat. Yes honey, lovely baby boo. First of all, don't call me that, he frowned slightly hearing her stifled giggles. He finally decided to acknowledge the other people seated at the table. There were two men with crimson hair, one with a stubble and the other with nothing. There however an enormous difference in power, both politically and physically between them. There was a woman who strongly resembled Rias but had larger breasts and had brown hair. He could see Revel and her parents, Sona, and a girl who resembled her but was shorter and larger breasts and was dressed in a kimono. Secondly, why am I at a table? Having breakfast with devils. You planning some crazy ritual? Again. It was that one time. Naruto gave her a flat look. Okay, 8 times, but it was all for your safety. You wouldn't want scary monsters crawling under your bed, would you? She asks, making exaggerated creepy motions with her fingers. Ew. I ain't 5 ya know, he sighed in exasperation. Actually, how the hell did you get me here anyway? And dressed me? He inquired plainly, looking at the black suit with a white dress shirt. Oh, I kidnapped you, she smiled innocently as Naruto made a Kyoshi Fujino face. What the FIMA? What the hell? There is no way you did that. Yet, here you are, she snickered at his disgruntled face. So dear, she started, I have been made aware that you put Lady Revel FANFIC in a contract, so that has to be settled today. Why you didn't tell me anything about that is beyond me, but anyway, we didn't do it on other days because of outrage from the FANFIC clan, but with efforts from my brother and cooperation from the heads, we were able to calm the crowd, she explained, giving him dull stare, drawing a yawn from him. The girl frowned briefly before giving him a mischievous smile. Oh, and I wanted you to meet mother and father. He took a moment. I'm sorry, what? Isn't it natural for the man to meet the woman's parents? That moment there proved that confidence was a mere illusion. He raised his arm to wipe the sweat forming on the temple. He for some reason no longer felt like the cunning fox he was, instead, he felt like an injured deer that knew it was being watched by a tiger. The dad was staring at him with a critical eye, causing him to flinch. His hidden hand formed a tight fist, trying to fight off the anxiety that had utterly demolished his years of shinobi training. Damn woman, got me. I hate you Rias, he wailed internally, seeing the girl smirk from the corner of his eye. You got this, he hyped himself up. Gee, good morning, mother and father. I don't get this at all. He screamed internally. PFF'd, Rias turned away from her lover, covering her mouth. For fuck's sake Naruto. Get a grip, you are this generation's god of shinobi. How would your subjects feel seeing you like this? And Kurama, he could practically hear the fox rolling in laughter in its grave. There was a moment of silence then. Good morning dear, the flaxen-haired woman with violet eyes responded warmly. The red-haired man with the stubble stared him down. If the boy was surprised then he most definitely did not show it. He had assumed her parents were extreme traditionalists and hence show an unfathomable amount of hostility towards him, but that did not seem to be the case at all. Even if they were hostile, they probably wouldn't really be a threat, but still, the nervousness would remain, though without it bothering him, simply because they were her parents. It was a phenomenon that affected a large percentage of men, and unfortunately for him, he was one of them. He immediately felt the years of extreme antisocial behavior returning to bite his ass. He wondered about things such as looking his best or perhaps calling them by their first names, or really stupid things he'd never think of. If her mother and father were hostile, he'd have a lot less anxiety, but there was nothing. Nothing like hate directed at him, and that was strange. They evaded his expectations like that one kid in dodgeball. Were these really the people who were responsible for Rias' suffering? What the hell? He was most certainly more than baffled. He didn't have much of a problem with Searsex, as a king that showed favoritism wouldn't be respected and thus lose power, which would suck for the devil world. But these people in front of him were her parents. That's right, them. It was them that caused that mess. Don't go off. Different cultures, different values. Don't go off. The hostility within him that wasn't present slowly started crawling into his being. Relax, his breathing slowed slightly. The woman let out a melodious giggle, moving her hand to cover her mouth. There is no need to be so guarded. It's a pleasure to meet you Naruto. My name is Venelana Grimori, Rias' mother. It's a great pleasure to finally meet you. The shinobi had a puzzled look on his face as he listened to the introduction. Searsex's muffled chuckles could be heard at the table. Yes, Naruto finally responded after a few fleeting seconds. It's a pleasure to meet you too. I can see the resemblance. His eyes snapped back before they committed what he felt would be a felony. Naruto averted his gaze slightly. I blame you for this Issei. Next time I train you, you are going to need a replacement for your entire skeletal system. No, wait. That's illogical, as I have had perverted characteristics way before I met him. Calm down. Elsewhere. The crimson sphere in Issei's hand blasted through the air before breaking apart into dozens of balls of flame. The boy looked at his scaly left hand, frowned before shivering. Why do I feel like I just dodged a bullet? The boy then paused again, and the feeling of dread poured into his consciousness. Why do I hear boss music? Era, did I say you could stop Issei-kun? The boy didn't answer. Instead, he heard the loud crackling of lightning. You blonde asshole, this is your fault. She is taking out her frustration on me. The boy couldn't run, instead he accepted his fate. Return. It took Rias all she had not to laugh at the boy before deciding to slip her hand under the table and hooked her fingers between his. This was most definitely not missed by the other people at the table. The brown-haired woman couldn't help but feel elated by her daughter's actions, because she felt that the greedy princess she had raised had shown signs of a great amount of growth. She felt pride not only as a mother but a fellow woman at the fact that Rias was in a very healthy relationship where comfort went both ways. She saw the slight quivering that was on the boy's shoulders fading. She then turned her head to meet the eyes of a blond man with blue eyes. The man was shaking, his hands tensing more and more as they heard Naruto's voice. The boy just sat there, acting as if what he did had never happened, as if he was but an innocent babe. Him not looking in their direction made him feel humiliated, but more so frustrated at the amount of damage he had caused during that evening. The boy waltzed into the room and defeated his son in his peerage. He would have been more than fine with that. In fact, he would have been happy, as it would have taught his son humility, but the boy took it way too far. Despite Riser's shortcomings, his father loved him dearly, and naturally as a parent, he strongly desired to shield him from the dangers of the world, keeping him from harm and giving him a path to happiness, which he failed at. He could have protested against the Demon Lord's decision to allow an unknown to face Riser for Rias' hand. He could have offered to duel the boy instead. He could have done something. He participated in both the Great War and the Civil War, so he knew how dangerous wildcards could be. Race was irrelevant when it came to wildcards, meaning that even the weakest race, humans, were capable of causing precarious scenarios. His lapse in judgment resulted in his daughter giving herself up to the human to spare her brother from an even worse fate than hers, and just like that he had lost 2 children, one to the man and the other to trauma induced by him. The man bit his lip, feeling the taste of iron washing over his tongue before the feeling quickly faded because his regenerative abilities kicked in. The boy left his son with burnt plastic-like scars that could not be healed by the clan's regenerative abilities nor FANFIC's tears. The greatest physicians in the underworld were at a loss as well because the nature of the man's wounds was beyond them. It would be a great fortune if it ended there, but that was not the case at all. The young devil's mental health had waned significantly, to the point that he locked himself in his room because he had a strong fear towards anything that had a humanoid appearance. The cause was likely the fact that his peerage had betrayed him and the fact that the people of the FANFIC clan had features similar to that of the boy that had done that to him. This led to his family approaching him with magic that disguised their blonde and blue-eyed features. Riser feared his own family and refused any contact with his peerage, and that marked the first time he was truly alone. He just sat on his bed, staring blankly at his sheets, refusing to move from his spot. He'd occasionally scream at nothing, rage without provocation, and just whimper pathetically. Both Lord and Lady FANFIC hated themselves, considering themselves failures for being unable to defend their children. Revealing why Riser was not killed was a great shock to everyone, and a rumor about her statement quickly spread, causing an uproar amongst the people. Matters settled down eventually when the Devil King himself got involved. Soon after that, there were meetings. Lots and lots of meetings weighed the benefits and consequences of trying to ignore the contract with the boy. Almost everyone felt that the contract should be ignored as they felt no obligation to fulfill an agreement with a creature below them. But there was one problem. His power was unknown. The older devils that made up the FANFIC clan's council correctly pointed out the boy's power exceeded a high-class devils by a significant margin, allowing him to defeat not only the prodigious son but all his servants as well. It is worth noting that Riser FANFIC's peerage was amongst the best in the underworld, with its weakest members being skilled warriors, and the boy had walked over them as if they were insects and escaped the fight without so much as a scratch. Another thing was his ability to forcefully turn the FANFIC clan's regeneration against them. This knowledge not only rattled the House of FANFIC but other clans as well. The reason was that he displayed the ability to forcefully take control of magical abilities, which are what most of the remaining pillars specialize in. The FANFIC clan's regeneration is considered a magical ability, and so their ability being turned into the opposite of what it does is terrifying to every clan. Another addition is that the famous FANFIC tears could not heal wounds inflicted by him. His absurd powers drew a lot of attention to him, and research of his history was done, with the only results being his birthplace in the USA, his middle school, and his parents' deaths, etc. Their corpses were uncovered as well, but they were so normal that they made his abilities even more questionable. Naruto used yin release to create bodies. Took him over a week to create perfect human bodies. It caused unrest in most high-class devils, with the House of Grimoire as an exception. The heiress was taken in for questioning, but even she insisted she was unaware of the human's latent abilities, and when they tried to apply spying magic on her, it would mysteriously disappear by unknown means. Both the elders and the clan's heads ended up agreeing to just honor the deal made between the human and the young devil, fearing what would happen to their people if he got his way. They were not alone in caution, as the demon lord behaved warily around the boy, making Lord FANFIC feel like he had lost everything. But still, she was his daughter. There surely was something he could do right. The life of your child or the life of thousands, he almost chuckled in self-deprecation. Zeoticus sat at the head of the table with his wife, son and Phoenixes to his right and his daughter, her lover and her friend to his left. At the opposite side of the table sat another one of the great devil lords, Seraphal Leviathan. The girl from the house FANFIC raised her head and had her eyes glued onto the blue eyes of the boy with whisker marks. She flinched before tearing them away and went back to staring at her hands. Naruto took a sip from his cup. Yes indeed, it is a pleasure to finally meet your acquaintance, boy, the red-haired man started in. The cup was placed back onto the table as the boy straightened his back. While it would have been more preferable to meet my son-in-law, in a less formal setting, this has to be done due to the stir you caused in the previous week, the man explained. Before we move on to that, we of the Grimoire clan would like to apologize for all the harm done to you, your well-being and your relationships. You are apologizing to the wrong person, he responded whilst shaking his head. The man stayed silent for a moment, his eyes wide before nodding. Rias, I have forced my greed onto you without considering your feelings. I am really sorry, he turned to his daughter and lowered his head. I as well. Venelana had a regretful look on her face. I understand that simply apologizing is not enough, and Rias gave her parents a gentle smile. I can forgive you, but I can't forget, but let's just bury the hatchet and keep it in the past. There was silence before the man just nodded, muttering, thank you. The reason they could not spend more time talking was simply that they had other matters to attend to. Their family matters could wait, this couldn't. This is my wife, and seated next to her is my son and current Devil King Sears. Then beyond his are the Lord and Lady FANFIC and their daughter, who you have met already. Then on the opposite side is another one of the great Devil Kings, Lady Seraphal Leviathan, and next to her is her sister and co-ruler of the territory Rias occupies. In a manner uncharacteristic of himself, the boy lowered his head slightly in greeting. The other, save for the FANFIC, returned them vocally. As for why you are here, to put it bluntly, you are a threat. Huh, really? It took all Lord FANFIC had not to jump and shout at the boy. Because you are an enigma, you are considered a risk to the security of the Sisters of the Mouse. I see, a person with unknown powers being very close to a devil of such standing is alarming. Explains the assassins I had to kill off this past week, the boy responded, nodding slightly, drawing wide eyes from the table. I don't suppose you sent them. If so, then should I take that as a threat, I wonder? That's strange, there were no reports of any units being dispatched to eliminate you, Sears chimed in with a frown. I assure you, as far as I am aware, we did not send people after you, he continued. The others also confirmed the man's statement. Eyes darted amongst each other in visible unease. Naruto. You dealt with assassins this past. Why didn't you tell me anything? The eyes eventually landed on the couple seated next to each other and their child. The couple opened up to protest, but they were cut off by Naruto. Not like someone was acting like a girl on her first period, he responded plainly, drawing a frown from his girlfriend. No need to be suspicious of anyone here. No lies have been told. I am an empath that specializes in negative emotions, he casually revealed, earning even more surprised looks. Servants detecting the change in atmosphere immediately vacated the room save the horse dragon, a few satyr guards and Graphia. I see, Sears responded slowly. To be honest, I don't find this surprising, as higher class devils sometimes desire to get rid of impurities and competition through disagreeable means. You don't say. I have their corpses in my possession. I will hand them over after this meeting is done, he said. Now to business. I assume Lady Leviathan being present means that the faction I am affiliated with is still in question. Well, I understand that you will take my words with a grain of salt, but I am human and am not affiliated with any existing factions, he said. I see, but then, Mr. Uzumaki, that brings the question. What is the origin of your powers? You not being affiliated with a faction is extremely unlikely, given that you have great power and have displayed great mastery over that power. If you are really 17 like you claim, then that means that there must have been someone responsible for training you, Seraphal responded calmly, staring at the boy. I can't answer that question because I don't know. The only thing I am sure about is that my powers are the result of my union with a fragment of a dead god, he half lied smoothly. He had already told Rias the truth, but given her inexperience with being in a serious setting with multiple people of power, her body language would show, and as such, as a precaution, he had secretly sent a bit of his chakra into her to assist her in maintaining control. He only gave her a brief summary. They agreed to talk about it in greater detail at a later date as the two became busier. He wasn't Sasuke, who could outright hijack people's bodies, but he could affect some people's bodies to a certain degree. Rias' body being responsive to him and managing to identify him made it much easier. Him not divulging information was because he did not want the devils deciding to take over the new world and end up attracting the attention of an Otsutsuki. That wouldn't be fun to deal with. Just like they were unsure of him and his motives, he was unsure of them and their motives, so he held back information just in case. A dead god, Sona muttered softly before pushing her glasses up. And what was their name? The hell would I know that? The god didn't even have a physical form, cause you know he is dead. And how did you come to the conclusion that the entity that merged with you was a god? I don't really have a way to describe it. But it feels divine somehow. And yes, I know what divinity feels like. Was in China the other year and saw a dude with a spear that drove people that looked at it mad, and it particularly had a stronger effect on Christians. That thing felt like a Bible but on steroids, and there was another presence in it. Then I saw some dude with a busket in India, and the amount of power coming off him was ridiculous, but it felt similar to the one in that spear. The wavelength of energy between those two instances was similar to the wavelength of my power, and hence how I decided that it's divine. You have had contact with a possessor of the true Longinus. Sears cut in, fists clenched tightly. And Sakura. Yes, I wasn't doing anything silly, I was just touring like any other normal person there. We digress. Dead god, it's a dead god because it doesn't feel alive and it's divine in nature. This power is now mine, and as for how I came into contact with it, probably had something to do with the trip I had in Greece this one holiday with my parents. I have had contact with various deities, and as such I can judge whether your conclusion is correct. If you would Naruto nodded as a magic circle appeared above him and created a barrier. He began molding Six Paths' power, making sure its chakra aspect didn't leak. Instead he let its divine characteristics leak, cutting down suspicion towards the boy. So it's true. Ah, Searsex nodded. Would I be wrong to assume that you suspect that this power originally belonged to Pan? Nay, your assumption is correct, Naruto nodded. Searsex rubbed his temples, acknowledging that what the boy had said could be true, as it was not unheard of for people to gain power from a deceased powerful figure. The best example being the humans that inherited the spirits of great heroes from the past, such as Jeanne d'Arc and Hercules, and even his own pawn, Beowulf. But a human inheriting the power of a god was unheard of, but couldn't be ruled out, as it was very possible. In theory. But then why to label yourself as a human? Seraphal asked slowly, suspicion waning. I have not experienced any changes in both my physical form and my astral body. I haven't had any desires that would be odd for the average person. I still get tired and want to take naps and get hungry and want to eat. I am just a human with power, just like magicians are humans with, well, magic. I have the power, but my nature as a human hasn't changed at all. Magicians use magic, but I don't see them being labeled as not humans. With that in mind, why can't I label myself as human? I'm technically like them after all. Fair enough, Seraphal nodded before allowing her sister to bring up another query. Are the whisker marks on your face a result of the power you gained? Sona asked, tilting her head. Yeah, I theorize that since my favorite animal is a fox, Pan's power gave these to me. Acceptable, the devils had partially fallen for his lie. Tell us then, why did you keep these powers a secret? And how did you reach an expert's level of skill in using them? My parents' death was a result of an attack by monsters. I don't remember much of what happened, but they brought all their ranks along. I killed them all in my rage, including their leaders. I then discovered that I could instinctively suppress them, because if I didn't, then more of them would come for me. As for how I learned to use them, well, this may sound silly, but since I could control water, electricity, earth, flames and winds, I went to do research at a superpower wiki online and tried replicating the powers explained there. Practiced for a few years, then boom. That, and I have done a fair amount of martial arts as a child, he explained, ignoring the giggling coming from Rias. You went online too. That is surprisingly clever, Sona paused, then complimented. Just wanted to live normally, but this annoying thing came into my life. He gestured to his girlfriend, faking a frown whilst Rias faked a gasp, drawing chuckles. So, in conclusion, you are not affiliated with any faction? Yes. If I was, I wouldn't have exposed myself and my abilities. I came to Rias' rescue as soon as I regained my memories after Rias' spell failed, so I probably wouldn't have had time to contact my superiors. Magical items. None. The Grimoire family should know of this, as they made a mansion out of my apartment without any notice. They could have easily found suspicious items, he responded calmly. A lot of us are capable of storing our items in a separate dimension. Can't we assume you can too? You already displayed space-time manipulation by teleporting out of the hall, Seraphal pressured, leaning forward with a bone-chilling stare. Well, I can do that, he admitted with a light shrug, but still, I can guarantee that my items have nothing to do with communication. The only things I have are battle-related. He waved his hand, generating a white hazed bubble that slowly bubbled up in size and floated above the table. The haze cleared and revealed hundreds of bladed weapons, from great swords to katanas to spears to kusarigama and many other types of weapons, all in pristine condition. The bubble allowed the aura exuded by the items to flow out, and most of the items within the bubble were normal, with the snake Jien as an exception. These are all my weapons. Was hoping to get Rias to get me guns, he said almost gleefully. I'm not getting you any guns, the young woman shot him down, making him frown. Seraphal stared at the weapons aimlessly floating in the bubble and nodded slowly. The only item of supernatural quality is that sword over there. I do not recognize it. What is its origin? She asked. This woman. At this point, you are just finessing me. I found a dying Burmese python with a gash on its side. The perpetrator left the weapon he used to harm it. At that time, I couldn't heal, so I somehow combined it with the sword. I then named it after one of the imperial swords of Japan, the Kusanagi no Tsurugi, to reference how quickly snakes move through grass, almost as if cutting it. I see. How much power did you gain from the fragment? I can't quantify it due to my insufficient exposure to the supernatural world, but I suppose I could destroy Kuo. I guess, he faked a thoughtful voice, placing his index finger on his chin. Seraphal closes her eyes and leaned back, displaying satisfaction. While he wasn't specific on how the scale of his power, his destroying Kuo gave them a good baseline to start from. The woman understood that the boy was very perceptive and incredibly cunning, and as such chose his words carefully. He says destroy Kuo, but Wouldn't destroying Japan be destroying Kuo as well, or destroying Asia that would be destroying Kuo as well? Him saying he could destroy Kuo was very vague to her. Sears nearly narrowed his eyes but kept himself from doing so. He could tell that the boy was leaving out a number of details, but it was relieving to know that he truly wasn't affiliated with an enemy faction. If he was capable of feeling the exact nature of an item and a weapon like the Longinus, then it wouldn't be far-fetched to think he could detect how powerful the devils at the table were. The boy showed no signs of being intimidated and did not seem to be holding himself back and faking calmness, meaning that he simply didn't see them as a threat. He would give the boy the benefit of a doubt and turn a blind eye because it was clear as the moon and stars in a cloudless sky that his sister and the boy were in love with each other. So he stayed silent. He could see that Serafal and his parents were within the same thought range as him but took no action for their own reasons. What most inexperienced people would miss about Naruto was the way he completely controlled the fight with Riser. There were no ifs and buts or maybes, he won by a landslide and could have ended the fight whenever he wished. There was no way the boy wouldn't be well known within the supernatural because the way he fought displayed that he was highly experienced, and just practicing was simply not enough to make him that strong. Instead, his skills were similar to his. Born from years of combat. Practice is never enough to close down the gap in experience, and that boy was highly experienced. No rumors about him. Just nothing. It would have been one thing if the boy just nuked the whole area and won, but he didn't. Instead, he opted to take them on fairly and disassemble their teamwork with his superior technical skills. What he had been saying was likely false, but Sears understood that sometimes lies were very close to the truth, and because of that he suspected that the boy had a form of apotheosis. Maybe he was a forgotten god trying to live as a human. Despite the possible threat, however, Sears could not bring him to be paranoid about the boy. With the amount of power he had, he could have easily kidnapped the two rulers of Kuo and killed off their peerages before holding them hostage, but he did not. When the boy came into the ballroom, he reeked of hostility. His face was as plain as a white wall, but his eyes betrayed him, they showed everything he felt. His hostility was directed at the one and only Riser FANFIC. When he went to speak to Rias alone, the darkness had disappeared as if it had never been there. Sears could see how much the boy loved his sister and as such felt a sense of brotherhood. The boy had a variety of masks, but none could hide his feelings, his thoughts. What he did to Riser's peerage was cruel, but he had given them the chance to back down and let the boy fight their master. No good deed goes unpunished. They were punished for their loyalty. It was clear as day that the boy would not hesitate to get rid of anything that would bring harm to those close to him. That included high-class devils and their subjects, and so it was his duty to make sure the boy was not antagonized unless necessary. His power being a question mark was very unsettling, to say the least. Sears may be in the top 10 strongest beings in the world, but he knew that people much weaker than him could kill him if the conditions were right. A solid example being the wielder of the true Longinus or the Dragon Eater scoring a good hit on him. It was even possible that the boy exceeded him in strength. Sears frowned slightly as thoughts flooded his mind. He felt it was best to leave it. His intuition told him that the boy was only interested in keeping Rias and her peerage safe, and as long as they were fine there would be no problems. Sorich's next thoughts significantly soured his mood because they were related to the next issue at hand. Devil kind was notorious for being rebellious in instances that did not favor them more so than humans, and so examples had to be made to pacify them. They desired results, not words, which were why a weak devil would never become one of the 4 devil kings. The human was seen as a threat to what remained to the of the 72 pillars, and as Naruto had explained, they would try to get rid of him. He did not want to do this, but it had to be done or disaster could befall them in the future. What had to be done was the sacrificing of the FANFIC clan head's daughter. Riser's falling had shaken not only those of FANFIC but all the leaders of the other clans. Revel being handed over to the human because of the contract they made was one of the more logical solutions, as it would give the impression denying the boy was extremely dangerous. Negotiation could be attempted, but the data provided by Rias and her peerage has shown that Naruto is a rather stubborn individual who clung to what he wanted and rarely had compromises. Now that we have reached a suitable level of discussion regarding your origin, it is time to settle Revel FANFIC's contract with you. May I ask what kind of contract you made with her, and if possible how? Sears said, looking Naruto in the eye. The lone human's eyes trailed over to the FANFIC families once more and did not miss the shivering on their shoulders, despite their attempts to hide them. Nothing special, I suppose. When I accepted the deal, a piece of my power entered her soul, and I am sure you understand what that entails. He shrugged, ignoring the horrified look present on their faces. Haven't learned how to manipulate souls yet. Don't look at me like that, he lied, reaching for his cup and lifting it before frowning. Excuse me, miss, mind getting me more juice? He called out to Graphia. Of course, sir. The maid appeared on his left and delivered his request. He relished the refined sweetness that invaded his mouth, either ignoring the tense atmosphere or being completely ignorant. Wait a minute, let's make a deal. Lord Phoenix shot up from his chair, drawing a sigh from the spiky-haired blonde. We truly are sorry for the pain that our son Riser has caused you and Lady Rias, he started. The boy held the urge to roll his eyes. Here comes the but, he thought. But our daughter did nothing wrong, instead it should be us paying for our mistakes, he said. Father. Yes, you are paying by giving up one of the most important people to you, he responded smoothly. Let's say I agree to release her. What do I get out of it? Don't mistake me for someone who gives a shit about the affairs of devils. The only one I care for is Rias, he continued, evoking a crescendo of emotions from the Phoenix clan. Wait, Uzumaki, don't be so unreasonable. Zip it, Sona, he didn't bother looking her way. To him, the focal point of the situation was the head of Phoenix himself. Phoenix tears. We are willing to part with a year's supply worth. If that is not enough, we are also willing to grant you riches beyond your imaginations and women. Women too. The finest in the underworld, beyond the ones found on Earth. Not interested. What? But, the man seethed, his hair catching ablaze. Rias couldn't take it any longer. She opened her mouth, but a flat gaze from Naruto stopped her. It was that trust me look he always gave her in tough situations. She didn't understand what he was thinking, but with great reluctance, she stayed silent, watching everything unfold. To be honest, hearing you say that made me think of a few things. Aren't you being rather selfish right now? I can guarantee that your people will not be in a good spot if I accept your terms. You sure are a wonderful ruler. A light sip tore through the silence. The boy placed his elbow in the table and leaned into the palm of his hand, paying no heed to the man's turmoil. Please sir, reconsider. This time Lady Phoenix spoke up. Please have sympathy for our family. Kinda ironic that you say that. If you had sympathy for Rias, then none of this would have happened. I can see where Riser's dumb ideals come from. The boy snorted. You speak of sympathy, yet you move to force someone into something they refuse to do. Driving them to the point of obsession with media to escape reality. Kind of funny, huh? The boy had the gall to look like he was having the time of his life. I understand our hypocrisy, but you have to understand that devils. I'm going to have to stop you right there, lady. You have the technology to convert any species into devils, but can't, I don't know, grow babies in tubes. Converting other species to devils is just hilarious. Like seriously, what are you, China? Conquer the world by taking in other races and making them your slaves. Wow. You have to understand that. No, I really don't. This is just another case of boomers refusing to pass the torch to the next generation. Pass the torch? Yes. There was a brief pause until Searzex spoke up. I believe this will be beneficial to all, so could you please explain, he requested. Sure. So you guys clapped some cheeks during the war, but what caused it exactly? It was obviously the older generation's desire to continue the war, whilst you younger ones desired to rebuild your world. Your generation was obviously in the right, as continuing the war would only drive you to extinction. Refusal to pass the torch is basically forcing yourself to be the main character in a story that isn't about you at all. In this case, it's forcing this generation to carry on traditions like yours without considering how it could affect them. You say you are doing it for the good of devil kind, but the hatred will accumulate so much that it will tear your species apart and drive you into ruin. New generations come with new innovations, ideas, and refusing to let them grow is essentially killing your own future in the long run. Everyone has a role to play, and playing a role that is not yours will harm them. I believe knowing your traditions and knowing your roots is important, but forcing yourself to become a person based on those roots won't go well. A lot of problems will go away if you pass the torch. For example, some devils' hatred with the angels. If they don't pass that hate to their children, then their children will start focusing on what's the same, not what's different. He paused, allowing it to sink in. To me, Rias is human but with wings. If you can find what's the same in someone instead of what's different, then maybe you won't find yourself in nasty situations, he shrugged. But my words are merely an opinion, I guess. Anyways, the old coots from your species will come for me and my family. I have no real reason to antagonize you any further than this, so I expect the same. You may give me promises, but you will never give me guarantees, and if your promise is broken, then it will lead to me taking less pleasant manners to handle my debacles. Plus I also want to do this as well for more personal reasons, he gave a ghost smile. Lord Phoenix said nothing and just relaxed his body, keeping his mouth shut. He could not say anything else to the boy. Instead, he looked into his daughter's eyes and was taken aback by the strong resolve she had in her eyes. Now then, Mr. Phoenix, if you take into consideration what I said, it is not your place to make decisions for your daughter. She understood very well what she was going to get into and made the deal regardless of the consequences. She is mine now, and I have no reason to give her up. I ask you then, good sir, what can you give someone who has almost they want? he asked amusedly, watching them squirm under his gaze. It's okay father, mother, Ravel comforted, before taking her mother's hand into her own. Inasmuch as Ravel feared the human, she held no hatred towards him, instead she somewhat felt a sense of appreciation. He could have easily incapacitated her at that moment and moved on to kill her brother, but he didn't. He showed emotions. Sympathy. Monsters did not stop to consider other people's emotions, but he did. He wasn't a monster. During the days that passed after the engagement party, Ravel had a lot of time to herself. To think about everything. To think about her reason for sacrificing herself, and the answer was simple. Ravel loved her older brother. She remembered the days when the boy was gentle in respect to not only adults but his peers as well. He would show concern over small animals that were subject to cruel pranks by children practicing magic and gently tend the roses in the garden with the gardeners. She remembered playing, falling and scraping her knee, and he'd carry her back to the mansion despite the fact that her bruises could have healed themselves with ease. She looked up to her older brother, but the one knew slowly starting warping. She didn't understand why it happened. Perhaps it was his company or his realization that he could get away with doing a lot of things, or perhaps he got poisoned during his first taste of women. The one she knew was gone, blinded by materials and swayed easily by temptation. Their relationship halted as their bond was forgotten in favor of all he had and could have. That didn't stop her from loving him, because she felt that their bond as a sibling would never fade even if he changed. She later joined his peerage and years passed by, and she slowly started to lose hope in the old Riser returning until that one fateful day. Riser had mistakenly underestimated one seemingly weak human who proceeded to defeat his peerage and corner him. She could see the fear building up in the fear that his clan's great power would save him. The fear that death itself was a pawn, and so the man begged the people he thought loved him, but to no avail. They were no longer concerned about his fate, instead, they were concerned about themselves, all except her. She would have been just fine if she stayed out of the way, but she moved and shielded him with fear, threatening to rip her heart out of her chest and drive her brain to madness. Until she felt her beloved older brother returning. She felt strength and courage as she felt that it was her duty as his sibling to protect him. She stood her ground and faced the devil himself, standing in front of her with immaculate clothes, highlighting that their attempts were nothing. A hopeless situation indeed, but she still stood her ground. And she begged for Riser's life because she felt that he deserved a second chance. To start over. Saying that her conscience was clear would be a lie, as she berated herself over her choice, but still, even that did not shake her. She had resolved to be taken away by his cruel arms, except she realized she only saw the bad side of the man attacking her family. For some reason, she did not believe that he was evil, just furious. But he still had the mind to stop and reconsider. Then it happened. His eyes changed so much that she pitied him. She knew that he wasn't cruel and thought that perhaps becoming his servant wouldn't be too bad. Perhaps losing her would make Riser wake up and help him become a better person, so with that in mind she was at peace. Naruto put down his cup, then slowly raised his arm, his index finger slowly uncurling from his fist. His hand turned in a way that made his palm face the ceiling and pulled his index finger back before returning it to its former position, then repeated. Wait, Ravel, her mother called out to the girl. The girl was dressed in a flowing pink and frilly noble dress and wore a necklace with emeralds. The girl stayed silent and rose from her seat before moving around the table to stand by Naruto's side, refusing to allow her gaze to drift into his eyes. I expect you to be at the house before the sun sets in Japan, he said simply. Yes, master, she responded stiffly, fidgeting slightly. Naruto's raised his hand and it was encased his a golden flame. Come closer, he beckoned, and she obeyed after a moment of hesitation. She saw his hand moving towards her chest, causing her to clamp her eyes shut and stiffen up, preparing herself for the worst. Instead she felt a warmth in her chest. He wasn't touching her per se, more like going through her. She then shivered, feeling something that was accustomed to having in her body being removed. The feeling stopped and she opened one eye before mirroring the looks that everyone on the table had. On Naruto's hand was a chess piece. The boy then tossed the piece to her father, who caught it. You are mine now, that piece is no longer necessary, he said, to which she lowered her head slightly. Yes, she responded. He nodded and turned back to the couple, particularly the woman on the verge of tears being held back by her husband. No, please, she begged, tears spilling from her eyes. The speed at which she had risen from her chair has sent it backwards, nearing shattering if not for the efforts of one of the satyr guards. Can't you reconsider? The boy shook his head. Her face contorted, warping her face into something that could be seen in nightmares. If anything happens to my daughter, all. Her hands crushed the part of the table she was clutching before burning the pieces away. Killing intent flowed out her body in waves, moving to trap the boy in what seemed to be a sea of flames, but he was unfazed. You speak as if you were in a position that's threatening to me. You can't do anything whilst I can whatever I wish. I'd be careful about pissing me off. I have no problem with bending your pure daughter over the table and dislocating her spine whilst forcing your eyes to stay open, he responded with a small smile. Eep, squeaked the red-faced Ravel. That's enough you. His cheek was pulled as he was scolded by Rias, who looked like she had taken a bite out of something bitter. Lord Lucifer, she cried out. The super devil shook his head. Lady Leviathan, her tear-filled eyes bore into the devil, but she too shook her head. Lord Grimoire, she whimpered. The man shook his head. They all agreed with Naruto to some extent, so they said nothing. Her eyes fell onto Venelana, causing the woman to sigh. I understand your pain, however your daughter made that deal. As devils, one of our greatest pride is fulfilling contracts, so not fulfilling a contract would shame us as a species. Besides, I do pity you for actually believing that my daughter's lover would bring harm to your daughter. Although his choice of words is questionable, pay attention to the type of person Rias is. Would she love a monster? She asked before closing her eyes before turning to Naruto. My son, I don't comprehend why it is that you desire to be misunderstood, but whatever it is that weighs heavily in your heart, it will fade with time. If you wish, you can confide in us as your family, she smiled. Naruto had never cast a jutsu as quickly as he had now. It happened so quickly that he nearly released a spike of chakra which would have broken the jutsu. A simple illusion to mask his face. Thank you, Mother, the word came out his mouth much harder than it had earlier. He received a smile. Lady Phoenix just collapsed back into her chair and her sobs were muffled by her husband's embrace. Now then, Mr. Uzumaki, about Kuo. Yes, your sister is under my protection as well, he responded easily, drawing wide eyes from Sona. That easily? No one is allowed to torture my arch-nemesis except for me. There was silence. Naruto, you really got to learn to use words that won't be misunderstood, said Rias after a moment of silence. Why? Sona asked him. Do I need reason? I just feel like it. Plus, I wouldn't want to put my thing over here in a tough spot if something happens to you while nothing happened to her, he responded whilst scooting his chair closer to Rias and pulling her into his arm. Mo, you can use nicer words to refer to me, to dummy, she pouted. Naruto kissed her forehead and stroked her locks of hair. There. She slapped his hand and pushed him away and turning away while puffing her cheeks cutely. Sad, he wiped an imaginary tear. Mr. Uzumaki, you realize that your anonymity will be in jeopardy should you choose to do this. People will assume that you are affiliated with our faction. It's fine, Lady Leviathan, I have more than enough strength to defend myself and the two groups. Besides, them thinking that is fine. It will make them more nervous. Even if your enemy is a god. He shrugged. Bring it on, baby, he responded with ease. He paused, realizing that what he had said contrasted with his statement of simply being able to destroy Kuo. He just held in a sigh and finished his juice, thinking Sasuke would be disappointed. He made no expression when the woman smirked. The boy turned to his lover, who flicked her hair slightly and turned to him. I've got a nice garden to show you. The time spent with the boy wasn't for nothing, as she immediately understood what he was saying. I'm gonna turn your evening into a white night, he grinned, drawing powerful reactions. Oh Satan, Naruto. Just. Wow, Rias couldn't help but hide her face in embarrassment as her mother giggled at her expense. Even the servants were snickering. How improper, Uzumaki. Sona was ignored. Don't worry if you can't handle it, Revel will be ready to help. Master. Her words were lost as her face exploded into crimson, displaying how innocent she was. We can get Sona in this as well, he continued, ignoring the spit take followed by violent coughing. Whoa there, son, I'm going to have to stop you right there. Do you mind explaining what turning your evening into a white night means? Go on, I'm listening. Stay away from my Riatan, you fiend. My daughter's purity will not be tarnished by you, foul beast. Hey, leave Sotan out of this. The table was filled with protests. It's fine, Lady Leviathan, if you join us, I'll let you have first dibs on her. Deal. Naruto nodded with a small smile. Your sister is very cute, he said casually. Of course she is my sister after all, Seraphal gushed. Explains a lot. Man, thinking of you two below me. Something is rising and it sure as hell ain't the shield hero, he said, making Seraphal hold in a laugh. They both turned to look at Sona, who looked to be on the verge of a mental breakdown. What the fuck? Sona screamed in a manner that was very unlike her. Rias rubbed her temples, watching a magic circle appear under Sona before whisking her away. Naruto and Seraphal burst out in laughter and high-fived each other. Prank successful. That girl's gotta loosen up, Seraphal said, recovering from her fit of giggles. I know, right, the boy responded. Anyways, it's been nice getting along with you, Lady Leviathan, but I gotta attend to some business. No, call me Leviathan or Saratan or just Serafal. Nice meeting ya kid, have fun, she said, making him nod. Come on Rias, we losing hours. Been a week. I wanna beat on that bottom. He disappeared in a burst of speed and had her in his arms in a princess carry, going deaf to her protests. Revel dear, get your nicest nightwear, I want to see you squirm, he licked his lips. Naruto blinked, no longer feeling Rias' weight in his arms. What the F, he watched Zeodicus gently put Rias on the ground before narrowing his eyes. Ho, Sir Lucifer, Sir Grimori and Sir Phoenix, you dare challenge me. You realize that I have no mercy towards cockblockers, yes. The ground below the boy caved. Searsex smirked, our love for our family will not be defeated by you villain. As if I'd allow a delinquent to be anywhere near my Rias. Why am I here? Father. I mean, Revel will not be devoured by you. Hey, isn't this the part where I say something cool? Serafal's kimono was nowhere to be seen, instead she was in a pink outfit. Naruto scoffed and got into a stance and the men followed suit, causing servants to dash out of the room. Okay, that's enough you three. The women with authority appeared and grabbed the men by their ears as the aura they released was shaking the house. Graphia, I'm so. Searsex's scream was muffled. What happened does not need to be mentioned. It just happened. Rias sighed, keeping a firm grip on her protesting boyfriend's ear. I promise to protect your daughter from this fiend, she said, turning to Lady Phoenix. He speaks cruelly but his behavior doesn't really reflect the wonderful person he is. I swear on my honor that he will not harm your daughter in any way. How could you trust him? Can't you see that? A wise human wants that a person incapable of evil will struggle in protecting what he loves. He isn't evil, but he is more than willing to become a monster to protect us, the ones he considers a family. Rias closed her eyes, attempting to mask her sadness. You may refuse to acknowledge it, but he has shown you kindness by taking your daughter instead of what was offered to him, she explained. He spared you from the guilt you'd feel from your family falling into ruin, then being enslaved by other families, she finished before turning to her still whining fiancé. Go home stupid, I'll see you in a few days. I have duties to attend to and make sure you train Isekai. The girl grabbed his arm and pulled him into her embrace before getting on the tips of her toes and planting a kiss on his cheek. If you behave, I'll consider letting you turn my evening into a white night, she giggled, pulling away. The boy sighed in disappointment. Also, there has been really suspicious activity in our territory. Please see to it. Once you are done, then you can train she requested. Okay, he turned to his in-laws. Until next time. He moved his hand and was about to form a single-handed sign. Master, please wait. Naruto lowered his head and turned to Revel, who had her head very low, and looked close to prostrating herself. Speak, he said after looking her over again. Please, my brother, please consider removing the curse you have placed on him, she begged. Why? He asked a simple question, his face devoid of emotion. Revel froze, realizing words could not form. Was she too afraid to answer? If so, why? She had already taken the first step, so why couldn't she continue? The reason was simply because there was no reason for him to do it. She could claim that the curse could sap away at his energy, but that wouldn't be valid as self-sustaining curses did exist. She had nothing to offer him in exchange, so she just prostrated. The boy sighed, for someone in your position to make a request. Whatever, it's pointless for me to shit on him any longer. Very well, it is done. Most of his wounds shall heal by the end of week. He'll retain some scars as a reminder of what will happen if he points his dick where it doesn't belong, he said before disappearing in a shimmer. The girl raised her hand and muttered a quiet thank you before a magic circle appeared below her. She bowed before her superiors and teleported away so she could make preparations. The family stared at the spot the boy was in. He forgot to leave the corpses, Searsex muttered, drawing strange looks to him. What? Rias shook her head, turned to her mother with a fire in her eyes. Mother. I don't want to be a burden to him. Please train me, she requested, making Venelon nod slightly. I won't be gentle because you are my daughter. I wouldn't want it any other way. Chapter 8. Issei fell onto his knees, his nostrils flaring while his mouth opened wide to greedily devour oxygen. He was dressed in simple black shorts and a white tank top and had his boosted gear activated on his left hand. Seated atop of a boulder before him was Naruto, dressed in gray shinobi pants and a navy blue shirt. His ankles had white bandage wrappings and on his feet were black sandals. Get up, his quiet but powerful voice echoed out through the barren landscape with purple glass-like layers forming a perimeter around them, blocking a viscous orange substance with dark patches on it. The space had a quartz ceiling and was lit up by dozens of green orbs and dozens of blue orbs. Is that the attitude you will maintain when Asia is about to be harmed? He asked, a dark tone lacing his words like poison. The words forced the Red Dragon Emperor to grit his teeth and slowly force himself to his feet. His muscles twitched and shivered in protest, harmonizing with the squeaking of his joints. The emerald gem on the boosted gear briefly shone a fluorescent light before dimming down. Reset. Issei gasped and collapsed into a heap, making Naruto tilt his head and scratch his temple. Maybe I overdid it with weight seal, he thought, referring to the seal Jiraiya had created. It was a storage seal that did not seal away an object's weight. Naruto had placed it on Issei before loading it up with earth chakra and setting up a transcription seal that would cast earth release, weighted boulder jutsu whenever Issei started getting used to the weight. Cruel but effective as it was, one of the ways Jiraiya had increased his speed to the point that he could just barely edge out Rock Lee in pure running speed, no enhancements. Naruto had been training Issei with a combination of hit and hand-to-hand training. He'd have the boy sprint while being weighed down and force him to dodge a variety of objects including but limited to kunai, ice shards, rocks, swords and fireballs. Naruto had the seals weigh him down while he dodged rapid-fire attacks before releasing their effects to allow the young devil to rest before repeating the process. Naruto had forgotten to deactivate the seals, which caused Issei to collapse in front of him due to the immense fatigue eating away at him. Gotta admit, the kid has made pretty good progress in the last couple of days, he thought, pushing his arms into the air and swaying his upper body a few times, holding in a yawn. The two young men were in an underground training facility that had been constructed by the god of shinobi using the organic reanimation jutsu, the cursed marks he had been able to produce because of shukaku and earth release. Naruto's had such a solid grasp of earth release that he could produce low-quality jewelry if given enough time and could produce quartz instead of traditional rocks and dirt. The cursed marks had been used to produce various seals that could seal away impacts that could damage the integrity of the structure, keep the Earth's particles from shifting, thereby creating a lattice, and held in stores of healing jutsu that would heal the trainee's wounds if necessary. I'm sorry, Issei said, turning onto his back, wincing from his sore muscles and the bruises that colonized his body. Naruto shrugged and jumped to the boy, helping him up and creating a bench and a table. All Gucci. It's lunchtime anyway, he shrugged before clapping his hands twice. A series of polygons drew themselves onto the before a line encircled itself around them, creating a magic circle that gained a bright orange glow. The glow disappeared and from it appeared an extremely attractive young woman in her teenage years dressed in a black French-maid outfit. Her hair was blonde and tied into drills that reached to her waist. Her name was Revel Phoenix, Naruto's obligee and maid who attend to any of his desires. She was born and raised in the prestigious house of Phoenix before she had offered herself up as compensation in exchange for her elder brother's life. Now she served as Naruto's assistant, and when called she would come to him at a moment's notice. In her hands was a white and crimson tray, and on it was a bowl of ramen and a plate of sushi and onigiri. Chopsticks were neatly placed in front of the bowl and plate. Revel placed the tray on the quartz table and picked up the plate and placed it in front of Issei. Your lunch, Issei-san, she said, her pleasant voice ringing through his ears. Pink pigment pooled at Issei's cheeks as he moved his hand stiffly, his muscles screaming as he reached for his chopsticks, taking no notice of Naruto's raised eyebrow. Issei's eyes zeroed in on the young lady's chest, bringing the girl's attention to him. Revel flinched slightly but maintained calmness and placed the tray in front of Naruto, presenting him with noodles and steaming broth. Your ramen, my lord, she said, lowering her head. Issei watched with wide eyes as the young lady picked up the ramen spoon, dipped it into the soup and lightly blew on it before bringing it up to his friend's mouth. Oi, 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 I'm the injured, tired one, feed me instead. Naruto, you fucking bastard, flexing on me, aren't ya? Another spoonful of soup warmed his mouth, diffusing addictive flavors onto his tongue, pleasing him to the point that he had an uncharacteristic affable expression. Your cooking is wonderful as always, Revel. His countenance had a soft look. A ghost smile made its way onto the maid's features, bringing her outer beauty to new levels. I am undeserving of your praise, she responded with humbleness and humility. The soup in the bowl had receded considerably, so the girl placed the spoon back onto the bowl and reached for the chopsticks. She picked up and wrapped the noodles around them before delivering them into Naruto's waiting maw. Hey, 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 what are you doing? Are you making fun of me or something? You aren't even injured and exhausted yet you are being fed. What are you, a baby? What the fuck? Issei complained with a tirade that reeked of jealousy. Revel's eyes narrowed. Issei-san, please refrain from disrespecting my master, the girl denounced, frowning at the lecherous dragon emperor. Issei averted his gaze with a humph and turned away from the master-servant duo. Naruto gave a wry smile, maintaining his usual relaxed expression to hide the aching that had come as a result of training. Issei and the other members of Rias Peerage were not the only people he threw the ringer. He put himself through the ringer because he hadn't trained in a decade and naturally he was very rusty. If the present him were to fight the version of himself that had entered the world a while back, he would lose, and because of that, he had to regain his edge. The boy had applied weighted seals to himself as well and trained by sparring with a shadow clone enhanced with 6 paths powers whilst he would go base. Of course, the clone wrecked him, but he was getting back into shape. He had also strapped weight seals onto himself, turned invisible and sprinted across the globe in under 4 hours. After that, he would continuously practice hand seals and slowly got rid of them to practice casting jutsu without hand seals. While he had gotten so skilled that he didn't need hand seals to cast his jutsu, using hand seals made it easier on his mind when it came to casting jutsu. Overusing his no-hand seal casting wore him down mentally. Before arriving at this world, he had almost gotten over this weakness, but all that effort was for nothing, as he now had to start over. He could have used 6 paths powers to ignore the weakness, but that would be cheating and that wouldn't improve his overall abilities. He wasn't in a fight, so he had to improve his base abilities. All in all, his training took a better part of the day and is such that made him really exhausted, which led to him having a clone take over his academic and financial duties. Then he had to train the peerage in person. The past few days had been awkward, but they had all been able to somewhat rekindle their relationship. All except Akeno. Naruto sighed, waving goodbye to Revel, who had cleaned up after the boys and bowed to him before leaving to attend to her other duties. "Alright, Boob Dragon Emperor, we have got work to do," he said, getting up and doing a little stretch. Issei nodded, wincing as he stood from his seat and faced Naruto. "Calm down, D-Drag. Shish, it's okay," he softly comforted his partner. Waahhhhhhhhhh. Creatures as prideful as dragons must hate it when their titles are parodied. Issei's sweat dropped and continued attempting to use comforting words to placate his partner. His kind words fell on deaf ears as the dragon wailed and complained from within its confines in the sacred gear. An audible sigh escaped his mouth as he got into the stance his friend had taught him, spreading his legs shoulder-width apart. Naruto shook his head and Issei nearly broke his stance in confusion. "Wah?" he asked, tilting his head. "We need to get your body used to the balance breaker," he stated, moving until he was an arm's length away. "Activate it," he commanded. "Wait, but when I'm normal, I can hardly maintain it for more than 10 secs. I am super tired right now and activating it takes time," Issei explained, doing a few stretches in hopes of relieving some of the aches he felt. "Just do it." Naruto slipped his chakra into Issei's body and used yin release to create a mental connection with the entity residing within the devil. The entity did not resist and allowed the boy to communicate with it in private. "D-Drag, if I were to offer support to his body, would that increase the time he could maintain his armor?" Naruto lowered his eyes, staring at the crimson gauntlet. Sniffle. "It depends on what you mean by support. Call it a god's blessing if you will. It will just make his body more durable and allow him to recover stamina quicker. In that case, that should increase the time he can maintain his armor. I assume that you intend to have that temporarily in case of emergencies." "That is correct. I can't expect him to be a super devil within a week of training, so I feel like implementing a fail-safe just in case. I would like to use this opportunity to see how I can affect him in sacred gear to allow him to get better from using it." "I see. I will cooperate with you as the time to meet the White One is near." The dragon residing within the boosted gear respected Naruto. It did not know who or what he was, but it knew his strength was incredible. Try as he might hide it, but D-Drag could still feel the remnants of an aura that felt somewhat divine in nature. The aura that the boy had was overwhelming even when he hid it, but it was practically invisible to lesser creatures, and lesser creatures to him included gods. D-Drag concluded that the boy's power was at least god class if not more. He felt that antagonizing the boy was not the way to go, but instead working with him was the better option and was more beneficial to him and his host. Naruto trained Issei so he could be able to protect himself and their friends, and that training would be very useful against his rival. D-Drag observed how attentive Naruto was when it came to Issei's training, and because of that, he trusted him to be careful. The boy had inserted a strange energy into his partner that served to constantly relay information of his body's state, allowing him to monitor Issei's progress and stop potential injuries from appearing. "What is this? This is strange. The timer has been reduced. What did he do?" Naruto nodded and stared at Issei's gauntlet for a moment. "What the? I kind of feel stronger," Issei announced, staring at his hands with wide eyes. Every ache in his body was absent and his muscles felt like they had a rush of adrenaline, except they didn't. The aches just disappeared, not like he recovered or adrenaline distracted him from them. They were just gone. His muscles felt stronger, like they had been enhanced by some sort of exosuit. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. "What? It hasn't even been a minute yet," Issei screamed internally as his body spontaneously combusted in roaring, swirling flames. The sounds of moving iron synchronized with the flame and various pieces of crimson armor pieces appeared throughout Issei's body. A helmet appeared and covered Issei's head as the armor pieces connected, giving Issei the appearance of a crimson miniature dragon. His tail whipped slightly as a crimson aura slowly and ominously flowed from his body. Good, it worked, Naruto nodded, feeling the breeze pushing his hair back. Now, the reason I am having you do this is that I don't want you to save a sudden power-up that will fuck up your senses. You won't have time to adjust during battle, so we'll be fighting here. You and me. Put everything you have learned since you became a devil and you will be fine, he stated, not bothering to enter a guarded stance. The blonde eyed the brunette, watching him adjusting the rush of power coursing through his body. Issei nodded in understanding and crouched before suddenly leaning back in surprise. A sword had lodged itself in front of him. Issei recognized the blade as the one the boy had carried during Rias' rescue. That sword is a poison to me and I hate it, and as such, I can never recognize it as my own and it can never recognize me as its partner. It belonged to one of my greatest enemies. The one who had the balls to take my lover's corpse from its grave. The fact that that sword in front of you is one of the tools he used to cut her open disgusts me, he revealed, sporting a despondent look. Then why? Why don't you get rid of it then? Why are you having me use it? The master was evil, the sword is not. A fault of mine is being unable to draw a line between it and its previous owner. Its power and usefulness is what drove me to keep it. It is ridiculously sharp and like a sacred gear, its other abilities vary from user to user. I want you to have it, Issei. Protect what is close to you, and if for some reason I am not around, please protect my dear and your fellow servants for me, he spoke softly with shoulders drooping. Is it right to take something that hurt him? Issei tentatively reached out to its snake handle and grasped it and watched the snake transform to a crimson dragon that vaguely resembled Didrake. But still, this will be a great tool to help me in any battle and save lives. He remembered Naruto's lessons that taught him that his sacred gear and weapons he may get on his way up is mere tools. Inasmuch as it was contrary to what he learned, he realized that he can't suddenly increase his strength in a few months, so it was better for him to master his sacred gear and gain more tools. He swore he wouldn't overly rely on the boosted gear and improve himself as a fighter, but he knew that there would be times when the sacred gear would be the only thing that would be able to save him. I accept it, he said. If I may, partner. What's up? The sacred gear's functions are meet your desires. I suggest storing the sword within the sacred gear so you may call on it whenever you wish. A benefit to this is that if you are in an anti-magic space, you can still call your weapon, the dragon explained. Just grasp it and focus on your desire. Issei closed his eyes, his left hand clamping down on his swords. Naruto watched with mild interest as the jewel on the back of Issei's hand glowed before the sword disappeared. Good. Now, from here on out, I am your enemy. Come at me with the intent to kill and make sure I never come after you again, he said, flaring his chakra. The ground below him caved while the training facility's temperature dropped considerably. Issei took a step back, gasping. What power? Wait, before we begin, as a kid I have always wanted to do this standoff thing, like the Wild West, Issei explained, getting into a stance. Issei's words drew a snort from the steel-faced blonde. Like a river exploding out of a dam, a green ocean-like mat of grass and moss grew from the room's environment with frightening speed. The flat landscape warped and distorted, shrieking as if bones were being shattered and rearranged to meet the perpetrator's desires. Pebbles became towering hills and infertile bedrock bore trees. A small, newly born stream acted as the separating line between the two combatants. Naruto saw no problem with fulfilling Issei's desire, as a battle wouldn't likely take place in a flat landscape such as the previous landscape. He hoped that Issei would try to use terrain to his advantage, but he'd have to wait to see how far Issei could go. Tumbleweeds raced across the battlefield as the sound of wind whipped in their ears. Naruto picked up a pebble and tossed it into the air, drawing Issei's eyes to it. Come at me with the intent to kill. Use everything you have learned ever since becoming a devil. Is that how you will behave when Asia is in danger? The pebble remained in the air for what seemed to be an eternity. Issei clenched his hands into a fist and grit his teeth. Thud. FWOOSH. So fast. The world around Issei suddenly accelerated as he dashed for his enemy, covering the great distance between them in an instant. The colorful world around him became so heavily blurred that he felt like an infant being subjected to 6 gigaseconds of force. The sheer speed he moved at surprised him so much that he almost blacked out right then and there. Issei tumbled past Naruto, who looked at him somewhat amusedly. Dang it, he didn't even need to move. Okay, maybe going all out when I am completely new to this is a horrible idea. I should just start slow, he thought before getting up to see Naruto blurring through a dozen hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball. The boy spat out a massive ball so hot that nearby trees caught fire. Issei's reaction was quick as he rolled away, dodging the attack by what felt like an inch. I lost sight of him, he noted. Issei stayed put, allowing his eyes to slowly scan his surrounding. Issei looked to his side and saw a shadow interacting with his, from that angle. The boy turned and threw a right hook. Naruto stood there, holding Issei's gauntlet with one hand, looking at him with approval. Issei, knowing how dangerous his teacher was, didn't let himself sink into excitement, instead fired off a beam of green energy from the gauntlet that had been held. Feeling the energy build up, Naruto let go of his fist while tilting his head, narrowly dodging the attack. Issei sent a series of jabs and kicks at him, watching in frustration as each one was swatted. He ducked under a roundhouse and used the force pulling him down to explode into a sweeping kick which Naruto jumped over. Okay, I can kinda make out images at high speed now, he noted, getting distracted briefly. Naruto distanced himself and weaved hand signs again, much to Issei's horror. Lightning release. Electronic murder. He opened his mouth and released a bolt of electricity that shook the air that surrounded it. Ah! Issei screamed, feeling all his muscles twitch and convulse. Shit! Naruto moved. Issei scrambled to his feet, clumsily blocking attacks from his master. Issei did so well that he expertly caught punches and kicks with his face, effectively staining the brown earth red. Boost, 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 boost. Issei became faster and faster, allowing him to slowly overcome the difference in speed. The two teenagers, just blurs at the point, shook the air as they dashed back and forth, bashing their fists and legs against each other, wrestling for dominance, shaking the very air itself. He is getting better. Naruto narrowly dodged a punch aimed at his cheek and retaliated with an elbow jab which Issei did not catch with his face this time. Crimson shards littered the floor whilst Naruto's skin remained immaculate, showing who really had control of the battle. The boys' fists met with a jarring jolt, forcing the air around them to explode outwards, shaking the floor around them. Their bodies became crimson and blue blurs, moving forward and ramming into each other before dashing away and repeating. The ocean-colored blur displayed greater agility than the crimson one, peppering it constantly. For every one blow, the red one successfully landed, the blue delivered a dozen more in response. Issei's brain was rattled by the hill drop that delivered to him, reducing his ballistic pace and bringing clarity to his form once more. He crossed his arms over each other, receiving a corkscrew punch before pushing outwards, hoping to break his balance, but Naruto used that momentum to slip into his defenses and deliver a knee to his gut. I am fast, but he is just. He is on another level. Issei grit his teeth, preventing blood from exploding out of his mouth as his body was introduced to another barrage of blows. Issei felt amazing. He felt like he could take on the entire world with his new form. He was super strong and he was super fast, and so nothing could beat him, but that arrogance was swept away quickly. Naruto moved so quickly and was so agile that trying to hit him made Issei feel like a drunk man trying to swat a fly. Dragon shot. Issei punched a green orb that exploded into a beam of light, forcing the blonde to distance himself so he wouldn't get hit. The boy exploded off his feet, jumping and back-flipping, casually evading the energy beams exploding beside him. He moved his hands up to his chest and began weaving hand signs. Issei raised a magic circle that successfully blocked jets of water, bolts of lightning, and squalls of wind. He jumped over the collapsing medium and created another one of at mouth area and took a deep breath before spewing a stream of orange flames towards the blonde. Water release. Water formation wall. He willed every semblance of moisture within a few meters of him to coalesce into a wall. The two opposing elements clashed, sending volumes of steam into the air. Not bad, Issei, he thought. He is taking advantage of the room's healing properties, and to do that he needs to delay me. Sucks that I can sense ya. The boy grinned, feeling his hair dance with the rolling steam. But beating up an injured kid isn't fun. I'll bite, I guess. He waited for a moment before turning in a seemingly random direction. Here he comes. Issei activated the jet boosters on his back to propel him away from the numerable balls of fire descending upon him. Issei's ears twitched and he quickly deactivated his boosters and jumped in the opposite direction, avoiding being turned into a kunai pincushion. Your eyes are important, yes, but learn to detect changes in the environment with your other senses. Use your ears to listen to the shifting in the air. Use your hair to detect incoming lightning strikes. If something tastes funny, then something is wrong. If something smells off, then it probably is off. If it smells like something flammable, then fire. Just don't overuse your eyes, your other senses are there for a reason. Issei took that lesson to heart as he evaded jets of water and blades of wind. My plan has backfired on me. I can't even get close because of that ridiculous magic he is doing. His hand signs. Wait, he said I should approach with the intent to kill, which means that he is my enemy and I'm allowed to try different cards. Hey Ddrag, is the... Yes, there is a noticeable pattern between his hand signs and his elemental attacks. From my observation, each element correlates with a specific hand sign. The mist was cleared away by the force of Naruto's relentless attacks. "Work with me please. I'll have a really hard time remembering those at a glance," he requested, sending 3 orbs at 3 globes of waters, canceling them out. "Got it. Fire," Dedrag announced. Issei rushed directly at Naruto, raising his crimson aura to serve as a second layer to stave off Naruto's attack. Fire release, Dragon Flame Bomb. Boost, boost, boost. Issei could feel his body screaming, but he pushed forward. If this was the normal him, he would have collapsed minutes ago, but he had somehow been enhanced by Naruto. The amount of stamina being drained was nothing like the first time he activated it, so he was able to maintain his power for the past 3 minutes. Water, wind, earth. Issei outmaneuvered the spears growing from the ground, threatening to puncture his body. He destroyed a jet that spewed from Naruto's with a swing of his arm and maintained his high-speed charge at his teacher. His insides boiled as if to fuel this mad rush, last the vengeance of a man on his stand. The rush was similar to the first attempt at attacking, but this time his mind and eyes had begun adjusting to the new stimuli and allowed him to depict his environment with great clarity. Good. He won't be like I was the time I first became the god of shinobi. The boy winced, reminiscing about how he ran face first into the 10 tails, nearly knocking himself out. It was a good thing the showers of attacks that his allies rained down prevented them from seeing something so awkward. They assumed the 10 tails being sent rolling was an attack, when in actuality it was him being unable to control his speed or strength, causing him to ram into the beast with enough force to wreck mountains. Fire release, Dragon Flame Bomb. He cast the jutsu once more. Issei burst through his dragon-shaped fire attack and raised his hands before bringing them down with great force. Naruto raised his hands in response and had locked his hands with Issei's. He then felt Issei clamping tightly and leaning backward as if desiring to be overpowered. Just what is he doing? He overpowered Issei, pushing him on the ground with enough force to cause the soil to shift. Naruto then leaned back before throwing his head forward like a hammer, only for his eyes to widen in shock as his reflexes took over, forcing him to leap away from Issei. Bastard. That was a good one, he smiled, moving his hand to wipe his forehead and brought it forward to observe it. It was covered in a crimson, warm, and sticky fluid that slowly drifted from its spot on his forehead. As his healing factor worked to get rid of the poisonous effects of Issei's attack, Naruto looked over to Issei, who was getting up. On his helmet, like a horn growing from a dragon's forehead, Kusanagi's blade grew from it. What the fuck is with this sword? He questioned, thinking about how he had been able to harm someone who did not have a scratch after taking an orb of destruction to his face. It's too much, Issei began panting, struggling to push himself off the ground. The armor he wore, which was as light as a sheet of paper, had suddenly become a ton of bricks and his muscles attained the stiffness of lead. Miraculously, he was able to get up to face his teacher. Issei took a single step forward before his armor shattered and was converted into a crimson light before fading. Before he could fall onto his face, he found himself being supported by his buddy. Good job. I'll take you home so you can rest, you deserve it, he praised with a grin. Issei gave a weak smile before feeling the pull of sleep luring him in. Thanks. Just as I thought, he can't handle it for very long. I suppose this can be used in case of emergencies, he thought, shooting up to the ceiling with Issei in tow. The boy stood upside down as he sunk into the ceiling, bringing the two to the surface after a moment. Using yang chakra as a substitute for his stamina works, however his body has no chakra points, severely hampering the transfer. Let's not even get started on how weak it is. I think using yang chakra is a bad idea, as that may cause his dragonification to accelerate. Rias will be on my ass for that. He slid into an open window, leading him right into Issei's room. Good evening, Asia. He overdid it again, so please take care of him, he greeted the girl who sat in Issei's room. Good evening, Naruto-san. Please leave him on the bed, the girl said in halting Japanese. Sure, he did as he was requested and gently placed the unconscious Red Dragon Emperor on his bed. Anyo. What is it exactly that you do that always renders him unconscious? This can't be healthy, she expressed her grievances, clutching her fist tightly. Why does he always have to get to this degree? She moved to the boy and hovered her hands above his body. The ring on her finger created a green bubble around her hands. Naruto stayed silent, unsure of how to answer as she looked like she was about to burst into tears. He sighed audibly and turned his back to her. The time of peace is coming to an end with how fallen angels are encroaching into our territory and bringing in unsavory goods with them, he sneered, remembering the absurd holy object he felt entering the town before disappearing suddenly. He had gone to investigate and found fallen angels, but they all had their memories erased. This territory belongs to the Sisters of the Mouse, so things can escalate quickly. Whoever is behind this is clever, so until we find clues our best bet is to be as strong as possible, and Issei understands that. That's why he pushes himself to the limit because he desires to protect all of us, not that I need his protection, Naruto snorted as he reached for the window. Oh, and Asia, one more thing, he turned to her and stared past her eyes, straight into her soul. The girl gasped, nearly stumbling back as a frosty feeling washed over her entire being. Issei is okay with always protecting you but I am not. There is no place for damsels here, he returned to facing the window. My advice for you is to be like your god. He is said to be good but is very much capable of evil and the same should go for you. Be ready to do even the most heinous crimes or else there may be a time where you don't and you will regret it. He raised his hand and pointed at Issei. He has potential and has to survive to meet it. He most definitely can't get anywhere with bad apples in his group. Everyone has to have a level of strength so he can push himself more. That is all from me. Good evening. He disappeared in wisps of smoke leaving a frightened Asia on the floor. Asia thought back to when she was in the fallen angel's hands. All she could do was watch as they ruthlessly slaughtered people who forged contracts with devils. She couldn't even offer a semblance of resistance when they strapped her to a cross and extracted the gift which she had received from God to save people. Instead, it would be used to bring harm to them. All she could do was sit around and watch as Issei and the others rushed to the front lines and faced enemies she could never face. She wasn't even good enough to do the only thing she could offer to the team, which was healing. Asia turned slowly and watched Issei's chest rise and fall and closed her eyes, clasping her hands together. Oh, Father, she winced but continued her prayer. Now then, time for dinner. He rubbed his hands as he leapt through an open window, moving past Ravel, who had already gotten used to her master's antics. Kaneko and Rias had been kind enough to construct a spreadsheet of his behavioral patterns, and with that sheet, Ravel knew when exactly the boy wanted to eat, which windows he preferred jumping through and which days he felt like going through the door. Welcome home, master, she greeted his retreating back. Sue, he waved as he rushed past the massive entrance to his home and ran upstairs and took a left, running past a well-decorated hall. He opened the door to his room and rushed for his chair. My limited edition porno is here. Let's go, he cheered as Ravel followed closely behind him. Excuse me, she entered the room, her face red as she gently placed a plate of beef Wellington and a side of fries on his desk. He didn't pay her any mind as his eyes scrolled over the naked bodies of women on the page. After hearing the sound of pouring stopping, he reached out and casually lifted the glass of wine and tipped it into his mouth. The sweet flavor tickled his taste buds before slipping into his throat. He gently swirled the glass whilst staring at the magazine, giving him the impression of a sophisticated scholar. Though that image was spoiled by the woman bending over and showing off her assets. Master. I'm master. What are you doing? Reading a porno, what else? But, that's inappropriate, how would Lady Rias feel? Probably disgusted or something, he responded easily before taking another sip at his drink. But. If you have a problem with it, then strip so I can fuck you right here and now. Then at least I won't read the mags. That's even worse. Excuse me, Ravel dashed out the room, not realizing that she did not offer her master ice or give him chopsticks. Naruto was a weirdo that preferred eating European food with chopsticks. The boy chuckled at her adorable red face before creating chopsticks with wood release and slicing the Wellington with wind chakra. He lifted a piece to his mouth and smiled. Since when did I eat like a noble? He questioned. Who knew doing the most morally questionable thing would be so pleasant? The steak practically melted onto his taste buds. Well, not like I have done morally unsound stuff before. Oh well, he shrugged, putting away his book in favor of enjoying the mouth-watering steak. He picked up a chip and plopped it into his mouth. So crunchy, he stated approvingly before picking another one up and dipping it into a dark sauce then did not smell familiar. Bruh, this sauce. Holy shit, this girl is goated like bruh. Brua hhhhhh. As Ravel dashed away from her master's room, red at the face at high speed. The girl started slowing down, realizing her blunder. My, she said, placing her hand on her chin. The girl's expression was mildly relaxed, if not for the slight twitches and a bit of sweat on her temple. Will he be upset? She re-entered the room with shaking shoulders, expecting to be harshly berated, but contrary to her expectation the boy paid her no mind, focusing on his magazine whilst chewing on something. She watched him reach for a chip and lower it into an empty container, hitting it with a dull clunk. He frowned and turned to her. Ravel, get more of this sauce please. It's fantastic, he requested, practically making puppy eyes. He plopped it into his mouth and closed his mouth as if vibing the crunching noises that came from it. He reached for another chip and dunked it into the empty container again and frowned. The girl couldn't help but smile at the amusing scene because watching someone capable of extreme focus kept forgetting there was nothing in the container. Oh of course, she said before rushing out of the room. Pav swap. In all honesty, I have nothing to complain about. I made the deal and paid for it. I am no longer a noble, just a simple slave girl serving an enigmatic human. Growing up, I have heard numerous stories of people getting introduced to unpleasant environments as soon as they became slaves. Elder brother and I also happened to witness such happening in foreign territories, and it disgusted me. Seeing that led to me interacting more with the maids and manservants that worked in our home, and that exposed me to much more. I gained a lot from them, such as my ability to do any form of housework and the ability to appreciate the smaller things in life. They were uneasy at first, but we eventually got along and we conversed often. I considered them my friends, and because of that I sometimes helped them with chores when I was free and no one was watching us. I may have gotten along with them and helped them, but I never was truly in their shoes, so when the time came for me to start serving my master I realized how horrid things could be. I remembered how other devils, including my father, treated their servants. At least my father is kind, but my master is not. Fighting him when he came to rescue Lady Rias and listening to him speak during the meeting, watching him play mother and father into his hands like a cruel puppeteer. He was just terrifying. I was so afraid of him to the point that death felt like mercy. Watching the darkness creeping up my skin nearly tore my heart out. A darkness that was followed by an indescribable pain that could only be caused by a throng of ailments and curses. My master conjured them with ease, and his mastery over this darkness completely overwhelmed my clan's famous regeneration. A power so strong that our warriors could blindly rush into battle without any worries of death. Even an item that is created by my clan, the Phoenix Tear, is completely ineffective against his curse. I understand just how easily he can kill me, and that makes me feel vulnerable in the sense that he can do as he wishes and I would not be able to retaliate in any way. But still, I understood this when I made the deal. For my elder brother's life and his future happiness, this sacrifice was worth making. At a glance, Master is a person who has no real sense of morality and justice and would do just whatever conveniences him. I expected to be constantly shouted at as I made mistakes and beaten down to an inch of my life should I have failed, but my expectations couldn't be further from the truth. He isn't at all like I expected. He is a strange yet fairly normal teenager. When playing that Call of Duty game on his console, he rages and raves, saying extremely inappropriate things and accuses people of cheating when in reality he got outplayed. Humans call this behavior being salty, I believe. He indulges in a lot of pornographic material and does not even bother hiding it, and he hardly cleans his room, not that he needs to as he has me now. And that's the strange thing, despite the fact that he has me to do all the housework, he still does some of the chores himself. Just the other day, I had to remind him that I was the maid and he did not have to clean up after himself. Though I haven't had an unpleasant experience these past few days, I still have the feeling that interacting with him is like exploring an ancient ruining riddled with booby traps. One wrong step and he wouldn't hesitate to kill me. Living in the same building as him does horrors for my mental state. I can't sleep peacefully knowing that the monster that nearly killed my brother rests in the room above mine. I can't sleep peacefully with the knowledge that the very same force of nature that nearly killed me would have done the same to my entire family if they continued antagonizing him. I should be in some attic, but when I go to bed I always feel safe, like the warmth of the sun is cradling me and singing lullabies into my ears, lulling me in nightmare-less slumbers. The conflict I feel is nearly unbearable. The boy that screams profanities at his television. The boy that gently tends to the verdures in the garden. The boy that lets a white cat rest on his lap whilst he affectionately strokes her ears, displaying a strong feeling of satisfaction as she nuzzles his hand. The boy that he is. They can't possibly be the same person, can they? I sometimes fail to remember how horrible he is and instead choose to recognize the more clumsy and gentle-natured version of him. Sometimes I feel as though remembering how horrible will make me descend into madness, so this is my only option. I can feel his power flowing through me, maintaining the contract that is our bond. I want to accuse it of whispering to me and threatening me with the most horrid tortures in existence, but it doesn't. It's just there, laying dormant like it was never meant to be awake anyways, but in the end, there is nothing I can do. There is no escape from my fate, so all I can do is make the most of what I have now. Which is nothing. Master, I have your sauce. She walked up to him and presented him with the substance he desired. The boy nodded in approval, taking the sauce and placing it on the table before dipping one of his chips into it and chomping away. So cute, slave of mine. Yes, master. How goes your work? How is everything? Are you adapting well to your new living conditions? If you aren't, I can make arrangements to lessen the strain. He questioned, shifting his legs into a cross position. My adaptation has gone well, master. As you may have noticed, I have experience in domestic chores, and as such adapting was not too difficult. My only issue is the sheer scale of the mansion, but I have solved that issue through dividing it into quadrats and through the use of magic, she answered honestly. I see. That's good to know, he said before taking his attention to his porn magazine in his hands. Ravel had a look of contemplation as she rubbed her knees against each other and made herself look smaller. Master. What? The sound of a page turning permeated through the room. What are your goals for the future? Now why would you ask me something like that? It's a servant's duty to know their master's plans so that they can prepare to meet those goals, she explained, shuffling slightly. I see. My goals vary as time passes, however the theme they consistently share is related to peace. I just want to have peaceful life. He trailed, his eyes not leaving the seductive images in his grasp. Peaceful. The deafening silence that followed weighed heavily on her heart. The girl bit her lower lip before stepping back and slowly shuffling away from him, inching towards the door. Excuse me, I will be taking my leave, she said hurriedly before turning. Dishes. Oh, of course, she rushed to his side and collected his clean plate, and rushed out the room. Naruto closed his magazine with a light thud and sighed, now where might I find a devil with fallen angel origins I wonder. The boy produced a slip of paper from his pocket and wrote, went out to bully Rias kids. With his message written, a puff of smoke appeared before vanishing, revealing the space he had occupied was now empty. Stars illuminated the path that was a fair distance from the nearest road. It was unnaturally smooth, having no coarse or sharp rocks or jagged thorns that could tear through one's shoes. The sound of crumbling leaves permeated from his feet, combining with the various sounds of the forest's inhabitants. He could hear the distant call of an owl, the scampering of a group of rabbits and a weasel lurking in the trees above them. The bland path soon transitioned into a stone-paved way which would lead its follower to the top of one of the mountains that surrounded Kuo. A light breeze tickled the blades of grass that flowed freely through the land, occasionally being crammed in between rocks in some places. The distant town was blocked by thickets and foliage, allowing for separation between mankind and nature. Naruto casually hopped over the stone stairs, passing through the shadows cast by the falling dancing leaves and torii gates, and finally arrived at a large open space that was a Shinto temple. To think you would come here. Why the cold shoulder, Akino, aren't you pleased to see your master? He turned and regarded the Yamato Nadeshiko. She was dressed in a white haori with red accents, a red hakama, and a pair of zori with white tabi. You could learn a lot from Ravel, he smiled. The girl gave no answer to his remark, instead narrowed her eyes. What do you want? Can't I hung with a buddy of mine, I wonder? Perhaps I desire to sat my lust with your body. Perhaps I just came to annoy you, he responded cheekily, moving his hand to lightly scratch his whiskered cheek. His sigh traveled through the air as his shoulders drooped at her silence. She isn't fun anymore. I want to settle things between us. I am sorry. Era, what might you be talking about, I wonder? Her voice was pleasant but the look in her eyes was not. Akino looked to be an inch away from entering an attack phase to get rid of him. I'm sorry, he repeated, lowering his head. I have no excuse for allowing that shit to happen when I easily could have stopped it. Naruto still felt like beating himself for his weakness of being unable to summon his powers simply because of his past. His past was over, all he had to do was look into the future, but he couldn't. He just couldn't. He was pathetic. Yes, I see. But that still doesn't change the fact that you were very much aware of what you were doing. Lying to us, your friends, allowing your significant other to suffer when you could have stopped it, she responded, causing him to flinch slightly. Correct me if I am wrong, but isn't it hypocritical for you to be like this to me? I mean, you have holy powers which are highly effective against devils. That bomb queen should be no match for you. What held you back? Akino visibly winced at his assertion before leveling a glower at him. You don't know anything about me. All you see is the beautiful, sadistic Oni-san. You are a monster. You allowed this torture to be brought onto us and Rias. Do you have any idea how many times she has cried, hoping that one day she could be free to do as she wishes and marry who she loves? Akino's face contorted, her voice becoming more and more acerbic. We all thought you were just a human. Someone to be protected from the supernatural at all costs, and that eventually evolved into a relationship. A relationship that was a lie. A lie, her voice withered in a sorrowful whisper. The boy was riddled with numerous conflicting emotions as he listened to her words. He bit the bottom of his lip slightly and crossed his arms whilst forcing his eyes to stay on hers. Even if I lied to you, our relationship is very much real. I love all of you, he started, giving her a weary smile. I was pretty much depressed and set on living out the rest of my natural life alone, but you were all there for me. You held me and valued my beliefs and ideas and my personality, and that was not fake to me. At this point you are my family, he continued, seating himself on the ground and propping his knee up, allowing his forearm to rest on it. Yet you didn't bother, she, the sweltering rage in her heart going into overdrive. Despite his words, his facial expression remained neutral. He was doing one of the things that irritated her the most, saying things whilst not allowing his body to express his feelings. I know that I could have done something, but please don't forget that I am human just like you. Ah, wait, no, but you get the idea. I have emotions too, my own past and most definitely my own faults. His stoicism faded and his eyes became droopy. His appearance completely betrayed what she knew of him before the events with Riser. He always seemed full of life and energy, but now he looked like a wet, diseased dog nearing its death. But she tried reasoning, but the words could no longer form. The conversation had been so short, yet he had already managed to corner her and catch her tongue. Akeno, you and I are very similar and you recognize it. You mirror yourself onto me, and because of that I ask you, why do you hate yourself so much? His words were sharper than the edge of katana, slicing through her heart. Akeno's eyes went wide, feeling as if she had been shot through the chest. She stumbled backward, touching her chin. Why? She muttered. She averted her gaze, attempting to hide the glassy texture her eyes began attaining. Akeno could no longer look him in the eye nor maintain the hostility that she had displayed when they met. His ability to see right through her frightened her, making her feel vulnerable. She began reminiscing about her past, bringing a dark cloud onto her heart. The black water she kept dammed up cracked the concrete wall that kept it imprisoned. He pushed himself off the ground and moved his hand to cup her cheek. Akeno watched his hand slowly approach her. The hand resembled an oasis for a dehydrated man in a desert. A godsend, something without any imperfections. Akeno leaned in slightly, feeling her heart racing as it approached, but as she was about to close her eyes the hand's visage shifted. It became larger and more calloused, like a man she had in her life that she remembered very well. The man who had been with her since her conception and spoiled her rotten as she grew up. A rough-looking man who went to great lengths to make sure his wife and daughter lived under a roof and had good food to eat. A man of quite literal power who guarded his family against their enemies and past enemies. A man who stayed consistent not only because he was obligated to, but because he wanted to. All his heart desired was their safety until one day he failed. A failure that would create a rift between him and his daughter. No, don't touch me, you are just like him. Naruto's body suddenly had thousands of volts of electricity coursing through it, singing his clothes. The sudden attack did not deter his hand's approach as if glided through the air. Akeno stood transfixed, before feeling an inexplicable rage exploding from her heart. Another bolt of lightning struck him. And another until she couldn't anymore. Her attempts were unsuccessful as he sported no physical injury. His shirt had long since burnt away and his pants had miraculously survived her onslaught. She felt a rough hand grazing her cheek, overriding the moist warm feeling that was present. You are beautiful, he said with great conviction. No. Yes. No. Yes. No mphhh. Akeno fell limp into his arms, unable to bring herself to push him away. Her eyes closed, focusing on the warmth on her mouth. Any form of resistance had disappeared at that point and she just couldn't. Tears flowed freely from her eyes as leaned into arms and savored the kiss. He pulled back, watching a stream of saliva act as a connection to their lips. Let's talk, okay, he gave her a warm smile before taking her hand. Akeno absent-mindedly allowed him to lead her back into the temple. Yes, she whispered, matching his steps as they entered the building. Naruto and Akeno knelt at a table, with them on the opposite sides of the table facing each other. I don't want you to make the same mistake as me, he locked his eyes with hers. I can understand how you feel, which is why I am here. To help you, he expressed, feeling a bit of nervousness making its way into his psyche. He clenched his fist slightly and focused on Akeno, who moved to wipe her tears. Black feathers exploded from behind Akeno, temporarily masking the raven-like wing protruding from her back. Another wing emerged from behind her, one that closely resembled that of a bat with its leathery frame. Akeno watched him closely, feeling trepidation as she predicted a disgusted response. He sipped on a Mountain Dew like he did on a normal day. I am a fallen angel. I am half. I was a fallen en. He nodded, not keeping his words to him to allow her to express herself better. He listened as she attempted to explain the circumstances of how her family was created, with her mother falling in love with her father. She told him how her clan, one of the 5 principal clans of Japan, did not approve of their relationship and attempted to separate them numerous times. The clan attempted to kill Baraquile to get to the mother and daughter, but they were continuously defeated by the Kadri, so they waited for the moment he was away. They killed Akeno's mother in front of her, and that led to her developing a hatred for fallen angels. Her father arrived too late and Akeno rejected him, then fled. Her hatred for her father's species was brooded by the fact that her clan considered her a disgrace and actively hunted her to get rid of her before the Shinto gods became aware of her. Feelings of abandonment coupled with severe shaming and hatred. Really rough on a child's mind. He did not change his facial expression, but he did feel irritation. Perhaps they were more similar than he thought. He reached out and grasped her hand tenderly, giving her a comforting look. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise when Akeno mentioned Heinrich Agrippa, recalling from history texts he had studied some time ago. Just how old was Searsex exactly? Well, that didn't matter at the moment, so he focused on Akeno. Man, he started, scratching the back of his head with uncertainty as to what or how he should respond to that. That shit is deep, he continued, drawing a giggle from Akeno. That was Naruto she very familiar with. She couldn't help but giggle at his statement, this guy. She couldn't help but laugh a bit, expressing the problems that stayed buried in her heart had done wonders for her state of mind. She felt unbelievably relieved that he had no concern with what she was. He expressed no form of distaste, dislike and disgust at her hybrid features, and she felt accepted. Her cheeks gained a light hue as she recalled the texture of his lips, leading to her placing her hands on his own. The blonde closed his eyes, placing an elbow on the table and pushing his cheek onto the palm of his hand. All I can say is, I don't feel like your father is at fault. The temperature of the room dropped once more, but Akeno stayed silent. Even if he had a duty as your father and your family's protector, he is still a high-ranking member of one of the most powerful factions in the world. Him neglecting his duties would likely be catastrophic, he explained. He opened his eyes, not at their normal width, instead he kept them narrowed as he spoke. Your clan waited until your father was gone, and I am sure they had no way of knowing that unless an internal within the Watchers leaked it. Your father is thousands of years old, so he should easily be able to find forms of spying with relative ease due to the amount of knowledge he racked up over the years. You were set up, he stated his theory. I may be wrong, but I think you should talk to your father if you meet him again. I am sure he really loves you. He squeezed her hand. Akeno took a deep breath and looked him in the eye. Will you be there with me when I meet him? Of course, he responded, causing a bright smile to grace Akeno's features. Will you be there for us when we need you? Naruto shook his head, causing her to recoil in shock. I am not an all-powerful god. I can't predict the future and I may make mistakes. That is why I am pushing so hard for you to get stronger, because I want you to be able to fight in the event I am unable to help you. I did not fall for a damsel, he smirked, looking into her eyes. Fall for? Akeno blushed slightly as she gazed into the ocean that was his eyes. Akeno sighed in exasperation before shaking her head, giggling. He smiled softly, watching her beautiful features expressed happiness. Thank you, she said before standing and moving to his side and kneeling beside him. What's gotten into you all of a sudden? Stay with me, she wrapped her arms around his arm, enveloping into the immaculate softness that was her breasts. She leaned in and claimed his lips once more before back rubbing herself onto him. Sure, I can let a clone train Issei and Kiba. Ah, looks like Asia wants to join too. I can telepathically communicate with my clones and he just told me he is going to get Kiba first then go grab Asia and Issei, he explained. Akeno gave a weak smile before yawning. She stood up, taking his hand and pulling him along. Please clean us up, she requested, and in that instant, all odors that wafted off them disappeared as if they had taken a bath. Wait, you can actually do that? Era, she said in surprise. Yeah, winged it didn't ya? He laughed. I can create chemicals and compounds and stuff. Just destroyed the nasties and made it go away with moisture on the surface of the skin before remoisturizing, he explained. Naruto's clothes faded and were replaced with blue onesies with bunny ears. Oi, don't look at me like that, they are comfortable, he huffed. Akeno giggled before gaining a teasing look. And here I thought you would want to push me down and violate me, her innocent smile gave predatory vibes. Maybe later, he shrugged before jumping into the bed. Besides, I don't think you're ready for that, he continued, causing her to sigh in disappointment. After seductively changing into a nightgown, she joined him within the bed. Naruto proceeded to wrap his arms around her and pull her in, forcing himself to stay under control as his nose was invaded by her intoxicating scent. Naruto. He was pulled out of his thoughts by her pleasant voice. Thank you for everything and I am sorry. He smiled and said nothing, instead pulling her closer and placing his hand on her head. You are important to all of us, so please don't push yourself too hard, we will all get worried. We are able to confide in you, but you aren't able to confide in us, so if you ever have problems, we will be here for you. I will be here for you, she said as her voice faded off, leaving the boy awake. That's sweet of you, but I'm still a shinobi. A man who has walked down the path of war and spilled the blood of countless people. A man responsible for the suffering of countless, and a man who unjustly changed the very structure of the world just suit to his desires. Was it fair? Of course not. If I tried telling you about the person I used to be, the thing I used to be, then I am afraid you might turn away from me. I suppose I can keep this a secret, all my enemies are dead in another dimension so they can't tell a soul. I don't particularly regret some things I have done, but I know that they are all morally unacceptable. I know peace is impossible, so me being a shinobi is the only thing I can be for all of you. I'll gladly walk the path of war if I am able to help you live happily without any worry of what the world will drop on us. As protectors of our villages and our countries, we are expected to eliminate threats before they even come, even if that means slaughtering a country of innocents. No humans enjoy this, so we have to take one for the team and hold it in, because if we take it out, we will destroy everything around us. I hate myself and some crimes I have committed, but I can't really change my past. All I can do is look to the future, and my future is being a shinobi. We are so inhuman that having feeling makes us feel extremely vulnerable. I feel vulnerable, but you guys make me feel safe. I'll do what I can for you. I'll suffer again if I must. We suffer, we endure, and we persevere. We are shinobi, I am a shinobi, and shinobi don't cry, we bleed. With the clone. After hearing Naruto's thoughts, it audibly sighed. Are you okay, Uzumaki-san? Yeah, I'm good, Asia. Let's that perv out of his room, we got a lot of work to do. Naruto's ear twitched and he raised an eyebrow as he heard heavy panting. It did not come with the wet smacking he would expect from Issei, so assumed he was just watching normal porn. He should know that right now is training time, let's have a little fun, he thought, holding back a grin at the thought of Asia covering her mouth in shock as Issei watched porn. Naruto grabbed the door handle, twisted, and pushed. Drop your pants, soldier. I'm gonna show you why they call me the drill sergeant. Issei was on a chair eating half a sandwich whilst his pants were down. The other half was, explained the strange smell of lotion mixed with PB&J. Oh my god, Naruto thought as he and Issei made eye contact. Issei's eyes flicked onto Asia, who looked like she had seen a ghost. Asia suddenly felt dizzy and she collapsed onto the floor with a dull thud, with Naruto not even bothering to catch her. Wait, I can explain, this isn't what it looks like. The sound of a whip and a zip echoed through the room, followed by the groaning of a man. Naruto didn't even want to know what the hell was on that screen. Chapter 9. Naruto, I want you to take my virginity. I can't explain right now, but all I can say is that I love you. I am certain that I want you and you alone. Her mouth spoke, each with enthusiasm and a not so subtle hint of desperation. Naruto, eyes wide, watched her launch herself towards him, prompting him to spread his arms to pull her into his embrace. He underestimated the force of her tackle, so his eyes were reacquainted with the ceiling and strands of her blood-red hair. With his body immobilized under her, Rias dragged her face and chest up his toned stomach like a serpent before raising her head and obscuring his vision of the ceiling with her face and hair. Everything became unbearably hot, her loins felt as though someone were pressing a soldering iron onto them, causing them to secrete copious amounts of lubricative fluids. She slowly humped him, her hips rocking back and forth, spreading her nectar over his stomach as she gazed into eyes with her loving and lustful one. Each time she moved her hip, more and more resistances, particularly friction, became a thing of the past. Naruto, laying beneath her, gave no response, mouth agape, not from her words but from the message communicated by her eyes. They told him that she would never see him, so she wanted to make the most of it. They told him that most of what she had in her mind were his best interests, as she always did. These feelings were hidden by the veil exuded by lustful aura that would shame that of even succubi. Ria mphhggg, his attempt at speaking was denied when she swooped in for the kill. Her lips were pressed firmly against his, voiding any attempt at speaking, and tightened as if they did not want another word to slip out of them. Her left hand pressed down in his chest, immobilizing him, whilst her right hand slowly inched to his pants, waistband. He raised his hand and planted it firmly onto her fine ass before jerking his body and turning with her in tow, reversing their positions. It was now him on top and her below him. There was now silence, nothing dared to make a noise as Naruto gazed into Rias' eyes with worry. Rias' plentiful heaving chest slowed as she stared back at him with moist eyes, almost pleading for him to lose control of himself. What's wrong? A simple question was uttered, breaking the silence monopolized by heavy pants. The finality in his words nearly crushed any hopes she had. Get into his room, seduce him, give him her virginity before suppressing his memories and secretly watching over him so Riser doesn't try any foul plays. It was supposed to be simple. But contrary to her expectations, Naruto raised a wall and blocked his lust from reaching her. She could feel the desire in his eyes, swirling like a storm that would make any fierce beast run for the hills and prey it doesn't find, but he dared no surrender to it. The sin that seduced countless men of iron will and forced them to submit into its pleasurable will. The sin that was capable of swaying even the purest of beings, turning them into creatures more fiendish than the most black-hearted of devils. Lust perpetuated greed and pride, two things no man can claim to have ever lived without. It should have been easy. He was denying his desires, refusing to allow himself to go to the point of no return out of concern for her. Just like he always did, sacrificing something that would raise his self-image, pride and happiness out of concern for her. He had an erection, but that was a mere physiological response that did not at all reflect what was going on in his heart and mind. She immediately lost her words, so she instead focusing all her willpower on looking straight into his eyes to be as transparent as possible. There is a reason, but the primary one is that I love you and I want you, so we can do this the easy way, or the hard way, she tried, joking only to wince under Naruto's unflinching gaze. I never really have done anything for you, you know. I am always putting you in danger just by being next to you, because you never know who could attempt to get to me or my brother. You may say I give you a lot of money, but you never really liked money. You always the type of man that prefers only having the necessary amount. I remember everything you have done for me, like the time you hacked my Instagram and doxed him. I didn't like that, but I know you did it because you love me. I remember the time I caught a flu that can only affect devils and you kept skipping work just to, delaying progress on all projects you wanted to release. There was that one time we entered a carrot cake eating contest. I know how much you hate carrots, but you soldiered on and won it when I couldn't continue. I remember when you kicked me into a murky pond just because other men were looking at me. You were quite the naughty boy. She closed her eyes, and gave him her most dazzling slime before opening them once more. At the very least, let me sat your lust while I still can, she said before taking advantage of her superior strength as devil to break his grip, causing him to fall towards her. Rias spread her arms out wide and used one to wrap itself around his waist and the other to tenderly grasp his cheek. She took his lips while pulling him down on top of her. While she still can, those words caused Naruto's spirit to fracture, creating a gap in his defense. What's going on? Is she dumping me? No, she isn't, unless. Rias' eyes were closed as Naruto reciprocated the kiss, missing the narrowing of his eyes. Missing the frost that crawled into them, a complete dichotomy to what she knew about him. He refused to show her his far darker side, and seeing her eyes closed caused his self-control to shatter. Is it that Phoenix air? He thought to himself, desperately keeping a grip on his killing intent. His chakra may have been gone, but his will and his aura as the god of shinobi remained. It was imperceptible unless he allowed it to slip, and even if he did, only races with extremely tight connections to chakra would be able to detect it, making it possible for higher-level yokai to detect it. His killing intent had enough potency to drive an experienced Jonin mad, making them seek the furthest corner from Naruto and cry and hope he isn't found. Naruto, please, she muttered, snapping him out of his reverie. Her sweet voice tickled his ears and gently soothed the aches in his heart and mind. His hot breath caused the heat on her lower stomach to raise, drawing out heavy pants out the devil. His crystalline eyes reflected a girl whose face was melted by desires and eyes damp with lust. Her immaculate skin had taken a pinkish hue, slightly flushing it. The complacent former shinobi tentatively traced his hand from her knee and had it crawl from her thigh and edge toward her skirt. His callous hands caused Rias to tense up and moan as electricity shot up from her spine from the sudden ministrations. He wasn't even touching her crotch yet she felt all her rationality slipping from intense pleasure. Stop teasing me, she complained internally before jerking her hip slightly in an attempt to get his hand to touch her crotch. Naruto saw this coming and gracefully guided his hand away from her before pressing the palm of his hand onto her pelvis. His hand was curled a half fist when he did this, allowing him to initiate the next part of his plan. The amount of lust radiating from Rias was so obscene that humans without a sense for the supernatural would catch it, and the scent. The scent welcomed him, it called for him. If just touching your thighs did this to you, then how about this, he thought before uncurling his index finger while keeping his hand firmly pressed onto her. The finger being uncurled slowly pulled the shirt neatly tucked into her skirt while slowly pulling her skirt down. Stop it, she complained. He took his time, but she was ignored. When Naruto finished, her drooling second mouth was still covered by her skirt, but said skirt had moved to reveal most of the area above it. After that he left that part alone and focused on her chest. His hand flew to the back of her head, and gripped it before pulling her face closer and taking her lips. With his free hand, he latched onto one of her twin mountains with overwhelming mass and volume before squeezing roughly and kneading them, eliciting a whimper from the devil. Said hand then moved to her cleavage and slowly drew a line from her breast to her diaphragm to her belly button before gently rubbing her pelvis. His other hand left her head and latched onto her other breast before feeling for its nipple through her shirt and brassiere. It shifted slightly, allowing for his fingers to caress one of her buttons. Flick. One of her buttons flew off and landed elsewhere with a dull thud after failing to resisting Naruto's flick. Another one joined it and one last followed, revealing the black lacy brassiere hiding the magical chest from him. Rias watched with great trepidation as his hand reached to the gap in her shirt only for the hand to suddenly change direction yet again and found itself on the back of her neck. Found it. Ahhhhhn. How did you? Rias exclaimed when Naruto casually found her erogenous zone. He leaned forward and licked the nape of her neck, causing Rias' body to contort under him, only being restrained by his weight. He pulled away so that his face was a few inches away from her neck, allowing Rias to calm her pounding heart. "Dd, don't play with me, you idiot. Just go for it. Go for it," she shivered, feeling his hot breath on the nape of her neck. The hand that was on her head slid down to the back of her neck before drawing a semi-circle around it before stopping at the button that helped multiple others keep her shirt on. It was time for it to join the trio that departed much earlier. Click. 1. Click. 2. Oh Satan. As Naruto worked to undress her as if he were peeling the most pleasant fruit in the world. He did not hurry to get her clothes off, instead he took his time to enjoy all her flavors with his eyes, imprinting every curve on her into his mind. His hand occasionally brushed against her bountiful breasts and caressed her narrow waist, examining her like a person looking at gorgeous sculpture and wanted to see every part of it. Blocking her desires briefly, Rias promptly used her magic to remove all of his clothing to keep the sense of urgency. He had to hurry or else time would be lost. Naruto, understanding, raised his hand and brought it down to her bottom, drawing a small yelp from the heiress. He put his hand on her pelvis, and gripped her skirt and black lacy panties before yanking them off. He foresaw her closing her legs, so he placed his knee between them before they could bar his entry into her. After a moment of Naruto massaging her thighs and calves gently, Rias finally relented and allowed her legs to spread with a bright red face. This was much different from bathing. Before she could close her eyes, it happened. His hand plunged into her honeypot, causing her unprepared body to jerk upwards. It was surprising that Naruto managed to keep her firmly pressed onto the bed, considering he was human, but logic was long gone at this point. Rias let a sensual moan, encouraging Naruto, who was carpet bombing her collar with kisses, moving down to her toned stomach. His hands then moved up, groped and fondled her plump milker's mane. He thought as he worked for his hands on her large tits before allowing her pink, hardened areola to slip in between his middle and index finger. He leaned forward and licked her nipples, causing her to arc her back in response, shivering in pleasure as he moved to suck her teats. Her dripping snatch was practically drooling as he rubbed his hardened member between her labia, mixing his pre-ejaculate with her nectar and spreading it over her clit like in a PB&J sandwich, teasing her clit. Like a hot dog far too big for the buns, Naruto spread her labia far and allowed for the barrel of the one-eyed snake to take licks at her bean. He wasn't just humping her, he was multitasking with him, suckling her teat and massaging the other with his free hand. They were soft like pillow and pleasant to grasp like loaves of bread, except without the gaps and a lot more fleshing. The feeling was addictive, but Naruto remembered that inasmuch as he liked her breasts, that was not her erogenous zone. He then stopped suckling on her boob and assaulted her neck with a series of kisses, licks and suckles, and received mewls and moans in return. His hand then went down, rubbed her plump ass, grabbing it and pulling her closer, and looked into her eyes. He stopped all his attacks, causing the heat in the room to diffuse elsewhere, leaving a cool and pleasant atmosphere with light puffs. "Rias, before I do this, I just want to ask and make sure. Am I worth it? Are you sure you want to lose that to me?" he asked coolly, with a gaze that warned her that there's no going back should they cross the line. He understood that girls, even devils, valued their chastity, so losing it was something that was usually memorable and significant to them. After this was done, there was no going back. Going to places like Hera's sacred baths could reverse it, but that didn't change the fact that she would be giving her first time to him. Rias strengthened her resolve and stared right into his crystal-like blue eyes with slight tear droplets forming at the corner of her eyes. "I love you," she didn't say more. Instead she leaned closer to him and pressed her forehead against his, surrendering herself to him. The notion that Naruto wasn't worth it wasn't even a joke to her, it was a serious offense. After everything he did for her, all the memories he made with her. It could only be him. Riser was not taking it. Over her dead body. Over her eviscerated soul. No one else was taking it but him. It belonged to him and him alone, therefore, only he could take it. "I love you too. After this is done, I will correct my silly mistake. I won't let you or the others get hurt anymore," he reciprocated aloud and kept the second part to himself. His blue eyes shimmered briefly, far too quick for Rias to take notice. This was no time for him to guilt-trip himself anymore, so as soon as they were done, he would tell her. No more secrets. She never kept anything from him, but he kept over 3 decades worth of bloodshed from her. But that brought the question. Would she still accept him? It didn't matter, she deserved the truth, but the thought made him reconsider what he was about to do. He knew that with the way devils typically act, there would be bloodshed if he acted. This bloodshed will then cause a moment of weakness, which will likely cause other factions to attack weakened devils. That wouldn't do at all, because despite what her parents and house had put her through, he knew that she still loved them. Her brother was the great demon lord Lucifer, and so it was a given that he would join battles. Naruto's past experience told him that no matter how powerful someone is, they can still be killed if the right approach is used. Just like one of his shinobi god predecessors, Senju Hashirama. Naruto almost shook his head at his worries. His power was worth countless armies of elite shinobi. Just one experienced shinobi far exceeded Rias and her group, and Naruto could take on many armies without a scratch. He had power. He would at least take responsibility by guarding the devils until they recover. After guiding her to bend over the bed by her tailbone, he stood behind, sailing full mast as he took an eyeful of Rias' dripping pussy. After that, he wasted no time grabbing his shaft and lubricating its bulbous head by rubbing it against her snatch before slowly entering, creating sticky sounds as their reproductive organs made contact. He groaned slightly at the familiar feeling. It was nothing like his hand. He felt no bones, instead he only felt dozens of muscles rubbing and massaging every inch of the top part of his member. The contractions of her muscles in conjunction with her wetness made his dick feel as if it was both unwelcome and welcome in her vagina. The muscles mostly forced him out and drew him in a little, allowing for a mind-blowing experience as he continued sinking his member into her cunt, inch by inch. He ignored the barrier and broke past it because he had already confirmed that she wanted it. As Naruto entered her maidenhood, Ria's eyes went wide as she felt herself stretching to accommodate his size. She knew that he was large, but she underestimated how well she'd take it. As it pushed further within her, it broke in her hymen, wetting the penis and the vagina in blood and arousal fluid. In one thrust, she felt like all air had been forced out of her lungs, so she let out a choking sound, but she didn't dare move away in response. Instead, she raised her hips and attempted to fuck herself on his member only to be restrained again. Naruto leaned in from behind her and wrapped his arms around her before nuzzling his face into her hair. "Don't do this to yourself. Now is the time to relax and enjoy," he whispered, calming the intense guilt in her heart. It was clear to him that this was an act of punishing herself. He couldn't let her do that to herself. She nodded as warm tears from the pain trailed down her cheeks before relaxing, tightly clasping the bed's sheets to help cope. His member was large and so it wasn't suited for virgins. Rias doing that to herself could have traumatized her, and this was her first time. Losing one's virginity to someone they love was important in the world he was in, and so he did his best to make it as special as possible. "It's an honor," Rias Grimori. The overwhelming pride he felt slightly alleviated the depression seated at his heart. He took a moment to appreciate the extremely warm, moist and tight cave his member had filled up. They were one. They felt an instinctual connection forming between them, one that allows them to communicate with the slightest of gestures. Naruto was a former shinobi. He could read her perfectly, but her body language added further clarity. Her tenseness faded with the pain, and she didn't have to tell him to move. He already knew, and so he slowly rocked his hips, drawing a moan from the devil. His slow rocking of the hips slowly accelerated, drawing even more pleasant mewls and moans from Rias as she bounced back and forth. He stopped moving briefly and slowly pulled all the way out, forcing Rias' eyes to go wide because she felt as though he was pulling her inside out. She screamed when he plunged right back in, destroying her balance, but he managed to catch her, raise one of her legs and rotate her into a missionary position. "On, Naruto. Naruto. HNNN. I don't think I can take it anymore," she exclaimed, trembling from the intense stimulation she felt. She could only arc her back while quivering as his hands held her firmly in place as he assaulted her with his thrusts. He resisted the urge to scream, "What? Already?" Instead, he opted to maintain his tempo, using his previous experiences as his guide. "When she says, 'right there,' or 'like this,' make sure you keep it that way, otherwise, you could inevitably spoil her experience." Her fleshy walls catered to every inch of his member, and that felt amazing. However, his focus was almost exclusive to her pleasure. More. On, she moaned like a wanton as she began moving her hips in an attempt to match his thrusts. Getting the message, Naruto pressed her down further into the bed, and she wrapped her legs around his waist as he slowly started increasing the tempo, with her moans increasing along with it. He abruptly moved his left hand to play with her nipples, forcing her to raise her voice. Beads of sweat trickled down her flushed face, and hot maddening breaths followed as she finally started getting used to the foreign experience. Why yes, fuck me. Make me yours, pinch them," she exclaimed as her breasts were expertly kneaded and pulled by the blonde. Their grace was akin to touching glass with hands lubricated by lotion and a dancer with many years to perfect their craft. He knew what he was doing and could easily adjust based on her body language alone. Her moans of approval made his hands work in a hard, feverish manner in tweaking her nipples. "You are fantastic, can you hold on for a bit longer, dear?" he whispered into her ear huskily, plunging Ria's cheeks further into a pool of pink. Rias reached up to him and wrapped her arms around her shoulders, and embraced him tightly whilst clamping her eyes with the same amount of force. Had she been paying attention, she would have noticed that she was embracing with strength that surpassed a large constrictor. He felt her walls tightening even further, showing that she was doing her best to not let herself go. As what felt like an eternity elapsed, Rias started whimpering in his embrace. Cum, all it would take was a slight slip of the mind, and she would release. The overwhelming feeling welling up in her body was like a geyser being suppressed, leading to her frame shaking desperately as lewd noises originating from her crotch overpowered her moans. I know, hang on a bit longer, Kay. He replied before ceasing his other ministrations so as to prolong her time. I'll try, she responded as she increased her grip on him again. Her mind was too far gone to realize how much strength she was using on her. Obscene, smacking sounds flooded the room, only somewhat rivaled by the devil's moans and the human's grunting. He raised his hand and brought it down on her ass, soliciting a yelp that contained both pain and pleasure. He chanted, "You like that, huh?" in a hushed voice whilst she tightened her grip. He brought his face close, and she immediately pressed her lips onto his and shoved her tongue into his mouth, attempting to dominate for once. Hers and Naruto's tongues pushed against each other and swayed to the side before slithering over each other and curling against each other to assert domination. Like a battle between expert fencers, their tongues probed each other and batted each other to the side, but Ria's tongue lost a few seconds into the altercation. She couldn't fathom how she lost so quickly, but she felt no shame nor hurt, instead, she loved it. Their lips separated, only being connected by a bridge of saliva that quickly collapsed as Ria's mouth opened into a wide circle as her eyes seemed to want to slip into her skull. Her sexy mules and moans finally stirred Naruto, who had solely focused on her pleasure to start focusing on his. He started losing himself as his member kept entering and exiting the carven that held it like a vice. He raised his hand once more and brought it down to her bottom, jiggling the supple flesh struck by it. Good girl, I am about to come. His hot breath tickled her neck, causing her to lose control. The geyser exploded and her love juices surged from deep within her. Oh Satan, she screamed as her walls clamped down on his member, which caused it to twitch and expand before secreting a globe of white, warm fluid. The ejaculation seemed to prolong itself and make itself very brief simultaneously, nearly causing the devil's mind to melt. She went limp and allowed herself to fall onto his lean chest as he slowly extracted his member, causing her to moan at the loss of length. Naruto placed her back onto the bed and watched with a keen eye as her gaping hole dripped his cum. He wanted to plunge himself back in there, but he didn't think she could handle it. His reasoning, like hers, started warping, but not to the same extent. I remember her saying that I can do as I wish with her body when we have sex. A sludge of blood and ejaculate seeped out of slightly open labia as the girl struggled to regain her breath. He was one of the few without a refractory period, so he remained hard as he ate up her form. He had given her the first time, but now it was time to move on to her other statement. He turned her onto her stomach and made her raise her hips before plunging his fingers into her cum-soaked vagina. Naruto, please wait. I'm still sensitive. Wait. No. Hey. She was ignored as he scooped up more cum and let it rest on his hand before plunging his member back into her snatch. It had no trouble accepting the length and girth by the mind of its owner was sent elsewhere as what felt like pleasant sparks of electricity flooded her body. They were far too pleasant. Her sensitive body tried jerking away from him, but it was far too late. His left arm had already secured her body and prevented her from jumping away. The sounds of cheeks getting wrecked echoed through the room as Naruto grunted openly as he relished his girlfriend's perfect pussy. Stupid Naru. I'll get you FWO dish. Her words slurred as he crammed as much of his member as he could into her with no success as a few inches were out of her vagina. She felt like her gut was being punched as the boy plowed into her hole with the aggressiveness of a Spartan. As her ass rippled back and forth, it kept revealing a dark, crinkled star that was wet and quivering as Naruto plowed into her pussy. The blonde had a lot of energy left and there was plenty he wanted to do with the bombshell of a body in his arms. He looked around the room as his pelvis rammed against her plump, peach-shaped ass. Her moans resembled those of an animal as she felt every inch of what inside of her piston in and out. His masculine strength prevented her from moving, forcing her to take great punishment in the form of searing pleasure. Naruto slid his right hand below her crotch, catching more juices before sliding it between her cheeks and lathered her back door with cum. Rias didn't panic as she knew this would happen because of the contents of the pornos he thought she didn't know about, but she did know about them. Her pounding heart from nervousness roused her from her pleasure-guilty brain death. Gimme your finger, she managed to choke out as she struggled to keep herself from being overwhelmed yet again. It was in front of her, and she spat on it, and a red magic circle appeared around it. Naruto watched in fascination as his pointer finger seemed to produce lubrication but didn't watch long and got to work on prepping her for the next stage. If her sensitive body weren't being ruthlessly fucked, she would have felt a cold, viscous fluid invading her colon. Instead, she wondered how he was able to keep such a high-thrusting pace, whilst working on her anus. It was beyond her, so she didn't question it. She tried not screaming in pleasure as he wrecked her booty and smashed her G-spot. The tip of his finger being barred entry was resolved by him slapping her ass firmly and nibbling her the nape of her neck. The way her anal ring clamped around his finger told him that, had he been a normal human, there was no way he would keep it. Relax, he growled, and Rias moaned in response, allowing for Naruto to slip in 2 fingers, then 3, then finally 4. Naruto felt her ass getting used to and adjusting his index finger, and so he inserted his middle finger then his ring before spreading them, repeated, loosening her up. I'm coming, she moaned as a clear fluid exploded out her pussy, causing her to arch her back in pleasure. Naruto smiled as he pulled out of her pussy, causing more fluid semen to flow out. He got onto the bed and crouched above her, placing his head close to her rosebud. Wait, she whined, let me rest first, you brute, she continued, regretting telling him to do as he wished. Denied. Upon his refusal, Rias felt his glands using rigid force to push its way in. She held back a scream as she felt his member slowly sink into her bowel. On. She vocalized her discomfort whilst pushing her ass up to fully consume his dick. The feeling of anal was completely alien to her and was painful, but not to the point that she'd jump away from him. She mentally encouraged herself to hang on, as surely there was a limit to his seemingly limitless endurance. Fuck, she moaned, swirling her hips, feeling his girthy cock reach her deepest parts with ease. You freaking tight, oh dang. Can't underestimate you devils and your erotic bodies. I wonder what fallen angels feel like, he groaned, ignoring the withering glare she sent at him. He abruptly pulled out, leaving only the tip outside her ass before plunging in with Herculean force, causing the bed to collapse. He thrust it into her incredibly tight ass, loving every moment of it. He enjoyed watching it expand and contracted as he partially exited it and re-entered into it. As he humped her, Rias' discomfort, which was made up of how her stomach felt like it was skewered and her intestines forcefully inflated. If she wasn't committed to this, she would have wanted to quit, but she didn't because Naruto's groans encouraged her. She was making feel good. That was more than enough of a reason for her to grit her teeth and hold on. As he continued using her back door, the uncomfortable expansion and skewering suddenly shifted into a strange but refreshing feeling. Her pained groans reverted back to their pleasant form, once again encouraging Naruto to do it better. She didn't say anything because this time she wanted him to set the pace at his own convenience. He lifted his hand and brought it down on her ass, pulling a small yelp from the girl. He loved her sexy moans. He desired them, so he raised it again and brought it down with more force. Rias, back arched, the pain converted itself into pleasure. One hand continued swatting her buttocks and his other hand slipped over the fleshing protrusion found on her vagina. Her coquettish sounds echoed through the room. In fact, the entire neighborhood would have heard her had Naruto's room not been soundproofed. His lower abdomen hit her ass, sending ripple through her ass and creating smacking sounds. Rias, tightness clamped onto him, signifying that she was about to come again. He too was coming close, so he released his final shot, feeling his semen leaving the ticklish head of his cock. Arg. He grunted. Once done, he slowly pulled his dick out of her ass and once again admired his handiwork. Semen trickled out of her gaping anus, allowing it to match her pussy, which was also dripping. He could have easily continued. After all, Hinata was a crazy nymphomaniac that required both he and Ino to gang up on her in order to satisfy her during the early stages of their relationship. He eventually got used to it and grew to outlast them both. Good times. Naruto used his arm to cradle to panting Rias, warmly smiling. So, how was it? It was great at the start. Until you went crazy on me, you dumb brute, she pouted cutely, turning her flushed face away from his. Well, while in the spooning position, he lifted one of her legs, slipped his member into her pussy, and slowly thrust it, earning a low moan from the girl. You naughty boy, she chastised, but didn't move to stop him from pleasing himself. No, I can do this later, we still have an issue at hand. Rias, Naruto paused, pulling out and turning her to make eye contact with him. If there is a problem, let's talk about it. What's wrong? He spoke in a halting and shy manner, like a person who was afraid of the answer they were going to receive. She gained a downhearted expression and pulled into an embrace, her arms shaking as they wrapped around his being. Her hold was possessive by nature, as he could tell that she was desperately trying to hold back the devil strength she possessed. The strength that could pop him. He felt a wetness on his chest, hearing silent whimpers which his enhanced could make out. I'm sorry. He didn't have the time to think logically about what that could mean. He instead did both what he desired and what he was obliged to do. He just held her close and didn't utter a word, both physically and mentally. He reached for his sheets and tossed them over to cover their naked forms. "Rias," he called out to her after a few moments passed. "Yes, my love. Do devils have a law where people are allowed to fight over the right to take the hand of a woman?" "Yes, maybe if I could defeat Riser then we could always be together." She gave information she didn't give earlier. "I see. Then I want to challenge this heir. You are mine and mine alone. If you are the king of your peerage then I am your high lord. It is my duty to watch over and protect my subordinates," he said. "Fuck my secrets, fuck my past, she needs me," he affirmed to himself. At some points after he pulled the covers over them, he discreetly began the process of unsealing his power. It wasn't a significant portion but it was more than enough to show Rias that she could believe and trust him. "Do you realize what you are saying?" She rose out of the sheets in wide eyes. Before she could react, Naruto's palm landed on her chest, sending her through the wall and making her land at the center of the living room. Coughing and flaring her magic power to clear the dust, she noted that the tiny living room had become expansive. The walls themselves stretched and the appliances contorted in a display of surrealism. "Allow me to reintroduce myself," she heard a voice coming from her right. There he was, seated on top of a floating table with one leg hand and the other one bent at the knee, placed onto of the table as he rested on of his arms on it. He was no longer naked, instead he was dressed black baggy pants with a black jacket with blue fox designs of over it. His eyes glowed a faint hue of blue as he stared at her. Rias knew this was her boyfriend so she did not retaliate, instead she looked upon him with a muted gaze. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki, the strongest human." Chapter 10. BOOOORRRRREEDDDD. "Hello. How are you? I am under the water. Daddy is bored and Daddy just wrote 2 chapters of Danmachi and fuck this is super gay, I'll stop. Anywho, as I was saying, this 18-year-old non-English speaking nigga is bloody bored. Just wrote 2 chapters of Danmachi in my beta. He got sick in exams so he can't beta for the 2 chaps of Dan FIC 20k and 30k words respectively. And he takes a while, no jokes, correcting takes longer than writing. Don't judge me, I'm COD Black Ops drunk. Oh Reznov, why? Anyway, since this FIC is technically over and the hedonistic perfectionist I am kinda wants to rewrite the FIC to the point where we are in the story. Maybe till Kokabeel, that was where I originally planned to do a massive canon divergence or beyond cause I like writing. Sometimes. The edginess will still be there, if you call melancholy edgy that is, like can't I explore a character's pain without being accused of being edgy? Seriously, y'all peeps do be wild. Yeah, I guess I overdid it last time but I'll be careful, and since you the loyal readers of the FIC and some of you liked it as indicated by the 2k follows, thanks for that by the way, holy shit, y'all amazing supporters. To respect those who have followed my path to put this boy to rest, I am asking for permission to rewrite my own story. Okay, that's all kinds of fucked up but my philosophy, if you can call my brain dead thinking bubbles, that, for fanfiction is basically I may have the skeleton but we write the story together. Y'all point out the weird shit I write and I make an effort to correct that, as those guys who supported my Danmachi X-Over venture can attest, thanks for that by the way. Y'all can point out potential paths even if I have made one, and if I love the idea I can adjust etc etc. Yeah, first I am going to overhaul the God of Shinobi and add an in-depth chakra overhaul, says I'll overhaul when I've already done the overhaul, just going over a few kinks and all that jazz. With a system in place, it will stop me from suddenly declaring Naruto as Ninja Jesus, which he will never be FFS. I hate Boruto, undermines previous achievements and peace and all that, but I do like the Otsutsuki idea, just it got fucked by Kagaya and stuff, and some foreshadowing would have been nice. And yes, I have added Naruto character's history in the overhaul, like a super summarized biography. Teammate died and he did this in response and later did this etc etc. Goes without saying this Naruto is what he would probably could have been if it was seinen. I am about to commit blasphemy but don't scream. I kinds like Luffy better than Naruto sometimes. Sometimes when I look at canon Naruto I can't help but think, I'm gonna slap this pretentious piece of shit, or, if he makes a childhood reference one more time, I'm gonna. Luffy punches people cause they piss him off. Legit, like I fucking love that, but overall I like Naruto better, but he could learn some things from Luffy, which is why his character will change. If you still remember the AU's Naruto. Guy doesn't hesitate to kill peeps and all that. Anyway, digressions. First I overhaul the God of Shinobi. When I'm done narrowing down the kinks, want me to rewrite this bad boy. Make it better and everything, I swear on Rias tits and stuff. Of course juicy harem with big boobs and big ass and a much better issei. I I remember someone giving me heat for trying to make Issei better as a person or something. Well, anyway, we'll check reviews later. Daddy is out of data again, ta ta ha ha ha. And don't ask me to update my other fics cause I don't fucking feel like it, lol. I'm not busy or anything, my defense is I'm fucking lazy and as a lazy person JTS my duty to fight valiantly for right to be lazy. I'll kick you.